Futures trying to get back to positive territory here early on a Monday morning, coming off a bit of a negative showing to end the week on Friday. All three U.S. indexes going to the weekend in the red ever so slightly. The Dow, however, did snap a 4-week winning streak going into the weekend, but very, very tight ranges all week last week. We'll see how we can develop maybe a little bit more upside to come this week as we get into the biggest of the big coming through this week as far as tech is concerned on the earnings front. A little more economic data coming through later on in the week. Nothing this morning, but going to be an interesting one as tech now takes the spotlight. The NASDAQ is red on the morning so far. We'll talk about the chip names. We'll talk about big tech, even Tesla back in the headlines as well. A cheaper Model Y apparently going to be made in China and sent here to Canada, which is an interesting move from Tesla. But we'll talk about all that coming up. Going to be a busy, busy day. Monday, April 24th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. I wanted to start things off with that this morning because the market's, let's be honest, pretty flat right now, a little bit to the downside, but we're at 90% of another quarter point to come coming up in May. Remember, May 3rd will be the next Fed meeting, two-day meeting, obviously, second and third, concluding with the rate decision. So we'll have that for you, but still kind of hovering around that 90%. Looks like we're going to get yet another increase coming through in a week from, what is that, Wednesday, I believe? Or so, maybe a little bit longer. But anyway, Sharif is here as always, going to kick off the brand new week here, going into the biggest of the big, as I mentioned, to as far as the earnings are concerned this week. A ton to talk about as far as tech is concerned, but Tesla with more headlines today.
Yeah, tech on deck, Brendo. It's gonna be an interesting week trading wise, but yeah, Tesla back in the headlines again. A group of active investors looking to take on Elon Musk, saying that he's not fully committed to the company. But this Model Y China thing, I don't know, man. That's probably going to catch the wrong attention from a very hot political environment between us and the China.
Yeah, it's an interesting move. They in that note, it also said that because it's a little bit cheaper, it'll also qualify for a $5,000 rebate here in Canada from the government. So maybe trying to take advantage of that in some way, shape, or form. Worth a note, yields a little bit downside this morning, but as we were saying last week, they were kind of creeping up at the end of the week, Thursday, Friday, once again. So we're getting a bit of a pullback. Dollar pretty flat here to start off, guys. A huge week to come. It's Super Bowl week on the earnings front.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. Look, it is a big week. Look, all the big earnings are going to be coming through. We're excited for them. Quite frankly, it feels as if we've had this inside market. When we say inside market, it's like not a heck of a lot of movement, breaking out of ranges, and then the big moves come on earnings, and that's what it's going to be here. Obviously, Tesla, we're going to talk about them today. Amazon's been pretty strong going into theirs. But Bed Bath & Beyond, for reasons known only to Bed Bath & Beyond, is heading to the upside despite going into Chapter 11. They're going to be done, but it is moving to the upside. I want to be pretty patient. I'm only really looking short that thing. I just want to find a spot to get that short because it's kind of trying to make a little bit of a squeeze as we speak. But we do have some names that have been ridiculously strong last week. You know, Amazon was. So I think we'll try to continue that. And I see a possible setup for Coke. I don't want to sleep on it, but not a heck of a lot of movement for that earnings beat. It is a good start to the week, but Coke isn't exactly big tech, and those are the ones we're really waiting for later on this week.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I heard also report that Aaron Rodgers may go to San Francisco as well. So apparently.
Wait, what?
Well, no, they're because it's draft week, right? So they're starting to pick up the talks again right now. Garoppolo signed. No, he signed somewhere. Garoppolo.
So Garoppolo's in
Carolina?
No, he's not Carolina. He did sign. Garoppolo's already on a team.
Yeah.
Was it Vegas?
What's it?
No,
yes,
Vegas.
Yes,
He's already in Vegas.
I was going to say Sharif's calling for Garoppolo over in Dallas there. Yeah, I think if you don't have faith in Dak Prescott, like you want to replace him with Garoppolo,
that's not
then
better,
you're not. I don't know where you are with Dallas there.
Sharif just said Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback than Dak. That is an insult to Dak Prescott.
Wow.
No, he's not.
Wow, as if that just happened. That just happened. Okay, yeah, look, Amazon's the #1 name on here, breaking out through 108. Amazon up 7+% last week. Love Amazon. They're coming to report again today. Not today, this week.
What?
Starting it off big. I think it's tomorrow, Amazon. No, it's Microsoft. Two of them were one day, two of them the other day. Amazon, Microsoft is their Meta, and Alphabet all this week. We have Apple next week. So, yeah, it should be a good week here. We're looking to play some good names. AI now broke below 20. That's going to be interesting for us as well. And then Bed Bath, and as Sharif, I sat down and Sharif goes, so I guess now it is Bed Bath and Beyond. And we're going to wait to see what happens now. I still think there's a long there. I said to Sharif just jokingly, like maybe we see $5 today or something. But we're going to find a base for Bed Bath & Beyond. And I want to go long the name. I don't want to go short, but you know, if the short gives it to us and it pumps up enough, then obviously we'll try to do that as well.
You might have missed the long.
We know what can happen with you know, momentum in these names. So we'll wait to see what happens with Bed Bath & Beyond. Going to do hundreds of millions of shares again today. But we're excited. It's Monday. It's Trader TV Live, and we're buckled up.
I think we were just discussing, we're supposed to have Jeff Mendel, I think, on from OTC Markets tomorrow. So we'll talk to him about that possible move from Bed Bath & Beyond. I want to talk about some regional banks here to get things going, because we get this one after the close tonight. FRC, which has been obviously just absolutely wild over the past couple months, I guess it's been now. Ended the week last week, worth noting here, pretty strong, both Thursday and Friday. Into the weekend, pretty strong here once again in the pre-market, up 1.5. But we all know what happened with these regional banks. Yeah, we go from 100 and what was that, 150, 145, 150 down to where it is right now, about 1420. But earnings coming tonight for FRC. So over the next few days, we're going to get more and more regional banks. So I think it's going to be one of those events where, you know, if one is way better or way worse than expected, the entire group could move again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking to see how well they fared or how poorly they did out after the outflows of the money into the bigger banks. I also want to see how they're going to price in their commercial real estate coming up. We know a lot of that matures in 2024 and 2025. So a lot of unanswered questions, Brendo, when it comes to these regionals so far.
Yeah, a lot of mixed statements as far as what people think in relation to this banking crisis going forward as well. But FRC on deck here, guys, tonight.
Yeah, look, it's worth mentioning. Remember, it was WAL that made the big move. They had a strong, big, strong move on earnings. It's kind of settled down, but that was a good 10, 12% initially on earnings, and it kind of followed through the following day and looks a little bit. It's going sideways right now, but there was a bit of a relief. And I think just considering how little FRC has been doing the last little bit, and how far it has come down. Like, even just the smallest signs, been waiting for this one to break $15 for a while. I don't know that, I don't know that we're going to do that so we might have to just wait around to see if we break that 15. But stranger things have happened. If we actually do manage to take out the upper bound 15 even, it's kind of hard to see on the 15-minute there. I don't know if I zoom in enough on my daily, and then you can maybe see what's been going on at that 15 level. It's just been this little bit of a wall. And the one time we were past it, it rejected, got underneath. I just think that's a breakout worth taking. After saying that, I'm like 100% sure now. You're not going to get a 15 break today. It'll probably gap through it on earnings tomorrow, but it'll be on my radar. After what Wall did, I just feel like this one is an even bigger opportunity to the upside. It's not necessarily about the health or lack of health, but it doesn't really take much in terms of finding a stock that's this far depressed and then having it have a chance to break out, at least from a big resistance level like that 15 has been. You get $2 to the next level upside of 17. I think it's a pretty clean breakout trade that I'll be there for.
All right. Yeah, we don't trade the banks too much. We've been looking at JP Morgan. I've been trading BAC off earnings a little bit last week, and we looked at Wells Fargo. But this SIVBQ, Silicon Valley Bank, still under $1 here, and has a good. Oh, that's still my Apple chart. Okay, don't know why that is. Still has a good chance to go, and it's too bad because I guess we were supposed to have. And when we do get Jeff Mendel on, we could talk about this name. But it's been a pretty fun name since we went over to the pink sheets here with SIVBQ, up to $1.50, back down, hovered around 50 cents. almost made it back to $1. Now you're stuck in the middle right now with SIVBQ. So that's a name that I definitely want to look at. The next time it breaks $1, I think you get a squeeze up again. Look at the last time we broke right there. Nice little move to $1.40. We did wick a little bit higher. I can't remember those days as well because we were able to trade them, not able to trade it. If it settles under $1 here, we don't trade them at Day Trade the World, so that's going to be a problem for us right now. But I do want to look at SIVBQ in case it goes. And then, a name that we like, KRE, the regional bank ETF, has been a good name for us to trade as well. We've traded that a little bit, and if you did want to get some exposure to these banks, I mean, it's coming with that FRC. And I just want to show everybody what this looks like right there. Thanks, Mahad, for that. Right down here. Look at what this looks like at $42. This looks like a bottom to me right here. So you're coming back in, you keep hitting this $42 mark, keep trying to bump back up. Even if you went 42 to 44, it's still a nice little gain there. So if you want to be safe on something, I think with FRC reporting, maybe if you didn't want to take the equity itself, come over here and take a regional bank ETF. You never know what's going to happen with that one as we go. So KRE coming back to life, I think, on FRC earnings.
All right, pop there on Getty. A few people mentioning Trillium Capital, apparently, with a proposal to acquire the company for $10 per share. So that was a move on Getty, up about 40%. There it is. Yeah, this Trillium Capital with a proposal. So again, just a proposal. Nothing's been accepted, but $10 per share possibly for Getty. Let's talk about a couple of individual notes we have to be aware of. This is not today, so coming up this week, we'll get an early look on GDP. We'll also get an early look on PCE for March. And then tomorrow, we get the Conference Board consumer confidence number at 10 o'clock. So over the next 3 days in a row, some significant economic news to come once again this week. Coke, meanwhile, this morning out with earnings as well, better than expected. Just took out the high I just saw, not on much volume, but not a bad look here for Coke.
No, not at all. Actually, they did quite well. It shows this is a company that really does have pricing power, and they really exemplified that this time. In the face of rising costs, input costs, they were able to pass it off to the consumer, and so much is the goodwill on this company that consumers were willing to pay up. However, results were mixed. In North America, sales were flat. In Europe, they fell, but in the Middle East, it grew, and in Latin America, it also grew. So kind of mixed a little bit there.
Yeah, decent move so far here in the pre-market for Coke. As I mentioned, took out the high and then comes right back down. But I mean, not a heck of a lot of volume, just 1.5%, not one of those typical day trading type of stocks. But good report here for Coke, guys. Just noting Getty, not even at 1 million shares yet on that either.
Yeah, with Getty, just the first thing, so when you say it's not accepted, just understand, when it's just an offer unsolicited for that 10, the company, if the company was behind it and actually accepted the offer and it was 10 cash, it wouldn't be trading. I don't think it would be trading at $7 unless it had regulatory risk. So just be careful with that. I do think there's an opportunity to dip by Getty, but just don't think it's automatically worth $10 in that kind of a situation. Now, Coke is breaking out on the daily. Look, you're not going to find many better charts than this in the space, but it's not a heck of a volatile move. It looks nice, but that's like $5. 60 consolidation up to 65, and it is really breaking out past the 65 level. I think there's a trade if it wants to get anywhere close to where it closed. I think there's a dip buy in there, and that's the setup for all of these. I want to say like solid earnings, good companies, not necessarily day trading stocks. It'll be, can I pick it up where it gets dumped back into like an obvious level and you just happen to catch a fill, and I think there's no way it should turn red or close red on the day. That's the situation I want to look for. That was Las Vegas Sands day one, and you were able to catch it. Wasn't able to catch that bid on Goldman because quite frankly it never went there. Morgan Stanley never gave you that bid, but if it happens, and I'll try to get long in front of 64, but there's nothing else. You either get a miracle fill or you don't. So if for some reason it drops $1, I like it. I don't want to chase the long because I'm not sure there's another, 2% in the move on this. So I'd rather try to get a bid in front of where it would be flat and then have it recover that 1 to 1.5% instead of chasing a move on Coke, which probably not the best day trading stock out there.
Just some people talking about those wicks on Neil's screen. Yeah, we unfortunately do chart all of the prints. So if you do have a dark pool dump that happens to come through, Neil and I will do the best to get rid of the ones that we don't think are very valid or that we even look at, which are pretty much all of them. But, you know, just that's part of Day Trade the World. And it's been requested by some traders to keep them in there as far as we know. So we're trying our best to get rid of it. Look, as far as Coke is concerned, I'm not even going to, I mean, look, we looked at the report. Everything Neil said obviously makes sense. What Brendan mentioned there, you know, the sales, everything, Europe being a piece now. But I always just look at the chart whenever you get an earnings report and just say, look, it still has some work to do to get above the 66.50. So it's a nice report, but was it, you know, is this baked in a little bit? I mean, you've already broken up from $60. We know that this is a big Berkshire name as well. So it's starting to break up higher. And, you know, if you're going to be a disciplined trader like Berkshire is, and like a lot of us are trying to be, we talked about possibly getting out of some, I didn't get out of McDonald's like I said I would last week because they have an earnings report coming up. I want to see what they do this week, McDonald's. But, you know, Coca-Cola right now off their earnings still failed to break this high. So let's see if we get to 66, 66.50, then 67. And if we could trade up here and hold up here for a couple days, then I would say the break is on, baby. And then we get back up to 75.80 and, you know, on good earnings. We still have Pepsi to come and some other names that could help this go, right? So I like the name, although like yesterday, so we were, listen to this, Neil, we were traveling home. We had a crazy week full of crazy weekend. My wife is so stressed back and forth, rep tryouts. There's even another one tonight. Like it's absolutely insane. Damn. I had to go one place. So we said, okay. So on the way home yesterday, we were doing a bunch of stuff and we said, what do we want to have for dinner? Again, another conversation that we always had, but this time we had it in the car with the kids. McDonald's. I said, no. We didn't do McDonald's or anything like that. Well, okay, so my daughter on Friday, this is how trained up she is. Oh, Gia, it's nice to know that you're 9 years old, or 8 years old, turning 9. What do you want for dinner? You know what she says? Pho.
Nice.
Yeah. So we got that. So I'm not denying
This is a great story.
So I picked her up from gymnastics at 7:45 that night. We went to our local Vietnamese place, grabbed some soup. That's great. So then last night we're in the car on the way home. What do we want to have for dinner? I suggested breakfast for dinner.
Oh, that's
we love having breakfast for dinner. My kids love eggs and everything like that. So we go to Loblaws and we're like, okay, we need to get breakfast sausage. Hey, it's
up,
Randy.
Look at that.
What's going on, my guy? How was the weekend?
Thank you, brother.
Good Leafs. Oh man, Leafs.
Oh my goodness.
I have another story
Morgan,
about the Leafs,
Riley.
man. My kids are jacked up about the Leafs. Anyways, okay, long story short, although this is probably too long already.
It's okay.
We get in there and we want to get breakfast sausage. So there's these little Johnsonville, really small, really whatever, breakfast sausage. Because we're discussing it in the car. What do we want to have? French toast. We want to have with the eggs and bacon.
Waffles.
What do we want to have? Exactly, waffles, all that kind of stuff. So we decided that we definitely want to have breakfast sausage. But of course, my daughter's vegetarian, so got to get the Beyond sausage. Who cares? I'm not going to complain about that price. But anyways, the sausages are like half the size of this pen, and they're so small. And they were 50 cents a sausage. And I was looking at this. The pack was like, but it was, I didn't think it was that good. The thing, it was just a little square. I'm thinking it was like $4 or $5. They're $8.
No, like $8.99.
Yeah, exactly. It was $8.99.
But that's actually, that's not
but I don't think it was that. I'm scrambling through looking for the 50% off ones. You know, the ones that are like expiring today or tomorrow. Anyways, nowhere to be found. So I told my kids, I was like, look, this is the world we're living in, man. Like this used to. I feel like
inflation, man. I could have told you that was going to be like $8.
So we talked about. I only brought that up because we were talking about Pepsi, Coke, Procter, and all that kind of stuff.
But that's the thing. You still buy it though, right?
Well, yeah. We don't. I mean, I've already told my kids that's what we're having. And so he was, you know, my son was all over those. He had, I think it comes with like 12 or 13 of them. I think he must have had like 8 of them or something like that. But
breakfast for dinner is so underrated, man. You get the waffles, or I mean, sometimes you go French toast, little cinnamon on top.
I mean, you make it at home, and you buy the dozen eggs. You know, those. I mean, those are actually eggs aren't. I don't find eggs are that bad, man. $4 or $5.
They've come down a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's the meat that seems to be. Hey, Brendo, what about meat prices? Brendan and Sharif. I know Sharif has eggs like...
He has 14 eggs
growing out of his ears right now, it looks like. But he has 13 to 14 eggs a day. But I feel like meat has really got... How many eggs a day? Let's be honest.
All right. So I do 12 at home with mixed vegetables,
Every
but
day?
it's 12 whites,
13 and the
not
guy's like,
with
come
the
on.
yolks,
Egg whites,
guys.
egg whites.
Yeah.
I saw they have those they're like plastic bottles now that are just full of yolks. Yeah, it's
Yolks.
yeah, like both.
Oh,
You can get
wow.
either. You can get just the whites or just
I know about the whites.
the yolks. But anyways, yeah, no. I was actually surprised. I paid $4.99 on the weekend.
That's not bad.
So
Yeah,
it's coming back a little bit.
The egg prices in Canada never got too outrageous like in the States.
Yeah, there was a little while where it was like $8.99, $9.99, but
you get the free range.
yeah,
He gets the
we get
good stuff,
fancy
guys.
eggs. We get fancy eggs. Let's talk some chips here. NVIDIA just popped up. I didn't see anything on this. There was a little bit of a volume spike just back to pre-market highs, but look what happened on Friday. This is as range bound I think you're ever going to see a stock like NVIDIA. I mean, essentially a $2 range there on Friday, and I mean, even tighter here in the pre-market. Worth a note, couple of positive moves here on AMD this morning, one from Susquehanna, the other from DB, both to the upside.
Yeah, a couple of price target upgrades there, Brendo. Let's have a look at the AMD chart here. This is the 4-hour chart, and we are at a critical technical level. This is the peak here that we made in late January, early Feb. We're right back at those levels again. That you want to say 87.5 to about 90, that range. So be interesting to see if we hold support today, Brendo.
So when you do your 12 egg whites, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. Do you separate them?
Yes. One by one. I have an egg separator that I put on top of a bowl, and then you crack it, you put it in, and then it separates. I throw away the yolk. I'm sad to say I throw away the yolk. I'm willing to do something with it.
I'll get you some souffle recipes, and you can start making souffles. 12 egg whites, guys.
Well, I mean, it's weird that somebody would actually say, "Oh, you eat 13 eggs a day," and then like Sharice's response is, "Nah, man, 12."
Yeah. Like when I said 13 to 14 eggs a day, he's like, nah. And then we go over, I was like, oh, maybe I misunderstood. Then we go over there and it was 12, but I guess.
I don't care if it's whites. That's a lot. But hey, do you, man? That's a lot. And look, let's go to the chips for a second. By the way, Getty powered back up to 850. I think maybe that $7 level looks pretty interesting. I thought 650 was where it shouldn't necessarily trade lower than, and all of a sudden we're starting to think that's 750. It's a lot of protein, Dan Emmons. 43 grams of protein in 12 egg whites.
Have a protein shake.
Well, I mean, you could have a shake, or you could
You
could apparently have 12 egg whites. That's a little bit extreme for me all at once, but to each your own. Look, you talk about that range on NVIDIA, and it was ridiculous. However, that's the market that we've been in, and you have to try to respect it. So I think a lot of people, and myself included, are going to be looking at this 272, simply saying, okay, well, if you bust that out, maybe there's an actual move here, but if we anticipate more of the same, then looking at a 272 as a bit of a bottom, as a bit of a top there, probably makes a little sense off the open. We're pretty much right there right now. If it breaks out, fine. If it holds that level and we get 2 days of inside the same range, fair enough. That's exactly what we got at the 280 level. It just didn't seem to want to break it, and if that's going to be the new level to the downside, then I don't mind taking a crack at it, at least early. I don't know, in terms of support levels, we bounced off 67 once. If you were here like the last couple of weeks, you know that 62, 63 has been a much better buy zone for NVIDIA, at least in terms of actual strength and holding up. So I'm not going to diddle in the middle with that 67. As far as I'm concerned, it's 72, and then you got that 62. Intel reports this week, and I think they're they're on the downward swing right now. I don't have to tell you that. I mean, the chart's going to tell you that. And by the way, just so you guys know, on the 17th, there's a few of my charts are going to look like this. I'm not sure why, but there's some weird pre-market action I have on multiple stocks on the 17th. None of it is real. It looks like just a dump of dark pool data specifically on the 17th. But the chart tells you everything you need to know about the rejection at 33 by Intel. It is right now at the 200 period moving average at $30. It's over under 30. If it doesn't hold 30 this week, I think we're headed right into that 29 level. But I could see it bouncing off 30 first, giving some shorts off 31. So Intel, NVIDIA, whichever one sets up on the short, probably NVIDIA at 72 first. If NVIDIA gets to 72, it's a very good chance it's only $1 away, right? It'll get there before Intel gets to 31. That's just a guess.
All right, I just wanted to, the only name that I have, it's good that you didn't talk about either you talked about names other than AMD, because that's what I have on my list here. I have 4 names on here. I like AMD. A couple upgrades today. It's on our watch list. Make sure you grab the watch list on tradertv.live. The watch list is absolute fire, man. Every single day we have. I'll show it to you right here. I look at it. Like, I wait for it to come in right here into my email. Grab it as well. And we have a little bit of a talk here. Big Tech talked about Coca-Cola, Tesla, and then the chip makers right here. AMD changed. Little change today. Deutsche Bank and Susquehanna both out with positive price target increases. So that's sort of what I'll hang my hat on a little bit right now for AMD. And I'm just looking sort of at the 20-period chart here as we zoom it. Hold on a second. Let me put this up here. There it is again, one more time. But right there, like, if we could bounce off this 88 level, I think we're getting close enough to that right now. We'll be very, very patient off the open. The only thing is, we've noticed, obviously, over the last little while here, what exactly the trend is for AMD. And it has been getting its pretty much butt kicked here all the way to the downside off that $100 level. We made $100 about 2 weeks ago. Actually, now it's about 3 weeks ago, the beginning of the month. And now you're coming real good here down to 88. And it's been almost a straight move down. We did have one big day upside there. That's on the 10th. Was that? Yeah, that was Fed, I think. So huge move to the downside since then. And now it looks like we want to bounce off 88. So if I'm going to sort of take a shot anywhere, it's going to be with AMD. It's going to be on the long, and it's going to be off $88. So I don't have any bids there yet. Let's see what happens. If it does come down and dance with 88, I have it up. It's on my #1 screen here to the left, and we'll be watching AMD today, as it's one of the top names for me to look at. Amazon, AMD, Bed Bath & Beyond, and AI on the sticky note today. You can watch that at Trader TV, Sean, but definitely make sure you subscribe to the watch list. I mean, there's a lot of work into that. Almost 40,000 subscribers now, maybe even higher than that on the watch list. So join everybody else, man. Get it. We'll talk about them as we go. Neil will be looking at Intel pretty much all the time. I really like that 30 level. Neil already talked about it. So if that can come in, the play we'll test along there as well, maybe. It looks very similar, although I still have AMD charts up. It does look very similar with the 30 bottom. So, you know, downside, running into 30. We have bad wicks here, but running into $30 again. So we'll see about some downside here in the chip names. But AMD, Intel, on my mind, we'll watch NVIDIA. You don't want to be in one without watching the big guy there. So we'll watch NVIDIA. Micron has a different story altogether, but I like AMD off 88.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Here are a few upgrades. We just mentioned one of these, but there's AMD from Susquehanna on the price target increase anyways. PPG, Disney on the upgrade side here from Wells Fargo. We'll talk about that in a sec because it's kind of a funny story. Spotify at the bottom there. I want to make sure we get to this one as well. C3 AI, Wolf Research, and also Citigroup with a bit of a cautious note on not only C3 AI, but the entire AI group downside as a result. First Solar, Etsy, and Autoliv. There was, Sharif, this dragon story out in California over the weekend. If anyone missed it, people were running because a giant inflatable dragon was on fire at Disney.
Yeah, in Anaheim, it caused attendance to flee, guys. I mean, it's not market moving, but we just thought it was fine.
Yeah. I actually saw somebody wrote that up this morning in a kind of morning note type of way as a possible negative catalyst for the stock this morning. But these things happen. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Search Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV. Promo code bottom of the screen there. TTV gets you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. C3 AI, as I mentioned, guys, downside on this wolf note, but the entire group seems to be pretty weak here.
Yeah, well, remember C3 AI broke 20 on Friday, and that's basically been the level. I mean, I don't know how many times we talked about this over the last few months, but well, at least definitely the last few weeks. But how many times did you bounce off that 20? It was the most convincing one last time, and then it gave it one last shot. On Friday, it did break down. Now there was two chances to short it. The first one was good. The second one I didn't hold on to. I actually gave up the second short when it got past the 20 and a quarter. I don't know that we're going to see that 20 again today. However, once you make a flat bottom break like that, it is short the pop situation. I just want to stay trend short on something that does this until it finds a support level. Now, I would think that that could be down around 16 bucks, like back around here at 16. Maybe it'll be the 200 period and the daily. I don't know about that at $17, but there's plenty of room to each of those levels. So I want to be looking short the pops into the pre-market highs. If it breaks that, short into 20 bucks. That's just the way it's going to be for C3AI. If we're above 20, I'd take the long first because it's support level. Once that flat bottom breaks, really just looking for the short side of the trade. It needs to be back and holding above 20 to change my mind, or bouncing and finding a significant level to said downside at some point in the next couple of days. So we're going to lean into the shorts. We actually had to pay for locates today, but they were just slightly less than 1 cent a share, which quite frankly isn't that bad. So that's a cheap price, no problems paying that. It would probably have to be like 20, 30 cents a share to even think twice about it, but it was pretty cheap here to get the locates.
Yeah, no, I just got them. I was like, for 500 shares, it was like $3 or something. So it's not very expensive at all. And yeah, we have AI listed right on here, man. It's right on our sticky note. We've got the yellow cup right now, but it's refilled up by Trader TV Live. Randy gave us the Trader TV Live cups. But we talked about AI right now that I like this. So it's broke 20. It can't shake that short seller report. Short until we get momentum back up. Do I think it's a short forever? No, I do not. But follow me at Trader TV. Sean, Bears versus Bulls. Can put that in the chat there, and we'll get that going. But there it is right there. It's exactly what Neil said. We've broken below 20 bucks. It's there's that short seller report. Boom, to the downside. Accounting worries for AI. I like AI. I mean, we've talked about this over and over again. I think this is the play. I've always said that Google is the play for me on AI, Meta as well, Apple, all the big names continue to work with AI. So is this a name that sort of got bumped up because it's the C3 AI, and there are some, open AI uses and things like that with ChatGPT, not that that's C3 AI, but, as it all tides lift all ships, so rising tides, and AI was rising for a minute, but now you're below this 20 bucks. I'm already sitting here pending an order at 1975. So if we do get anywhere back up into 19 and change, we'll definitely be looking at this one. Hi, Kat. We'll be getting a nice, speak of Kat. Hey, Kat, look at this.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
There she is. She makes an appearance right there. So we say hola to Kat. And she can't come off camera and I'm like not acknowledging her. And then we'll show that. So make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. But long story short here, AI I think remains a short until we get aggressively above that $20 mark. I'm going to hold the 1975 short until we get to like 21 something. I want to make sure that it just doesn't break it just because it breaks it, because all of us are talking about the short. You got to give it some room, but if you don't like the short, then stay away, because this is a squeezable name as well. Let me just check. Did you check the short float? I don't think you did. Let me just check real quickly.
It was
on this.
20.
Yeah, let me just update it now that it's been hammered down here a little bit. So here's C3AI. We load it up, and yep, same kind of number there. 28.75% short there. Thank you to Trade Ideas for all that. You can grab a Trade Ideas platform, function, layout, subscription for 20% off. Use Trader TV 20 at any time to grab that. We love Trade Ideas and Michael Noss. I mean, how good is it that if you subscribe to something that you have a direct, link to that person? We have over 400,000 or close to 400,000 subscribers on YouTube, and we can't get an answer if we have a question. So it's great to have Michael Noss in our back pocket. The smartest guy at Trade Ideas is here with Trader TV Live. So, all right, Brendo, that's C3AI. We both like the short.
All right, just quickly, guys, Sentinel-1S just popping up here. They are also, speak of the devil, just tweeting about some new AI products coming through in the cybersecurity space. So actually a nice looking daily chart here for S, up 2.25. So not a lot of volume, but just be aware of that. Let's bring in Arun and get a check of the overall market as we head towards the open here on a Monday. Arun, more to come on the economic calendar later in the week, but kind of quiet here again today.
Yeah, it's pretty much Friday, right? Friday was a sideways day, and we really haven't broken any ranges from Friday's locations. So here we are waiting for that either 60, north of 60, that settles up and we can trade the north side, or we end up south of 35, 30-ish, and we could trade the downside break. But for now, it is going to be sideways, like you said. Later on in the week, we get some more activity, whether it's through earnings or through economic numbers. But for now, we're going to have to respect the ranges, trade the ranges until the ranges break. We are on the top end of the range, though. So there's a possibility that going into the open, we might have that flash above 60. The thing when we're this close to the open and this close to the range break, that first move north of the top end or even the bottom end, but in this case, the top end of the range, I question whether it's going to follow through or not. So if that break ends up happening right off the open, I would just kind of hesitate just a tiny bit to see if it's actually going to be a legit move or it's just going to be a flash that comes in with the the 930 volume liquidity event, I guess. Right at the open, you get a ton of action coming through. Sometimes that slips through some levels, and that's perfectly okay, but we got to wait to get that confirmed. If it does confirm and if it does trade up north of 60 and stays up there after that, then we have a chance at actually breaking that top, because once you get past 60, you really don't have anything that's concrete in terms of horizontal levels, right? We've had levels moving down. We know that 4180 going up to 4220 is a major zone on the monthly chart, let alone the weekly charts, but the monthly chart going all the way back to last year. So 4180 to 4220 is going to be a big wide zone, but because it's so wide, there's a lot of flexibility at what point the resistance levels catch. So for now, I'm going to say the 4160 break that's confirmed after 930 would be a decent breakout to the upside. And of course, we have that bottom end range, that 4135 through 4130 to the downside. So for now, I guess we just got to wait for those levels to go, and then we can make a trade based on that.
Tomorrow morning, before we get into the rest of everything you need to know, make sure you grab that every single day. Super easy. Use a QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. And that's it. Just shows up in your inbox then for free every single day. I was just reminding myself on this positive note on Amazon this morning from Yipit data, which was a first for me. So research firm Yipit data predicting stronger sales for Amazon's North American region specifically for this quarter, again, coming up this week. We'll talk some big tech to lead it off, though. There was also a note on Microsoft. BNP Paribas actually downgrading Microsoft to neutral from outperform with a slightly lower price target as well. So a little bit of a mixed story here.
Yeah, and like you said, big tech on deck this week for earnings. I'll be watching Meta, obviously having been invested in that stock. I'll be looking to see how digital ad sales have done over the quarter. We've heard a lot of reports about that slowing down in the face of slower consumer spending. So we'll see if that pans out. I got a buddy who is in the digital advertising game, and he gives me some insights into how Meta operates. So I'll be watching closely on Wednesday, Brendan.
Interesting. I wanted to mention on the Amazon note as well. First time ever I've had this happen. We had to order a new filter for our fridge, for the water dispenser in our fridge. Ordered it, I think it was about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. It showed up 6 o'clock at night.
Amazing.
Same day. Crazy, guys.
Yeah, look, it's amazing, but I just can't be like that. Yipit, they should have called it Yippee. Like if I had a company, it's like why? No, like Yippee with an upgrade on Amazon. Yippee-ki-yay. I can't say the rest of that, but Yipit? That's just a really funky name. I don't know. That one just throws me off right there. But look, Amazon, they've been doing it right for a while. I mean, the issue has been like the valuation. I'm going to pull up my trade ideas chart just because it's a little bit more clean on the daily, and I kind of hope I want to be able to sort of show you guys. If you pull back far enough, Amazon has been making some higher lows. You're pretty much forming a bit of a wedge right now, and not necessarily an indicator of anything too crazy, but it is on the daily chart, on the short time frame, you've been breaking out off the 05, right? So if you look at the last little zone in here, we have been breaking out when I zoom that one in, and you're carrying through. I think we've got a little room to go. I look back at this 107 and just say, why aren't we looking for dip buys to continue this? I don't think it's necessarily at a short zone yet unless it fails this area. Like if we fail this recent 105 breakout, okay, maybe you can start thinking about it pulling back in. And I get that. You go pull back far enough, and this is a name that's been beaten up because, quite frankly, they've always spent a ton, and they've gotten that premium valuation. All those things go out the water. But it looks like it's on a bit of a turn to the upside, which is what I want to see. So going back over, that's going to be my NASDAQ chart. Let's go to the 15. So we've had that break on Friday. Remember I was just showing that 107 there. So you have 106.75 was a bit of a double bottom in the afternoon, corresponds with support in the pre-market. That's where I want to be buying, at least initially today. If it breaks down, I think you're wrong, and I'm looking back at that original 105 zone. So it gives a couple of places to go for the dip buy here on Amazon. And if it cannot hold this break the next couple of days, yeah, you might see a retest of that 100 level. But for now, just go long with the move. That's been okay, and it's had these nice little consolidations on the move. If we get one of those days, then that's why I like that 107 to try to hold. It kind of did a similar thing if you go back to last week.
All right, so that's talking a little bit about the downside levels. I think we all agree with Amazon's going to be along at some point here today. I don't want to go short on Amazon, that's for sure. Let's talk about the 3-minute as I accidentally closed the 1 minute right there. I'm looking at this 108. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. Just like AMD, except for flip it around. Amazon last week, super, super strong. Kept supporting every time we got a bottom that we think we liked, it supported it, right? So it supported the bottom right here at 105. It came back in, hit 105. Came back to 106, bottomed out there, didn't break it. Right here, 107 at the close on Friday, bottomed out right there, matched its day low earlier of 107. So every single time it's come up and had a chance to be supported, it has been. So yeah, any kind of a dip down for Amazon, again, we have 4 names on here, man. Amazon's the #1 name. I like the break of 108. I don't see any reason. Same thing happened to me. We needed to get body wash. Boom, bought it. Very same day, right at the door there for Amazon. So there's a nice little move. I can't even explain to you how much money we probably spend on Amazon, although I think it's gone down recently. That's 108 and change right there. I like the long, let alone any dip buy opportunities. I love the 107 dip buy, 106. But the problem is when you're playing dip buys, the market right now is up, right? And so if this is going to fall down, I almost think about this 13,000 level again on the NASDAQ. So, if the market falls, we could definitely take a look at 1350 right here, but I don't want to stand in front of any tech name as the market looks to fall. I thought I reopened up this chart, so I'm going to have to find out where my minute chart went, but I like Amazon here today. It's been a nice move off the 100 period, or off the $100 mark, with the 50 period now being at $100. So, yeah, man, I'm a fan of Amazon here, and we're going to be going long on a 108 break. Let's just hope it doesn't break too early, and we can, calm down and take it when momentum's there.
All right, not a lot of volume behind this, but there was a little pop there in Disney shares. CNBC reporting that the second round of layoffs has begun at Disney, so it popped up to 101. Came right back down, though, so just be aware. Disney on a bit of a move. Again, low volume, though. Coke, we talked briefly there as far as the earnings report is concerned, better than expected. Quarterly revenue estimates get beat. The forecast, not bad either, right across the board. Net revenue, $10.98 billion. That was up from $10.49 billion for the Warren Buffett favorite.
The story for Brendo is the pricing power. They had increases in the price of raw materials. They had supply disruptions, and yet they were still able to maintain margins and pass the pricing on to the consumer, and the consumer was willing to pay, especially in Latin America where they grew their sales decisively.
Is there a trade here, guys, on Coke today? A bit of a slow mover, typically.
Yeah, it definitely is a slow mover. We know that that's what it's going to be. I'm just looking up there at my daily chart on strategies, but I can show you this one. I know it has a wick, and we already talked about this. It's not the end of the world. It's breaking out, but you kind of want follow through. Like if I thought there was a chance that this would get to $70 today, then I would probably be all over this one first. But I don't think that's going to be the thing. It's up 1.3%, but it doesn't really have a history of those kinds of up days. You've had one day in the last few months where you've even managed to get like a $2 move in there. So if I get the dip buy back into support, fine. Otherwise, it's a bit of a nothing burger. We get Pepsi as well a little bit later on. This week, I want to say. I don't know if it's Wednesday. But that should be another interesting kind of like long-term name, which is good, but that's not necessarily a trade there. I know Procter ended up a good break, and so breakout, this will load up in a second, it ended up a pretty good breakout on Procter that I feel like we missed out on. That said, it was just a much more appealing, break to the next resistance than I think Coke has going on right now. So, Procter was a bit of a different story. It did set up that it had some more range there. If it took out some of those highs, you had some air out above that 155 zone. Whereas I don't see as much of that with Coke. It's a similar setup. These stocks, might as well be mirrors of each other. But I just felt Procter was a better trade. I'll get the dip buy if I can, but the breakout, I don't know if it's going to give you $4 or $5.
I actually think let's go over to another Dow name here, a big one here for Disney. I just feel like we definitely want to not sleep on this name. And I know I bought some last week at $98. Started not a new position, but actually added to it on that Netflix number last week there. And you guys, I talked about why I like Disney down here, and that's what we did. We bought some at 98 and change. Seeing the conference call is May 10th, so it's nice to see that they are going to be starting their second wave of layoffs right now, bringing their total to 4,000 job cuts right now at Disney. And I mean, they employ, I don't know what the net number, like how many employees they actually have, but or what percentage that was. But I just don't want to sleep on this name. And again, I'm telling you that I just bought it, so take that for what it's worth. But I just think that once you can break above this 102, and if we get decent earnings, then I do think that you could go for a little bit of a run in Disney. So watch out for that one. I think it's a later story rather than a current one. That's why I think it's better to wait for the earnings to see if anything goes down with Disney. And then we're never purposely going to ignore super chats around here, that's for sure. So we'll do this right now. We're going to go Ape Nation, because I don't know what else to do when you see Bed Bath & Beyond today. It's just moved real nice right there. And it sucks because those of you waking up or we're hoping for a resolution other than bankruptcy, it doesn't look like that's what's going to be happening. But if you were buying something earlier on today, you had 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and then it jumped to 20, 20 and a half, fell back to 19, then just took off, man. Went to 24. Like, don't sleep on what a 1 cent move is, man. A 1 cent move is 5%. So if you start to get this name going here a little bit on Bed Bath & Beyond, you could get a decent return here if that's how you're playing it, looking at percentages. So, just be careful. We do have that bottom right here, and I want to thank, obviously, Aldous right now. Thank you so much for that $10, and I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. We are going to talk about Bed Bath & Beyond near the end. But
a brave new world for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yes, for right now, in what ways? Just
Aldous Huxley.
Oh, Aldous Huxley, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, finally declared bankruptcy, so we do have a new world. And that's the thing. It's too bad. I think we're going to have Jeff on maybe tomorrow or at some point this week where we'll talk about the potential for Bed Bath & Beyond to go down to the pink sheets there and then maybe get some life behind it once it gets down. But for right now, I would say that you'd want to use a 20-cent mark, but the bottom of the day, for as far as my chart's going back, 15, 16. So we'll have to look at that as some support. It's on the sticky note to trade it, but it needs some support before we do that. So I'm going to go grab my water and throw it back to the guys at the desk.
All right, let's get through Tesla here. A couple of headlines coming up this morning. They updated their guidance for their capital expenditures going forward to the upside, which could be a bit of a negative here. But also, this was interesting. New, cheaper Model Y going to come from Shanghai to Canada, which will qualify for the $5,000 government credit, which given, as you mentioned, Sharif, the current environment, questionable.
I don't know, Brendo. Look, I'm a fanboy. You guys know that. I like what Elon Musk has done, and I'm a fan of his. But there's one thing I don't like here. There is the capital X expenditures are huge in the face of shrinking margins. And that's a question I posted Danielle Shea last week. I said, what do you think about that? And she's like, I don't like it. And I don't think a lot of investors like it either. You have a group of activist investors who have gone and taken to social media and the media, and they're pounding the desk saying that they want more representation on the board. And they don't like the fact that Elon Musk is spreading his time thin between 4 or 5 companies, is it? I don't know how many. Tesla, you got Boring.
The Boring Company, that's the best one.
Right,
SpaceX, there's
Twitter.
Starlink. Goes on and on. He's a busy guy. He's a busy guy. Speaking of SpaceX, that launch on, was it Friday? It was so huge. It was amazing for them. But anyways, another story. I wanted to point out this as well. 9,000, they're projecting anyways, to produce 9,000 in Q2 to come here for that new Model Y. So, hey, maybe take advantage if anyone's shopping for a Model Y here in Canada.
Yeah, definitely. And there was some chatter in the chat this morning about someone asking me if I owned a Tesla, because every now and then we talk about this kind of thing. I know Sharif, you're in the market as well, but I don't own one. It was definitely a long thought when we made our most recent purchase. But Tesla, look, at the end of the day, with CapEx, if you're going to increased capex in the situation here where the market is at, it's not necessarily going to be received all that well. And I know they've been going back and forth with the price cuts, so your margins have been under pressure. Now's the time to announce you're going to spend a little bit more. Definitely not the kind of thing that the shareholders want to hear if you're looking for short-term value. And you've already broken down 170, 164 last support kind of just went, and we're right back in here. I favor the shorts until we get to 160. That's just how it is. It's an obvious one at that 170 mark. Otherwise, be patient. If you like the longs, I mean, be patient for that 160 level. It bounced pretty nicely a couple of times off that level last week to end the week. But I want to be fading that 170. That was a missed opportunity. I was on NVIDIA that day, but obviously, 170, a good one there on Tesla. There is one other, before I want to get to these super chats, but there's one other name. Renato was asking me about this one. Do I still like NEO off of $8? The second time, not as much as the first. However, I think I'll be there. I don't know that I'll just park bids in front of $8 like on Friday. But if we get down there, it still looks like it's still a bit of a decent bid. I think I'll go for it in front of that $8 on NIO. This name has just been beaten up, but you have a double bottom going back into March. Double bottom on the daily. It's already bounced once off, and if it can a second time, fantastic. But I didn't want to acknowledge first, Mashari, thank you very much for the super chat there. You're just giving the love and dancing it off. We love it. Nothing wrong with that. And then there was Jonathan Williams. Thank you for the super chat. Talking about the JPY and XOM in the energy sector. Look, love them, hate them, whatever you want. They're just printing cash at the end of the day. Just a quick one for you here on XOM if my chart wants to load up. Oh, I just had this up and now it doesn't want to load my daily. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there we go. But the thing about XOM is it is at a monster sort of resistance zone at this 117 even. It's trying to make its breakout. It failed last year. It failed early in the year to get through. I think if it breaks again, I think I want to have it. Obviously, I have to keep an eye on the actual spot prices just to be sure, but this is one of those consolidation breaks. We talk enough about flat bottom breaks. I mean, that's a flat top break up around 117 quarter for this one to try to go. So it's kind of poised. Not doing anything today, but that's a level that we should be watching for when eventually it does break. Because I think it's going to make that breakout. It's just as a day trader, you really want to trade it when it breaks, not anticipating it every single day, and then you're just sitting in waiting for something that hasn't happened. Just participate once it does.
All right, so the one, all those levels on Tesla, I mean, we're going to have to wait to see what Tesla's all about here, man. We talked with Danielle Shea last week. She wants to buy a Cybertruck. That should be interesting when that comes through. I wanted to look at Rivian. Rivian got flushed out here on Friday, a big move to the downside right there. Flush right there, came down to 1190. I'm wondering if that's going to be the bottom. I want to see Rivian do that again. So let's wait to see here. Rivian at 12. I think this could be a decent level there. We've seen it on the daily chart a couple times now, and you're going to just try to zoom this back out a little bit. We're already taking out this bottom of 13, but maybe the bottom is now 12. And again, I don't think that there's really too much to buy this for the longer term or anything like that. Let's just wait to see if it swooshes down again into that $12 mark, and then we can use that 1190 as the bottom. Whenever you get those big moves like we just saw there on Friday, like that, we came down, you see the RSI obviously overextended down there to the downside, but a big break through 12. And then why didn't it keep going, So it could have kept going, but it didn't. Someone came in and bought this thing at 1190. Nice move to the upside. I think you're one or two upgrades away from this thing being back to that $13 mark, which, if you'll take a $1 bump on 12 all day on Rivian. So just watch out for this. Again, I don't know when they report. They report right here May 9th. So I'd say watch out for Rivian coming through. Still 2 weeks away from their report. So I like that bottom at 1190 there, and I think it's worth having a look if we swoosh down and test that one more time.
Let's go on to AMD. We mentioned it earlier for anyone just joining. These were pretty negative, to say the least. In fact, led the NASDAQ to the downside going into the weekend. This was AMD on Friday. Just kind of a grind to the downside. NVIDIA looked very similar, although it gapped a little bit lower, and then it was just a grind into the close. Here we are kind of chopping around. Yep, dead flat, even with not one but two price target hikes here. One from Susquehanna, the other from DB, going to $80 on AMD.
Well, they came at a good time, Brendo, because on the technical level here, let's have a look at the chart. We are back to those January, early February highs, which is that 87.50 to 90 level. If we get a good catalyst like we get today, this level of support, could prove pivotal. Let's see.
Yeah, we were mentioning Intel coming up later in the week. NVIDIA, we have to wait for a little bit more. I think AMD is actually Let me double check. I think it's next week. Yeah, May 2nd is AMD, guys. So a little bit to go before we get into earnings outside of Intel.
Yeah, we get the chips a little bit later from the rest of big tech when it comes to AMD and NVIDIA. But I mean, you had it right. The 50 period has to hold, man. Like that, if 88 breaks down, there's not a heck of a lot beneath it here. It's already rejected. The last time we rejected 90 was literally on Friday. So, you know, that could be a level of opportunity for it to bounce. It's a flat bottom breakdown, if I've ever seen one. It's not to say you have to pick a direction, but there's not another level to look at. I know that's what, Sean, I know you're looking at that one, and it's sort of obvious. It's not an obvious flat bottom breakdown on Intel as it was back at 32, so I don't know that I would be all over auto shorting like the 30 if this one breaks, but it has been trending to the downside. So if there is strength, I want to be fading Intel, and we already talked about NVIDIA at 272. If NVIDIA gets down into the low 60s, I like the longs there, but I don't really like the long on Intel till like 29 is an obvious one. You know, that's when it gets back into that 50 period moving average. Intel's at the 200, but it's just a bigger level that AMD is at, and we already had a big rejection on NVIDIA at that 280. The chips have been relatively weak compared to the rest of big tech, so on any bounce to the upside on the NASDAQ, I'm generally looking to go short, find myself in the shorts just based on the way that they've been trending. So until that changes, I'm really focusing on the short, on the pops for these chip names, I should say.
Yeah, the NASDAQ trying to get back to zeros. I mean, if we don't, if the NASDAQ starts to head down with Microsoft coming down to the downside right now, we're going to look at the imbalances really quickly. But here on the sticky note, Amazon, AMD, Bed Bath & Beyond, and AI. And a few upgrades today for that. You can follow this at TraderTV Sean on Twitter. You can have a quick look at that. But $88, Neil just talked about it. It's been pretty sick, man, to the downside here for AMD. And will it stop here? I don't have any bids down here right now, so I'm not in love with this long by any stretch of the imagination. AMD is down today, so is the market, so a little bit worried about that right now. If the market was up 1% and AMD was more near this 89, I'd feel a lot more comfortable using 88 as a bottom, but right now it does look like it wants to break a little lower on that, so I'm going to wait to see what happens, but it's a key level, and that's why I wrote it there. It's not about trying to say AMD 88 long, no matter what. What I write on the sticky note are my biases and the areas of concern that I'm looking at. So let's wait to see, like Amazon 108, 108.20. It's an exact level. If we break that, I think we can go long. And then we'll judge it from there, and that's why you watch the show. Make sure that you always take Neil and I for consideration, but don't take it as gospel. Use your own levels and make sure that you trade accordingly. Right here, I just want to come back to my screen real quick. We'll look at the imbalance locator, then we'll go talk about Bed Bath & Beyond, because it's the number 2 name on here as a sell. We have Mullen. Look at these 2 names, man. Mullen and Bed Bath & Beyond. So I think maybe we know where some of the interest is today. It might be on some of these smaller cap names. DraftKings with a sell, just recently taking out huge numbers, $22 again on DraftKings off of a big boxing weekend. Congratulations to Tank, man. That guy's the real deal right there as Garcia gets his hair rearranged a little bit there. Intel as well with a downside move. There's Getty on a buy coming through. Tesla with a bid as well. So we'll be able to watch out for that. But it's Bed Bath & Beyond on there. Oh, and there's Intel. So I guess the biggest tech name on here that's going to be of any interest on page 1. Obviously it's Tesla, but Intel as well, looking to take down 30. So, when you're looking at the imbalance locator, look what it did to Intel right now. Just came out at 925, sent this thing down about 30 cents on $30. So it sent it down a decent 1%. And now there it is again, touching $30 for Intel. So I know we're on AMD, but watch out here as it's going to take out 88, most likely at the open. Let's go over to Brendan with 3 minutes left, 2.5 left.
Go here. Let's get to Bed Bath & Beyond. For anyone who missed it over the weekend, we finally get this announcement. Bankruptcy filing comes through, Chapter 11 for BBBY. Again, we'll confirm, might have Jeff Mandel on from OTC coming up tomorrow morning. We can talk about potentially BBBY showing up on the OTC. We were already at, 30, 40 cents.
Yeah.
Now down to obviously lower than that. What do we do here?
Yeah, but just keep in mind, guys, high short float on this. I'm seeing ranges of between 17.5% and 20%. Could be more, could be less. But yeah, don't go short too aggressively. Keep this in mind.
The rundown, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link right-hand side of the screen at the bottom there, Trader TV 20 gets you 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas, guys.
Yes, sir. And look, Bed Bath & Beyond already had an 80-cent move down to 15. So it's already done this. Maybe already baked in. Everyone knew they're going to be going under. This is not news to anybody, I don't think. And the last bounce was 15 cents to 55 cents. The last few days, it's been like an easy short the pops. 55 was gorgeous, and then 35 to 38 was also pretty good as well. So if it needs to bounce off this 15 again, I want to be real patient. I'm looking at the 30 level. I'm looking at that 38 level if that breaks. Sorry, 38 to 40 level if that breaks. Maybe it gets to the 55. Those are the zones that I like. Shorting the bottom and a 15 break. I don't care if it's a flat bottom break. A 15 breakdown is not one I would take because there's not much room for it to work for you. But if it does get back above that 25 cent, then I'm looking for a turn on Bed Bath & Beyond. I know INAB is making some moves. I see Scotty H and a few people in the chat talking about this one. Where are we at in the daily? We actually we did get through 250, just briefly got through the 250 level. If I zoom out a little further, if you're looking for the bag hold might be. This isn't the brutal one, but it just bounced off a buck, and it's got a big level at that $3 mark. So this is one that has a little bit more room to go, I would say. I didn't double check the float or the cost of locates. This one kind of coming in there a little bit late. Probably Getty will be more on my mind. And then Bed Bath & Beyond off the open. We mentioned it. It will be Katrine on the bell. She's locked and loaded. She's not going to break the mallet here today. Hopefully in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. Don't break it. That was fast. See, it stayed in one piece. Every now and then the mallet's just chilling.
Very impressive indeed. Okay, so right away, right off the jump there, AMD breaks that $88 mark and starts to make that move to the downside, right? So here we go. So now AMD is on my mind, and it's not money on my mind. I'm not in it yet. So we'll have to watch out for AMD breaking right now to the downside. There it goes. Nice move, 87, 87, 80, 88 coming into play here for AMD. So let's watch out for this name breaking lower right now through that level that we had considered possible support. So we'll have to watch it as the NASDAQ trying to figure itself out.
Guess what's going up?
Our friend Amazon, is that what's going up right now? It's starting to go.
No, it's NVIDIA's actually screaming to the upside as AMD
okay,
goes down.
Good.
So NVIDIA, that 272 is what I'm looking for. Amazon is going up. Amazon's at pretty much at 108 right now. I don't think that dip buy is going to come in, but strong move in a couple of names, in NVIDIA and Amazon, AMD going the other direction. Oh my goodness, C3AI is already going to break the low. Yeah, you might get a little more aggressive trying to get shorts on C3AI because that pop was almost non-existent in C3AI. Got to 1860, and that's about it.
You know what, man?
Shoot.
Yeah, I'm feeling shoot right now as well. Okay, so I'm still waiting for that at 108.20. If we take that on Amazon, then we'll go long. I almost took a 108 break there, but the futures are starting to come to the downside pretty aggressively right now. So that's a level that I'm going to wait. I'd rather be right on it almost to the penny than try to buy some more dips. But if we do get into 107.50, I think that's a possibility there for that. I'm going to flip to the short on AMD until we break 88. So let's wait to see if we can get something closer to 88 bucks to go short on Amazon on AMD as that's continuing its move down. Just to check back, Bed Bath & Beyond, I know obviously a lot of you are looking at that back to 21. Yeah. Not much happening. And then did we get any action on C3AI? No, that's going to the downside as well. So patience pays sometimes right now, but we're going to have to find some more names here that are dancing around a bit. Google maybe. Wow, nice downside move for everything right now, man.
Everything's coming.
Yeah, Google coming in pretty good right now. GOOGL, of course, on NASDAQ. Oh, man. NE? What the hell's an NE? Is that new? I've never seen NE. On our,
I don't know what market that is.
Sharif,
Doesn't
I'm
matter.
Pissed off because call up the wrong one there. 104.50 again on that might have been held right there. Good level for Google. Let's see if that holds one more time.
So 18 just kind of bounced a couple of times there one time on AI. Oh, I just got NVIDIA as well. So C3AI, it bounced off the 18 level, came right back in, decided to start shorting it into the pre-market high. Said I'll get a little more aggressive with it. It already retested 18, got to 17.99 and bounced again. So in light of that, what I'm going to do is I just took half out of that short, 25s into 18, because if it, that's a false break. If it goes to 99, it's a bit of a false break, a little bit scary. Now it's through, it's probably okay, but if you short near the bottom of something like that and it bounces off the level, a lot of times you can see a bigger move. I am going to try to hold on to it. I want to be that net short. I just got NVIDIA 71.5. And if you go back to Friday, you guys probably know what these levels look like. It breached this, got to almost 72. That's a breakout zone for me. At that 72, I would get out of the shorts. But for now, just NVIDIA and a little bit of C3AI. Nothing doing in Bed Bath & Beyond yet.
Okay, so we had, oh man, I didn't even realize we just got this, to be honest with you. We got AMD short right there. I had to restart my platform here a little bit to get the charts going. But right now we are short AMD. Watch out for an 88 break as the futures are starting to go. We also did take a long finally in Amazon. With the futures with this move, I did take a 108 break right there. So let's watch out what's happening with Amazon right now. Okay, good. I was just going to say, let's go to Sharif, but we'll cancel that one. Amazon long, it just bounced off that 108.20. Let's put an offer up there just in case that's the top. So but I do like the long.
Okay, just a couple of things. There goes that 72 level. We said we'd get out. I did not reverse it. I'm just out of it. That's all. I did also pick up Intel to the south side, but I wanted to get over to Tesla if I could very quickly. Tesla rejecting exactly the same move as Friday, rejecting 65 right away, right at the open, and then flushing, but it does not get to that 160 level. So once again, you have an instant rejection of the 65. If there's a chance to get back to it, I will try that short as the market's coming up. So when the market bounces up, give it some time to give you an opportunity to get into your short. C3AI, by the way, is still holding that 18 area. So I think it was the right decision to take some of that out. Tesla showing signs of weakness. AI, obviously, signs of weakness as well. But there's lots of strength out there. NVIDIA is absolutely churning through that 72. Should have reversed it. Thought we'd be patient with going long above that breakout price.
Here we
Sometimes you just take the breakout. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, here we go, man. I mean, we have that breakout. This is the trade that we wanted. Shout out to Obi. Shout out to everybody in the back there. I talked about this, man, that we wanted this Amazon break. We're long at 108. We're long at 108.20, and we're long big shares. So here we go, man. It's a nice little trade there for us on Amazon as this name just continues to go. It's the #1 name on the sticky note, and there it is right now. It's the biggest trade for me here. Today, probably the biggest trade for me almost all month. It has to work out, but let's wait to see if it does continue to go upside, man. We have Amazon earnings coming. There it is. We're taking 88, and there's the fill right now. Let's go, man. We'll spin this for you right there because this is exactly the trade that we wanted. It's Sticky Note Nation. It's stand-up time because when you get this, man, and this is just a fantastic. I'm starting to get some more out here. I mean, honestly, man, I looked over, saw the net, and was like, okay, we better take some of this out because there it is. It's a huge push-up right now as Amazon gets going. I said maybe we could see 110 on this push. Let's see if that is accurate or not. But for right now, it's moon time on Amazon as that's starting to go back up to the upside. And are we surprised? No. It is the #1 name on the sticky note today. It is the #1 thing that we're talking about. Like I said, man, talked about it with some of the guys behind us. I like what they're doing there. We had a big break. It's been, whoops, let's not do the daily chart because we don't have that. We have that split there. There's the 108 right there. We took it out. Actually, that was the 17th. Remember, that didn't actually happen? Neil and I were like, what is that?
There's bad wicks on that day for all the charts.
We don't know what's up with that, but it's right there. It's the 108 recent break. But Amazon's been pure strong off of $100. So let's go, Amazon. Nice little upside move, and we were able to get out of AMD. We danced with this at 88 short. It went down. We were like 20 cents in the money. Didn't get out. Got out on the break higher. Now let's just let this one roll as we watch Amazon and see how high this one can go up.
Yeah, watching Bed Bath & Beyond here, it's trying to get through the high. I do want that 30, but obviously if it doesn't ever get through 24, that's not going to be the case. I'm looking for this to finally break out. It just made a nice move off 20, got to 24. It's now a double top at 24. If it goes there a third time and fails, I'll probably just have to take a shot at it off of that level. I do want to only short pops on this, do not want the bottom. Similar story with C3AI. We already got one trade in off that 18. Remember I said if 18 continues to hold, you got to get out there. Make sure you take profit. That's kind of a false break at 18. It just faded off the pre-market high as well. So if it holds that level, I'll play it back into 18. Even if it breaks out, we wait for that 20 that we like. As we are now going to Sharif.
Euro potentially available initially to the euro area residents, merchants, and government, basically saying that the digital euro would be made available through the existing banking apps and euro system. Not really market moving, but I'm going to keep my eye on crypto.
Just an update to Fahad knows, guys. We do not hear Sharif in our ear, so hopefully we can get that next time and bring to you guys what's up with that. So, okay, there. As I guess his mic was fine. Was that true? Yeah, it looks like his mic was fine. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So we'll
Is
get
there?
that off. I hear Brendan.
I mean,
Guys,
be
I'm
honest.
Brendan.
Is there?
Hey! I'm hearing Brendan. No, you better cut it right away. Okay, thank you. Okay, so right there, so thank you for that. All right, so, all right, let's keep going. There goes Amazon right now. Let's keep spinning the money. Brendan's not here right now, so
Yeah,
we didn't want to hear his conversations, of course. And there it goes, man, a nice little move up to the upside right now for this as it's going 107, 108, 109. Let's keep this one going. We'll spin it. We'll go,
Awesome.
There it is, man. Holy shit. It's Amazon Day, baby. It's almost like it's Amazon Prime here today. So there it goes, man. Everything we bought is now free on Amazon as it is just ripping to the north side right now. Go Amazon, go, man. We only have one trade on, and I don't even plan on doing any more at this point. Obviously, we will. We'll wait to see if Meta comes down again. I'm just going to watch Amazon. It is Rip City right now. Amazon upside. We took it, man. We're watching out for our sticky note, and that's exactly what that was. AMD, NVIDIA. Are you on Intel yet? AMD's not doing too much.
I'm on Intel. It's
right.
right.
I can see your position.
It's right in Friday's zone. I'm going to do this because I have to talk Tesla in a quick second, but it's right at Friday's zone. You can kind of see it here. It sat there pretty much the entire day, 25 into 45. So that's like the short zone that I wanted to play into. Waited patiently for it to get there. If it exits that zone, then I can get out. But Tesla just wicked that 165 again. So there's 165. It just broke it back above. It's trying to hold it. You saw it wick once, but on Friday, so that's, oh, give me a break. This stayed on Apple. They're at the exact same price, and it's like the crazy thing. So there's Tesla wicking 165. It's weird. Apple and Tesla both at the exact same price, pain in the butt. So it gets above that 165 and starts failing. Exactly the same move, but it was one time only on Friday, and then it just held the bottom. Now you instantly catch a bit of a bid, so a stronger move on Tesla than we saw on Friday. But for now, so 165 is still a bit of a short zone. Keep checking Bed Bath & Beyond. That one not really doing anything, but watch out for your shares of Getty if you took that long. That's starting to really dump off here. It just caught a bit of a bid here. I just grabbed Tesla, but caught a bit of a bid at that 680. So double bottom here on Getty, but that was a monster flush. It didn't halt, oddly enough, dropping $1.50, but watch out for the resistance there on Getty.
All right, here we go, man. People getting excited in the back. That's what we like to hear right now. So AI trying to break a little bit higher here. I think that's what people are looking at. AI right now off 18 bucks. A nice little bounce level right there. Yes, there goes AI. Nice little move. Let's be careful with that AI short that we did talk about. Amazon right back up. Unfortunately, we did get some out at 80 there when it broke a little bit higher. I'm going to get something out at 109.25 about now. If we can do that, do the upside. That's been the high for Amazon, 109.23. All right, you know what? One more piece out here at O's, and then we'll go from there. AMD going crazy, I hear people say. Yeah, not really. Good one made me look, I guess, on that. Okay, so Hood, JP Morgan. Did we get a super chat about JP Morgan? I think we might have. JP,
it was XOM we got one.
XOM, okay, right. Oh, JPY, I think it was a dollar strength they want in Japan. Dollar strength. Well, we can look at the DXY in a minute.
It got the blessing from Uncle Warren.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Well, that was a couple weeks ago.
Okay, well, that makes sense anyways, regardless. Right there. What, XOM or the Japanese
No, the
yen?
Japanese yen. Like, Buffett
okay.
was in Japan. He was talking blessing some investments over there, and I think you've seen a little bit of strength over there. And people have been talking about the dollar weakness and dominance. We can get into that topic a little bit later. It's not much of a stock mover. So a couple of things here, just to quickly update. I did grab Getty off that low. That 680 was the double bottom on Getty. Got Tesla here. That's 166 was the afternoon top. I got it at pretty much exactly 165. That's more coincidence than anything else. And then Intel, I'm still hanging on to. AI, first salvo worked. Second salvo we got out. It's got to be $20 next. You know, once we shorted off the pre-market highs, first short into 18, it breaks out. I'm waiting for that $20 level. Wait for it to get to your price, then execute. Don't have to worry about getting anything inside. And we did have, there's a 15 break on FRC. I did say I'd take it. I did miss the initial breakout. I'm going to see if I can't get involved now. FRC has been trying to get above this for, I want to say, I don't know, like a few weeks now. And they haven't reported yet. They do report, but FRC on that $15 break. I'd show you the daily chart, but it kind of looks like this. 15 has been a line in the sand for the stock. First time over in a while.
All right. Yeah, we're, So the only thing I'm in right now is Amazon. Let's go over to Sharif, and then we'll find something else.
Another day, another red day for Chinese ADRs. BABA down 1.33%. Likewise with PDD, it's down 1 3/4% at low of days right now. Likewise with Baidu as well, down 1.33%, guys.
Yeah, Baba, I almost put Baba on the list, and I couldn't quite get to it. Like, I feel like it made that move already. Like, we already saw that stock do that 90 rejection. I wasn't sure if we'd see it again. Getting my first offer on FRC, but just to go to just quickly on Alibaba, because I got everything sort of settled. I am offering waiting for 90, and I thought about shorting at the lows, but I figured the level was 90. If you shorted off the bottom, congrats, you got yourself a winner, I think. But I wanted to wait for that 9 level. That's just what we like better. FRC is still kind of going. It just got to that quarter mark. Let's see if it can go a little bit further here. There's just so much room. 17 is the next level up. You're not going to be able to see it on my 15-minute chart. But 17 is a big wall. I would expect that I will not be long if this thing gets to 17. I'm going to be offering out well in front of that and expect if we get $1.50, I'll be pretty happy with FRC here. I don't think it breaks 17 before earnings. Maybe after would make some sense. We got the 15 break. Tesla's kind of settling itself down here, still at that 165 zone, not really breaking out just yet. So we like that short off the 165.
105, 105.50. Okay, so we have a new position alert. We'll do this a little bit right now. I don't know. Okay, come on, man. I mean, honestly, come on, Amazon. If I can get, I'm going to take a piece out of, there we go. We just got a 109.10 there on Amazon. The new position, of course, is Google. But Amazon, I don't know if this is going to go too much more, man. It keeps stopping here. Obviously, if the market breaks, we're happy holding this Amazon. I don't have any more targets until 110. So I am actually going to put something near this 109.30 area where, you know, we've been up to, then 109.70. I mean, if we're lucky enough to get that, then hallelujah on that one. That would be a huge windfall there. So, all right, Google again. Google's the same situation, guys, all over again, almost like Amazon, except for it hasn't been as strong over the week. So, you know, we just took down that 106 area. This was a level that I almost made the #1 stock on the watch list today for me as well. Could have been Google, and it would have been a 106 break. So, although it hasn't been as good as Amazon, obviously Amazon up $1 from that level, but Google right here, the same kind of love going through 106. And the market is off right now, but I don't know if it feels like it's not really ripping too much. That was a beautiful move, but now it's hovering around here. Next stop, probably 13.2. So if the next stop is going to be 13.2, then yeah, being long some of these names makes a little bit of sense for me. And those of you that were screaming about Microsoft, congratulations in the pre-market, because this name almost got to 280. And that would have been a monster buy down there at 280, man. Like, it just flushed off the open pretty good down to 282. And I don't know why, so I was waiting for 280 to come in. But there goes Microsoft. And by the way, yes, sir, there goes Amazon. We just got... Oh, no, we didn't. We were waiting at 20s, and I upped it to 30s. So let's go. Now I have to take a piece out at 23. It just turned around at 23. All right, so that was the high of the day in the 20s on Amazon. I went into the 30s thinking we would take that out, but we didn't. So let's watch out for Amazon right now. And let's watch out for a non-aggressive Google here, as that's coming back in as well. So I'm not worried about it, but definitely Google on my mind here, down to 106, a better average spot down there somewhere.
So Getty made that double bottom. We just got some out in front of VWAP there. That's going to set up to get back to $8. I just think $8 is probably a good line in the sand for a bit of a target. You saw it rejected twice. Remember, the Getty news is an offer to be bought at $10. It has not been accepted by the board, and it was unsolicited. So all those things mean not a done deal, not guaranteed to be worth that $10. I think you can catch some bids on it, but you want to be taking that profit. I don't think we're getting to $10 today, barring an announcement. Like, there could always be news on this, so you're going to want, if you short this stock, do so with stop orders, because if there is a response and it's like, hey, we like that deal, then you don't want to be caught in that short. It'll basically just gap up probably like $8.50 to $9. So if you short it, which I'm not, you want to be very, very careful. I did get some out of that Tesla short. You saw the over-under at that 165 a couple times. Not exactly a flush unless it gets down into that 163 zone. But 165 for the last couple opens has given you a pretty solid area to go short. Man, Baba is very weak. I see that in the chat there, Paul. You're absolutely right. I don't know that I'm going to necessarily add this one to my, I'm going to cancel my 90 offer. I'm not going to get it. But yeah, you got a higher low, here's a lower high again. You're once again just absolutely flushing. This has been trending to the downside. I picked other names to get into, but yeah, until you get to $80, I'm not sure where this one picks up a bit. So congrats if you happen to have this one. But you got to pick and choose your spots, and this wasn't going to be one of mine. C3AI is back under, so I guess we're not going to see that $20 level, at least not right away. It does look like, yeah, it got to like 19, 20. So for 1 for 2 for me. Thought we'd get a much better opportunity up here at 20. That hasn't happened. And then Bed Bath & Beyond. If it doesn't set up, you don't have to trade it. It was on my list to short the pop. It just never got anywhere close to that 30-cent level. What is this? I got the NE thing as well.
Yeah, I don't know what.
So,
that's funny. I don't know what that market is.
but you know what? We're
It's a
still
new
trending.
one.
We're still trending on Bed Bath & Beyond. So this could get. It can still get there. You're not really flushing too big on Bed Bath & Beyond. It is slowly trending up. I'm waiting for it to break, and once it breaks 24, that's when I'm looking to engage the short. I'm not going to get in early. I want to be very patient with it. And hey, I didn't think we'd actually get a stink bid on Coke, but I did.
Ooh.
Yeah, I said I'll sit in front of 64 if it comes back in. I know where I like it. If it bounced off that level, probably the only level I would trade. So there we are. I just got Coke at the quarters, creative pricing by myself, sitting at 64.25, just looking for a play back into 65.
All right, so we are averaged in now. We're long at 10s here. We're going to give it to the quarters on Google. So 106.10 here. It did break through that 106, right? The bottom of the day has been, well, I mean, the bottom is right down here. But this sort of move that broke us through was sort of, 75s. I don't, at this point, we're picking and choosing, where we get in and where we get out of this name. But that top is 108.85. That 50 period is 105.80 right there. So for me, for Google, that's going to be it. If we break back down below, it's too many red candles in a row right now with the market sort of still holding upside. So yeah, maybe Google is the weaker name here today in the market. Tesla's bouncing off some of these bottoms as well. So yeah, this is, if it doesn't want to hold, we can find better names. You don't throw money, back and forth at names that don't hold or that you're not confident with. So we'll wait for Google. Give it some room here. I mean, I'm only out 12 cents talking like this. Let's see if Google can get back to the upside, and hopefully that does happen as Amazon. The other name that we're in, of course, is Amazon. We talked about that. We just got a bunch out there at 109.05, 109.10 there because we rejected off that level that I should have been sitting at. I was at 23s, canceled it, went into the 30s. 23 actually the high. That's a fluke. It was more because it was the quarter level, so let's pay attention to that. But we are kind of loaded up here. Not loaded up, but we do have a position on Google that I'm most worried about. AMD is probably a short. We've missed that top level there, but I really like that. How many wicks are you going to see right here at the 200 period near this 88.30, 88.40 level? So although I'd cheer for AMD to go back up because I'm double longs everywhere else, I do understand that is a possibility there for AMD to continue its downside move. So cautious on that one. And then here comes Google, man. Google's going to break. So if we break below this 105.80 level right there, then we're going to have to give it up on Google. Don't want to be in this name. It's too early to worry about picking tops or bottoms in this specific name anyways. Better ones probably to be found, including maybe AI.
Yeah, you know what?
For a short.
AI is still at 1850, like that.
Didn't
Maybe
it
it was.
bounce,
Maybe
or-
it was
Oh, it
19.
did. It
I'm
went
gonna do
to
this here.
19,
I'm just
yeah.
gonna show you guys my black chart because I don't want to go away from the stock that I want to talk about next. But yeah, you had a wick high 19. I'm still looking for that 20 level. Obviously, I did trade it a couple of times. Initial short good, second short not necessarily. But this is one I want to be on because I know where it's set up, and I feel like I know where I want the short, and if it gets there, I already have my plan of action, the over-under at that $20 level. Intel is making a bit of a curl. This is sort of me trying to catch said curl. Like it got up, it broke 1330. Now I wanted to short it off the top end of the range from Friday. You can see it in here, that little chop vest. I started in the short in here, and I wanted to work the short once it started turning off of Friday's high. So that's one of those setups I do on Intel pretty much all the time. So I can kind of manage it on the back. When it gets to the low of the day, I start getting out. Not really taking anything out when it is above 20s, only when it is beneath 20s. Which last time I checked, I can probably get something in those teams. So plan of action set out there. FRC on that breakout. Just want to recap these just quickly. On that break, we did get one leg out. If it cannot hold that first dip, pretty easy structured trade for me on a breakout. I'll give it just slightly past that last consolidation at 14.75. Not necessarily a 1 cent stop underneath that. I think you're not giving it enough room if you're going to have a 1 cent stop down there. But I am going to give it not much beneath. I'm looking for that structured break at 15 even, giving it to last consolidation on FRC. And I just want to remind anybody that's in the GTA, if you're in the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, as I've been reminded that I should be calling it for those of you that aren't familiar. We do have that campus program, which is coming in. You can check it out. It's going to be coming on the board. There it is. So if you're interested, you can learn on this platform with Day Trade the World on P per weight, the exact same system we're doing, with the opportunity to become a funded trader down the line. It is flexible with your schedule. Sign up is, I believe we're starting on the 15th of May, so it is getting in there pretty quick. You can scan that QR code below. It is free. It is free. All it requires is your time. It is about learning and the ability to become a funded trader, kind of like everyone that sits here. When you trade on a prop floor, you put in that time to trade firms' capital. That's an advantage, but it does require your time and effort. And again, it's near and dear to us because Sean and I started out by hiring students, as a matter of fact. So it's a campus program, great learning experience. You do have to be in the GTA. And let's go to Sharif. I'll come back and talk Getty.
Boeing with a bit of a note here, Neil. Bank of England, sells 770 million. I know you can take it off the chart. Yeah, 770 million worth of bonds in the auction and receives 2.27 billion in bids. We follow these auctions, mostly U.S. Treasury, but Bank of England with one.
Okay, here we go. Finally, we'll go awesome. Right now, Google is freaking moon time. Let's hope he keeps on going right now as we're back into the 20s for Google. We did hold out, man. We got some out at 106 there, but we're long. Our average price was 10s, so now we're upside. We're in the money now, 20 cents on this one. So took a little bit out for 10-cent hit. Now let's take some more out for 35-cent winners right now as we'll ring the register right here, as we are now definitely at the highest spot we've been at all day. Amazon be damned. You don't want to go. We switch up our game and go right over there to Google and say thank you, come again, all these AI names. We'll trade the best of the best here and with Google. We'll go long on this name, and we're long right now at 106 flat on Google. I don't know, man. That move kind of came out of nowhere. I was not expecting that. So let's not toot the horn too much here and make sure that we get a little bit out on this name for Amazon. And then there's Google right here. Sorry, I was on Amazon there. I didn't realize that. I was getting some more out on Google, as there it is. Nice upside move. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. We've only traded 3 names, man. AMD, we got out of there pronto, but that's ripping right now upside. Wow, AMD. Wow, AMD. Wow, AMD. Off that 88, man. Great. We started the short. We talked about going long AMD 88, that's for sure. But at the same time, we left it alone, thinking that there was a little bit of weakness in that name. But there is not. So now let's re-look at these levels. That's 87.90, 88. For AMD has a good potential right now. Let's just go Google. Let's make this one work. We've got Amazon. That's been the banger of the day for me so far, obviously. And now we'll look to see if Google can get going as well. So good trading here so far today, as the longs have not been wrong, but you've had to be specific in the names that you're looking at, because XPEV is down, Microsoft is down, for example.
EVs are still weak.
Yeah, Alibaba. Yeah, okay, EVs. So I have to look at Rivian, Alibaba.
Oh, not Rivian.
Not Rivian. Okay, that was the one I was waiting for that 90, Phil.
Rivian.
And then there was one more name that I want to talk about there. I can't remember. Oh, Coinbase down below $60 right now. Coinbase starting to really struggle as Bitcoin. We talked about that being below 30. And yeah, 28 and change I see. I might have to refresh that. But there's Coinbase right now off of that $60 level, straight down, 57 and change. Come on, Google, man, let's go. I want to leave you alone as it's taking out day's high right now. Google, 106.50. I'm going to put something there.
Yeah, so slight correction on Rivian. It's up on the day. I want to say that I'm not going to tell you it's screaming to the upside, but it did break out, tried to get through 1250. Now it's kind of reversing. So I just wanted to be clear, like, it's up on the day. I wasn't trying to get that it was at the highs or anything. Tesla, very similar story. Not exactly the same chart, but similar. Like, it tried to break the bottom, rejected 165. I still have this short. The way this market is going, you know, I'm here to get out in front of that 163. The way that this bounced this morning, I do feel it's a little bit stronger than Friday. So I like that 163 for now. Unders just started to happen on Intel, so it's still weak, still holding beneath that pre-market high and Friday's tops. That feels like it's going to be a good one. Getty, this was one, like, when it came in late, and when these things come in late, I basically was just looking for one-shot trade. Reject that low, get in 7, stop out underneath at 680, and then take the trade to $8. Like, that's the setup. It's very binary for me. Like, I'm not working this trade or anything like that. It's just, if it holds 680, great. If it doesn't, I'm just going to get out. I'm not looking for anything past the $8 either. FRC would be a little bit different. If we actually still start holding this, I would look for places to re-enter on a bounce-off VWAP to continue the trend into 17 even. But Getty's more of a one-and-done style trade there. And C3AI is still not really doing much. I got in once, win, got in second time, loss. Now we're just kind of holding out those lows. I feel like maybe 17 was a thing, but 20 is the level I like. So we didn't get the 20 shot and Bed Bath & Beyond, which I really thought would be trading this one. I sat down thinking this is going to squeeze to the upside, and I'm just going to sit there waiting for a chance, and this would be the big short somewhere above that 30 level. Nothing happening on Bed Bath & Beyond. Sometimes it's how it is, man. Like Bed Bath & Beyond could end up being a no-go for me today, unfortunately. But we got some Tesla in here. We'll try to take that $2 winner if we can get it. As the market's starting to come back in, once again, you get to some highs, and you look at the ES here, it tries to break out, we fail the previous day's high, and that's the spot where things start slowing down. So if you like longs or shorts, I mean, now you get the early moves, or now you kind of wait for it to either break out and hold above, or look for the next dip, because this market does not seem to want to go straight through any resistance every single day.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is a pretty violent market, depending on what you're looking at, of course, here as we go. So just be careful with everything. We're still on this Google. It has come back a little bit for us, as has Amazon. But, hey, man, we identified this a little early and was able to get out of the way. So, so far, so good on that one. For, oh, this is NLST. Oh, yeah, this is a name I want to talk about real quick. Jeff Mendel gave us this. This is Netlist. I haven't really traded it. I just went in and out there once and just got stuck a little bit trading it to the downside. But this is doing decent volume. What is the name? NLST. I just want to talk about it because Jeff gave it to us. He's going to be coming in tomorrow. Netlist Inc. Netlist Inc. with a nice little move up, 31%. So if you're looking at some pink sheets there, this is a good name.
It's a decent-sized company.
It is, yeah.
It's like
so
$1 billion, I think.
I don't really know what the news is there, so that would be something to look at.
I just get trailed?
Netlist. Okay, Google fell all the way back down, as so did the market. So I just noticed that. I got a piece out, but I think we want to average back into this as well. Yeah, we still have our target to get out as well. So, so far, so good on that one. And we're going to put a few more shares back on right here. We'll punch some 05s or 06s there. We grab that. Our stop is still down here, breaking through 80. So I'm comfortable taking a bit more down here on Google.
Oh, excuse me. I just got trailed on Tesla. Once it got beneath 163.5, given the futures were at a decision point, I was just showing you guys that resistance. If we break through, punch through, I think Tesla probably gets back to the high, putting in higher lows. I feel like it's a little bit stronger than it was on Friday when it just completely dumped. And if you think about the pattern on Friday, fail 165, 161 bottom, higher low, and then you got back to the high of the day. If history repeats itself, fail 165, higher low, get back to the high of the day. Not enough to go long, but definitely enough to take the money and run on the short. We'll get the $1.50 instead of $2. As we go to Sharif at the desk, what's happening now?
Yeah.
All right, guys, happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That's fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code below on the bottom right of the screen. Let's see what's happening now, guys. BABA and the other Chinese ADRs continue to sell off amidst global political pressures. We'll look at the chart there in a sec. BBBY, you heard Neil talk about this one. The heavily shorted name finding a bit of a bottom after filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And AI, you saw the guys talk about this as well. The group is lower on the back of a Wolf Research cautionary note on the entire sector. Here is the PDD chart, down and to the right. That 68.80 we started the day off, and we just touched 67 there on the Chinese ADR name. Finding a bit of a bottom, though, on BBBY. Like we just said, we were knocking on the door 25 pennies, not quite there with a 24.45 high. And last but not least, AI down and to the right. Neil, you see a flat bottom breakdown possibly here on AI?
Maybe, but I have to acknowledge this, and thank you for so much there. Tyrion there, Tyrion from Game of Thrones. I love the name, first of all. That's not the reason I'm answering. It's because Tesla, I just got out of Tesla. I was talking about how it was a little bit, it felt like it could do the same move and felt a little bit stronger than Friday. And I got out thinking we'd get back toward those highs, just so we're going to get an order on KO while that happens. But it's not SSR today. because it was short sell restricted on Friday, which a lot of times you can get that decent bounce off the lows and head back to the highs. It's not SSR today. If I had thought about that, maybe I would have given a little bit more room to come back in instead of going VWAP and then lows, but I'm out of it. It is what it is. But yes, it's not short sell restricted. That could mean it has not as much strength. Easier for people to short without the uptick, obviously. That just sort of means you can hit the bid without there being an uptick. So it's easier for short sellers to move a stock to set downside. I just got another leg out of Intel into that 30 level. I do want to have probably about a third of the position still on when it hits that 30. And if it breaks 30, could get pretty ugly on Intel. And then I mentioned just now on Coke, I'm really just only playing the bounces off the 64 levels first at a quarter. I'm trying to get that 64 next. If we get it, fantastic, but that's pretty binary as well. I'm kind of giving it just underneath 2 Friday support levels on Coke, and we're buying the dips into said level. Just one short right now, Intel, because C3AI, I got out. I thought we were hunting for a top break. I don't like the flat bottom break here. It just feels a little too aggressive. I'm kind of hoping it bounces again and gives a short the pop scenario.
All right, so you guys might have noticed this will flush down Amazon because it just kept on going down, down, down. So we keep our profits. I mean, we don't keep them all there, but we told you that we got the majority of these out upside. Then we bounced off the 50 period, or sorry, off VWAP right there. Got some more out. Tried it again at 108, and then got out at 108.95 or whatever that break was right there of 108. Now you're bouncing again, and I'm actually looking at a level here that might be something on Amazon as well, back into that 200 period right there. So like 107.50 or so, we'll try it. We do have a new position though, and it's going to be Meta. I mean, Meta right here, 215. If we can break below that, then we're going to get out. I'm not even going to, we're going to get out at 75% and then watch to see what happens down here at 212. 212's been an area for me on Meta that we've looked at a couple times. So, you know, you can come back in here. It's more like 210 bottom, but right there, 212 off Friday. We sort of didn't break that until we did. Well, we broke it earlier, and then we came back in on the midday, but we held it all afternoon, 212. So we'll come in again today on that one, but again, not to be irresponsible about it. We're long now, 212.93, so we're long, actually just right there. It just went in the money about 15 cents for us as it went up to 213.10. So let's see if that can continue to hold that bottom, 212.50, and we're gone on that. And then very, very close to getting stepped out on Google as well, as this name just falls back down in again. So, hey, we were long until we're wrong on these names, and it looks like that's going to happen very, very soon, as Google looking to come out right now, guys, on a break right here, basically. VWAP is right here at 75, so if we break too much lower on Google, then we're out of this name as well. Again, got out, average back in, so yeah, it looks like this will be a negative trade after all here. Is it going to hold out? Doesn't look like it wants to take down 75, as the market just turned red. So when we're in that, man, it's not a great idea. There it is. It's not a great idea. We'll flush ourselves on the toilet on Google as well, right there, as these longs were not strong enough today. We didn't quite get to 13.2, so I didn't flip over short, but definitely looking like we should have done that.
Yes, and Acon Music, no, it's not. ACON is halted to the upside, but sadly, this stock is not Acon. It just, how is it not? It is, I'm not going to, I'll say it wrong, Aclarion? I don't know, whatever. It's on the NASDAQ, it's halted to the upside. It's my first experience with the stock. I don't know anything about the company. I'll double check it here. What is interesting, and I don't know how many stocks we've seen making the $1 break today, but if you see anything with a consolidation at $1 and it has any kind of a catalyst, it has been pretty much gold. And they did announce, they had a groundbreaking clinical trial. That's just the headline. That's why it's up. It's halted at 166 with an indicated open at 165, so it's indicating a flat open right now. It's halted several times, but the more interesting thing is, look at that top. This 165, where it's at right now, it has been unable to break this since about 7 a.m. So if it does make the break, it's got some room to run two-set upside. Just note that it's been battling between 120 and 165 in here on Acon Music. So all my trades right now kind of settle off pretty easily. We do have that KO in the money. Ooh, Amazon's starting to come back into the downside. And how have I not? Have we mentioned Apple once today?
We have not.
So Apple is really trying to hold on to this 165. It's just going back and forth flat. And if you feel a battle is happening in the market at these highs, you have an inflection point on Apple. You've got an inflection point kind of, I mean, Tesla kind of broke its to the downside. You're already on Meta. Microsoft is trying to hold pre-market lows as well. It's weak on the day, very, very weak Microsoft. But you're at this huge inflection point. By the way, 285 on Microsoft wasn't on my radar when I sat down. 285 is on the radar now for possible shorts. I just have Intel, which I think is cruising down toward that bottom. I wasn't able to get some of the fills on the way it rolled back over. If it pops above VWAP, I'm going to add to my short position there. Getty, pretty binary. FRC, just to highlight that one. Oh, so FRC, I knew I was forgetting something. FRC challenged that support level, reclaimed 15 even, so I went long the consolidation. I prefer long consolidations on small cap runners as opposed to breakouts. And the reason for that is you have a more defined risk to reward. So I don't add anything till it shows me that 15 break. Really, I just got on the offer there. Gimme always gets. I just got some 29. So I'm essentially getting in front of 15 and then getting out at 1-to-1 and then holding for it to go higher. So it's 2 for 2 for now, but it's not going to be a home run unless we get to 16, 17 bucks. I think that's where FRC could go on this 15 break that we've been holding out hope for. Getty not doing anything. Tesla, I got out of the Tesla short thinking okay, whatever. And this is the thing. Like, I thought we were making a move back into the upside. We'd be able to catch some overfills. Now it's heading back underneath. Not as much conviction in the short as sort of holding on to some of the chip names. But you can't argue too much about the win. Sometimes you just want to hold on a little bit more there. And we'll see what happens with that FRC. I'm not going to reload a third time until I see it bounce a third time. So I'm waiting for bounces on FRC and then trying to get in after it makes a bounce. Like, I'm not sitting in front of 15 even. I'm allowing it to get back to 15, show strength, and then go long. If it dips again, I'll look for the exact same setup. Not just sitting on the bid as it comes down. I want to be ready for an actual bounce and then join the bounce.
So it's already 10:10, so we're trying to find some key levels here, trying to figure some stuff out. I said we traded, we were 5 for 5 or 4 for 4 on Friday, just sticking with names that we're pretty comfortable with. So I'm going to try to do the same thing here today, stick with names that we're comfortable with. But at the same time, you know, we've been trading Meta for a while, and we just bought some dips. So let's see, man. We were able to get it out. Our average price here on Meta is 90. We just got an 03 out, which is only 15 cents or whatever. So here we go. Let's go back up to the upside now for Meta. We were just at 07 there, trying to take that, but it bounced off of us. Hopefully Meta can continue to climb off that bottom. But I don't, you know, there's a lot of stock right now for sale in this market. It seems like as we are now below the 50 period, and there's Amazon right now, 107. We drop out that, we're gone. We averaged it back in. We took a little piece out at 23 there, but it looks like they want to sell Amazon. So what was a great report for AMZN now, or not great report, great last week, heading into their report this week, there's Amazon just bouncing off 107, but that's, someone just bought that up. The pressure is there. Doesn't seem like it wants to go. My average price is 20, so actually I'm going to take a piece out if we get to 15 again for 5 cents, because it just looked like they wanted to break 107. There it is. It's going to break it, man. The sellers are much stronger than the buyers at these levels right now, so I'm very, very cautious of this Amazon, and there it is, man. Yeah, so any little bit of a rally back up, there he goes. See, we should have taken that out. Like, we should have taken some of that when it went to 15. Amazon's weak now and fading out. The market's not even going. And look at Amazon. The market's not going, and Amazon's coming back down. So let's be as patient as we possibly can be. It's a good thing we got Meta long, and Sharif will like that. But it's Amazon right now that's coming back in. We'll have to find another area to get long, because I still like the long. Took advantage of it early, but giving some money back here late on that name. What's up, Sharif?
Yeah, Sean, some revised retail sales for March coming out here. Basically, it's a revision up, so it's good if you're bullish. The retail sales revised from 1% down to 0.6% down, Sean, from last month.
That's so weird.
I don't know.
The timing
Amazon's
of that,
getting hit on that. I don't know.
A revision up for retail sales, I would think, would be decent for Amazon.
Let's try Amazon one more time.
A couple of things here. 1550 just held on FRC, so I did get a leg out there. I was going to wait until the north side to maybe take some out at the 60 level. I still have an offer up there in front of 16 even, but I just feel like I want to ring the register on this bad boy while we can. We reloaded for the opportunity for the next little bit of a punch, and it looks like it is trying to punch through, but it's not exactly flying. Amazon's at where I like the dip buy, so this is the zone I was looking for. Yeah, we're just going to be a little bit patient with it. In the afternoon, we had double bottom. It's not really a double bottom because, quite frankly, nothing was moving at the close. But technically speaking, you got yourself a double bottom on Friday on a higher low, 167.75. It's the same pre-market bottom here. I'm going to look for that long. It's testing into it right now, but there's a lot of velocity into this move. I might need to see a little bit more strength before I jump into this instead of just catching said falling knife. I already have Coke, which to me is doing pretty much a similar thing, a strong stock going into the bottom. I sat there waiting for the bid. It hasn't done much. It's given you 25 pennies, hasn't given me a refill, hasn't given me VWAP, but I want to be patient. I know my level. I know where I want to be bidding in front of that 64. Not much to say on that Tesla. And there's one name that I totally forgot about. We were talking some Alibaba. NEO did not get to $8. It actually is bouncing higher than the $8 level. So some strength coming into NEO, not much, it's still trending down. That $8 level still going to be in play. I'm not going to sit on the bid automatically like Friday, but if it gets down there, I am looking to go long off $8.
All right, we'll take another advantage of this Meta spike up here in the market, at least anyways. So we're long Meta now, 40 cents, 50 cents in the money. We just got a fill, which is pretty good, 28s. So we'll try to take a 25 fill one more time right there on that one. But we just got another average in, and we're almost done of Amazon right now. We're not going to turn like what was a monster winner into a completely negative day here on Amazon, but we might if we keep averaging in to this long. But yeah, 106, forget about these little bottoms there. I'm not going to use any of this. This is an 8 o'clock dark pool dump area right there. But we're back long into Amazon. We're long at 85. We could still make a hell of a lot of money on this name. Let's just let this go back to the upside. There it is, 96, 97, 98. I think we just took a 90. Oh, there it is. We just got a 98. So, okay. So nice little rally back. Okay, Amazon, maybe you come to the party now. All right. Well, you were invited and you came in early, but then you left. So hopefully now Amazon comes back and we can party on this name as it continues its march higher, and so does Meta right now. So maybe we just absorbed a little bit of a dump down there on Meta. It's only 15 cents in the money. It is still my number one name on the day. I'm going to put a 98 there. We'll take that fill as well. But yeah, it's a tough road there downside for Amazon. AMD, our 88 long, that got cracked early, and then we were like, okay, maybe it does want to go, but we stayed away from it. I still feel like AMD is going to be a short, and the funny thing is,
no way.
Why weren't we looking at that short again? I mean, maybe that wick blows us out, but this 88.50 has been a decent top there for AMD. So we're long everything, and there it comes right back down Amazon. So it's a good thing we did empty some out there. We got some 107.11s and all that stuff. So hopefully this will hold, but it doesn't look like it, man. I may just get more out right now on Amazon. Back into the 90s, okay, we'll take a piece out right there. And let's take one more piece out on Meta as well at 10s if we can. If we can on Meta, give us that 30 cents right here and see. We'll hold half of it, but right now we're still in 60%. But wow, what a little bit of a funny day here. The market's not moving, but some of these names are bouncing around a little strangely there. Apple holding fort.
Yeah, Apple holding forward. We're at that, like I said, we're at that inflection zone. I just got an Amazon the first time for myself, so I'm at pretty much that 7, looking for it to hold the afternoon low. If it breaks this, 105 could come in pretty quickly. So I'm in, I'm out. I'm going to go off that first level. I'll slap the L on it, but waited for it to get to the price I wanted. You're going to churn through it, I think, right now, and get down to that 105. I do still have, I like my short. I'm going to hold on to that Intel, but shout out to Picky Eater. I'm not a very picky eater. However, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. If you're a picky eater in the markets, I think that's definitely a good thing. I assume you mean XOM and not XPM, because I'm not familiar with anything that. If XPM's a stock and this is what you're talking about, then that's on me. I apologize. But XOM, I got to assume you mean the 117 break. We got a super chat about this, and I was just going over. I know this is a big monster level for XOM. Well, it's through it now. We're through now. I liked a lot of other names here. I have FRC on a break just because I thought there was more upside there. But a nice 117 quarter breakout on XOM. If it gets to 120 today, it wouldn't be surprising. Just keep your eye on those spot oil prices. Could be a decent one. Yeah, Amazon might have just tried to wick the bottom. If I get wicked out and it reestablishes, typically my response is to try to jump back in and give it another go. So that's generally speaking how I like to do it. I just saw it wick me out. I'm going to try and get some. I wanted them beneath 117, 107 I should say. 117 would be XOM. But if I have to take a little bit over and then try to get some other fills underneath that 107, I'll go for it again. Just anytime I'm trading a price level and it wicks me out, I'm usually looking to jump right back in, because what it's done is it's ran the stops, relieved some pressure, and you want that second move. If you like that price area, if it's just a random price area, but if it's a big one, then yes.
Yeah, we got back into Amazon there, but yeah, we did pretty much make the bottom. Well, not make the absolute bottom there on Amazon, but we did make enough of one right there. We got out at 75. It does go down as low as 63 there, but we got back in. We only got back in at 98, so we don't have the best price by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm waiting now at 24.25. See if we can't make back 25 cents real quick here, but that might be too generous. Let me go to 18s there. See if we can just make a little bit, as Amazon just made a nice little move back up. So we'll have to watch out for that. Meta is holding for it as well, as we got more Meta down there at 212.90. So let's take another piece. Should we take a piece out? Yeah, let's take a piece out right now. 16s, we'll get out. There it is. We'll go bang on that one. So Meta's been good, man. We've been buying these dips and getting out as it's been back up. But again, the market is doing its market things and doesn't really want to go right now. So, can't control the market. We'll try to with our superpowers, but I don't know if that's going to work. Tesla right now. These
Just
bottom
give it the
wicks.
Jedi mind trick, man.
I'm trying to like figure out. I'm trying to solve this rhyme that is Tesla right now.
I have to say this because there's a trader that I know, and I'm not making this up, but he would tap his screen if he wanted to go up or down based on where the level 2 was. So he'd do this. So there's the level 2. Go to my screen for a second. Buyers on this side here, and then the sellers there. So if he wanted it to go down, he would start tapping the bid physically on the screen. He'd be like, go down, go down, go down. And whatever works for you to not overtrade, because instead of putting a trade on, you want to add to it to try to force it, but he would just sort of talk. He's monitoring the position. It would maybe save him from doing something like getting more shares, which you don't have to do. But yeah, whatever works for you, floats your boat, scratches the itch. I'm all for it, just as long as you stick to your plan. Sometimes people like to do a crossword so they don't look at their screens. Whatever works. Acon to the upside. Convict music. It has nothing to do with Acon, but I have that song in my head now. The stock is grinding higher. It opened. Stop singing it, Sharif. Now you're both singing it. This is okay. So Amazon's making a bit of a move to the upside. This is now halted up at 220. So that big break at 165 has already happened. As this one is, okay, I can't get through it. It's going to open at 220. At least the indicated open is 220. It halted at 213. Now I can't even get through this sentence. So Acon's still going to the upside. I'm not in it. I'm in Amazon in that bump. If we get to 108, I'll be happy to run this long to the upside. FRC is also making a move. Sean, you got to start talking because I can't even contain myself. Both of you two started singing that song at exactly the same time, and I can't contain myself.
All right, small cap recap. He's gonna have to deal with it himself in a soon. We did take some Amazon. We did get that 24 right now, and Meta also trying to blast upside as well. So okay, a little bit of an interesting. I see what you're saying, Dan Emmons, there, as Microsoft has recovered a lot of that downside move from the morning. I didn't realize there was a downgrade on that, so that's what that's all about. So right there, 283.30 coming through for Microsoft. Watch out for that level. If you break below it, then maybe the strength is not with you, Microsoft. But everything else is going pretty good, man. Meta, nicely done, 35 cents in the money. I think we'll take a little bit of that. Oh, I just tried to punch out and made it go downside right there, but we're at 16s. See if we can grab that. But it's Sharif now over at the big desk. Kill him with kindness, my friend.
Time for small cap recap. You heard the guys talk about this one. Yup, Acon, A-C-O-N, not A-K-O-N. In the building, this one, multiple halts to the upside, mostly to the upside. Another one, we just opened from another one, 231 high, 113 low. Oh, baby. INAB, this one got going early as well. Since then, it's been giving up the gains with a 289 high and a 213 low, currently at 213. We'll look for a possible hold here of 160. That seems to be the pre-market resistance level. Getty, this one was moving earlier. It had a big move up on the buyout rumor, $10. It's rumored to be, moves up right into 10. Since then, though, stair-stepping down to the right, guys.
Okay, I'm good now. So what I was trying to get to there for a quick second was FRC did make the next push to the upside. So look, it's pretty defined trade off that 15 even. Allow it to get to a decision point, makes the decision point. You can cover some. Once it breaks out, look for the next decision point. That ends up being in front of that 16 even. 1575 is where it slowed down, so I just got that one out. I think this one, it's kind of like a little bit of a home run, but it doesn't seem to have the immediate juice to get to 17. This is going to be hard to see, but this little wick way down here, this entire consolidation that's been sitting in since like the 28th, that is $17, and it's been waiting to break this 15 for a while. So I want to give it a chance to get there. I'm not sure it does, but I'm now out. If we get a reload, it's got to be somewhere in and around off that 15 for some risk. I was giving that to the 70s. I don't know if I still like giving it to the 70s. I feel like if it breaks 15 even, it's going to be gonzo. Amazon, check that. We'll go to Amazon here. It did make a little bit of a press. So I got wicked out the first time long this zone, and then re-entered the trade, made a press into the quarters, doesn't seem like it wants to continue. This is a pretty weak bounce on Amazon so far. Like if it's gonna hold here, you would think there's a chance to get closer into VWAP, but that has not happened yet. Intel's in a reload zone. It's above VWAP now, so I was shorting only above, kind of 13 quarters into 1340s, never got anything on the way down. On the way back up, I'll be very patient. Allow it to get to the top, then get into the shorts. If it does fill me up there, I might have to take some above VWAP, just given the strength in the overall market, which it's not that we're breaking out. However, we failed that Friday high on the NASDAQ, and we're not exactly screaming toward the bottom. ES kind of the same thing, although it's a little bit stronger in the ES. That's why more patience, not more patience at the top to get short on Intel, but a little more aggression getting out, because this is a pretty strong trend. The ES is now green. The NASDAQ is not exactly flushing into lows. That's probably reflected in the fact that I started out with more shorts and longs, and now, Getty doesn't really count, now more longs and shorts. We'll see what happens. Amazon's trying to hold out. I know Tesla was one that I was looking at for that short trade. I got out too early. If it gets to 160, that's probably the only spot I'm looking for the longs on Tesla. So I was kind of one and done on the Tesla short. Never got a chance to get back in that 165.
Yeah, I'm really thinking who knows where we're going to go? We talk about that all the time here.
The moon?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Are we going to the moon, or what are we doing right now? Meta doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. So, we've gotten it out pretty much. I guess we could put something at 35 or 40 to make sure that we grab 50 cents on this move, but we've already pulled back. We're getting out of this move as it happens. Would like to see it take this, so that's why we're not there. For me on Meta, my target, some of you asking, honestly, into the 60s and 70s, I think that's reasonable. So I'm going to put an offer right there right now, 213.60, see if we can get that fill. Into that, and then 80s the next step after that. But, the market needs to go. We don't have any economic numbers coming through. It's 10:25 right now with Google coming on deck right here today. Look, we made the bottom there. That sucks. Google all the way back up right now, trying to get going, so is Amazon. So some of the plays that we have been pretty good there today, but we gave Google up a little bit too early when we broke through VWAP there. So yeah, would have loved to still be in this name off that 106. So I think we can, just respect that one more time, man. If we can get something down near there, near that 106 one more time for Google, I think that's worth another shot for sure. So Amazon, yeah, so we already have Amazon, but we're only 30 cents in the money on this. Hopefully it can break up again, which looks like it's going there. Did you get that reload? I got
the reload, but I'm going to take some out in front of 107.50 just because it's not as strong as I would have liked it. So it gets sorry, I was just about to talk a little bit about Getty there. Anyways, I'm not getting into Getty, but I'm just setting up the next trade on that one. But Amazon, I was just saying I was going to take some out because it didn't seem like it was a strong enough bounce. I just got some out at 107.5 there. But that was the first one was a loser for me, so now we're just kind of making that back. Sharif?
Yeah, it's just seeing here, Biden will veto congressional efforts to overturn a 2-year suspension of tariffs on solar panels from Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Biden does not intend to extend the tariffs after the 2-year period. Looking at FSLR, this one was down aggressively early in the morning on the back of that downgrade. But there you go, around 9:40, I think around when this news hit, big pump back up into 208.
Okay, so good little macro news there, hitting many different stocks for solar. Sun, you could look at TAN, some of those other ETFs that are going. Coinbase down 6%. And still
why are we not
going.
just auto short Coinbase every day?
Yeah, what is going on with Bitcoin right here? Let me call this chart up just to have a quick look to see what's going on with BTC.
Coins just Coin
Yeah,
just
no
has coin
news.
problems, man.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not.
they've had those problems for
Yeah.
a bit, I feel like. 27.6 right now on Bitcoin right here. So this is a minute chart. So yeah, nice little move up. So yeah, nothing really to worry about with Bitcoin. Well, you keep up whatever. If you want to worry about it, worry about it. If not, that's up to you. But
It's
what
don't you know Bitcoin's going to $1 million?
yeah, at least $1.5 million, I heard.
Was it called
Yeah,
$1 million
like-
or
like-
$1.5 million?
like- Wow. I mean, the call's $1 million, but once you
Okay.
get there.
Oh yeah, once you're at $1 million, I mean, you don't stop
Come on,
nothing.
man.
You don't stop at $1 million.
I'm moving
once you
into
get
the Hamptons with Chamath. He promised to buy a bunch of people houses and stuff like that if that did happen. So, but
Yeah,
there
I
it
don't
is,
think-
a
I
nice
don't
little
think
move to the
he'd actually
downside,
do
55.50. Yeah, Coinbase. I mean, where do we stop? I don't know.
51.
Yeah, I mean, I always look at 50.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to short Coinbase right now. It's already down that 7% on 6%. Really on no news, but that 50. Definitely looks like a level. Like, come on, Meta. Meta went to 40 again and stopped. You know what? I mean, there's really isn't that much difference between 40 and 60. To be honest with you, when you're scalping like on the day, and we have many opportunities to get in and out of this trade. So if we can get back up to 40, we'll take another piece on Meta. I hate to have to do that, of course, but if we have to, we have to. So there's Meta on the upside. I thought we had a chance to break. That FRC is...
It's funny. One
good
thing,
move,
I
yeah.
was about to talk about getting, we got sidetracked there, but I don't think it was anything crazy. I was just saying I wasn't going to add. I didn't move my stop. We gave it back. Flat bottom just kind of broke here, so I'm now out of it. I wanted one bounce, VWAP, $8, hold that higher low, and it didn't hold the higher low, so I'm now out of that one. And that sort of thing. Like, this was never a more complex trade than that. I wasn't really looking to reload it. I was just like, oh, bounce off this level, and we'll just go to $8. And if it doesn't go to $8, I don't want to necessarily fight it. So that's out. However, FRC is trying to battle. Whoops, there we go. FRC, which is on the New York Stock Exchange, just battled that 16 area. This is kind of it. Like, if we carry through here, I did want to try to buy another dip on FRC. It's now gonzo, but this one is to the moon. So the squeeze that I thought was would happen on, I don't know, like Bed Bath or AI, it looks like FRC, not that it's necessarily a short squeeze. It's happening on FRC. That's 17 levels out there. I do think there's a chance that we can get there, but I'm not actively looking to add at $16. With 17 overhead and a 15 long, I don't want to be adding to this at $16. I'll just hold out for the 17 move. This is what Bed Bath & Beyond is doing. Last I checked, that is the definition of nothing. So this one ain't on the radar anymore. Coke, similar story. It's not doing a heck of a lot off the lows. I've been trying to reload at 64. Looks like where we have it, 64 quarter has been the level. But I'm waiting patiently to actually get to 64. So ring the register on your FRC if you got it. Amazon. It's holding 107, but it's not exactly screaming back into the upside. If we get above 107.50, I will take another leg out before it gets to VWAP.
All right, so unfortunately there, on Meta, I meant to put 214, put 213, so we get our 214, our 213.40 fill, which is
awesome.
It's just that awesome. And then, but we just bounced off 213.60 right now. So yeah, so I got out twice there. Didn't mean to, but we did get it out. So that's all good. And then we do have a new position alert. We're still 30 cents in the money on Amazon. But Apple remains super, super strong, man. Above this 165, it continues to work. VWAP is down here. Everything's here. Like this long against that level. If Apple breaks it, then what are we supposed to do? The market's not really giving us, and we a lot of us have said this a lot. That is that sitting on your hands. Sometimes if the trades aren't there, like when the market is doing this, you don't need to be jumping in. Like if this market was down 3% or down 2% or down 1%, or hell, I'll take down 0.5% or up, then maybe some of these stocks would be a little more excited. But for me to sit here and be like, Amazon's going to rip, or this, like, I don't, there isn't the fuel under the fire right now. And we do have a big earnings week ahead of us. So potentially a lot of settling down right now. Not worth it if you don't see anything. It's not worth putting capital to work here. You have a lot of opportunities over the next couple days. Go hug your wife, your kids, your husband, whatever you want. Take a little bit of a breather. But hey, we're here to trade. So if there's any opportunities, we'll be back with them at ASAP.
You know, when you...
Thank you for watching the show, and make sure you hit the stream and the like. I mean, I only have 3 positions. Amazon, Apple, Meta. You're in the same boat there.
Yeah.
So.
But the funny thing about it is, like, that Coke trade is not really one that I am managing much because it's just long in front of 64. With a stop, it's pretty binary. I'm just holding on to the last of my FRC, so it's not really active. But when you say things like, you go hug your kids, hug your wife, like, you make it seem like the market's down 2%. Like,
No, I'm not saying that because you're panicking. I'm saying that to go do something.
No, I know. I know what you. I know you meant that. My first thought is, well, that's what you say before the apocalypse, right?
Oh, no. What I say before the apocalypse is get me my damn handgun and get ready to locked and loaded for that one. Is that what they're using? What are they using all those? You need a sword to chop off heads.
Okay,
and stuff.
so in
Isn't
a
that what
zombie
you need?
apocalypse,
yeah, you tell me what.
Generally
I need
speaking, like usually like the shotgun is a good option.
Okay,
It's got the
that.
power. You definitely want something to decapitate. So
Got
a sword
that.
is good, but you know what I love in the Walking Dead. It's the it's the machete, man.
Right.
It's just,
yeah, I'm all about that. I got the katana at home. I mean, I'm ready to go. So, but right now, no. What I of course meant was possibly find something better to do. If the market was down 2%, I would say don't hug your wife, hug the market, and don't let go.
Tesla's down 2%.
To some of those shorts.
Tesla's
okay,
down.
so yeah, so there you go. So Tesla. Let's refocus on a couple more names. But it's Sharif at the desk with crypto.
Yeah, guys, believe it or not, we're down almost 6% on coin, and I can't find a catalyst. I looked everywhere. Coin is down 5.84%. Started off the day at 59.09. We're at 55.55 right there, guys. Bitcoin faring a bit better, up 0.4%, a bit of a double top brewing here. But yeah, this one gave up a lot of the gains it made over the past couple of weeks, over the weekend. Still holding above 27,000 though, and here is the look at what is moving on crypto. I don't know what this IDEX is, but it's up 26 percentage points. But when we look at the big names, yeah, this is a Bitcoin up. Oh, actually, it's saying Bitcoin is down. Am I losing it? No, Bitcoin is up 0.45%. I don't know when this is calculating from, but Ethereum down 0.43. And I was reading an interesting article about the divergence between Bitcoin's pricing and Ethereum's pricing. More to come on that, guys.
So, I mean, Tesla's already at 160, but a couple of things happening here. You're getting a bit of a turn. So I'm watching FRC here. Like, it kind of broke that 16, got to 1630, and it's trying to hold up. So this is obviously a bit of a decision point. If it doesn't hold this range here, I'll probably just trail it out. But Tesla is, oh, we're that big. So now there's a 500,000 buyer at 1660. 1616 on FRC, not 1660. So there's this dude. Where are you? Where are you? There he is. 500,000 shares on EdgeX. Been seeing a lot of people recently were throwing massive bids around on EdgeX on some of the big cap, small cap, but there's another one. I'm not trading off of it because I'm already long and I was going to trail this anyways underneath like 1590. We'll see what happens. But Amazon retesting that low. I don't even know if I like the reload all that much on Amazon.
I get it, but I'm
going to take it. Maybe I'll just take it one time. It wants this level, but it doesn't want to bounce the VWAP off this level. So maybe I'll just add one time. But Tesla 160 in play right now as well as I'm reloading on Amazon, which means I'm not taking the Tesla 160 long, obviously.
No. Yeah, just I don't know. So we got some out on Meta there. Yeah, this market is pulling back down a little bit. We do have our Apple trade on board right here. Long. I have to just mind what I'm doing right now. I didn't realize I had 2 positions, 2 bids to be filled down there at 165. My bad on that. So we did take another piece out here at 03 and 04 because quite frankly I've doubled the position on that I do not want. Amazon. Let me go over to Amazon right now because we don't have a big position here because as Neil just mentioned as well, we are starting to fall back on Amazon and it's going to take this 106.50. And when that happens, I'm just making sure I don't have any stop orders out here or I have the right stop orders out. I'm not going to be long this name for very long here as yeah, it's getting pretty ugly to the downside right now.
You
for
couldn't
Amazon.
even get Tesla break.
That was the other name that we were going to regroup on was Tesla because you mentioned that was straight down. Do you want to go to Neil's screen? It is an absolute nightmare to the downside right there.
Guys, come to my screen. Tesla just went that 160 break, and the first price I saw was in the 60s. So I mean, If you got that break, congratulations to you. If we get back into that 160, it's a break of last week's bottom. Right, so you're already through 160. I tried taking that breakdown, didn't get it. Amazon's pennies from stopping out there. Yeah. All I have is Intel short. Coke is probably, we'll see if Coke holds up there. FRC might not care what the market is doing, but quite frankly, that Tesla 160. If I get it on the way back, we got to be careful because it made a dollar move, and necessarily chasing at the bottom is not always the best way to do it, but it goes $1 almost instantly there. So I'm now out of Amazon. We'll slap the flail on the reload. Obviously, my Intel is going to be back underneath. I was waiting for 30-30s on that curl, so I wasn't necessarily aggressive enough. I'm not covering anything else till it gets to the low of the day. There's no point doing that. Just to give you an idea, like this is kind of monitoring itself. I'm bidding in front of 30. I'm holding through a 30 break. I'm shorting Amazon, above VWAP. Honestly. That's all I'm going to do. So weakness over in Amazon. Tesla and Coinbase are just, I mean, it's flush city on both of these. It's getting pretty darn ugly. And the ES is holding up. Energy's strong. That's one of the reasons. I'm going to assume probably like healthcare is doing okay, but it is ugly. 7% now on Coinbase. Tesla going to cross that 3% mark. Not a good look at all. I got one short. One.
Yeah, I don't have any shorts. We just got taken out of everything, man. We tried Amazon one more time at 106.50. We talked about that. That's coming out. It's a good thing we got out of our meta. Like, remember we were like, oh man, we made double mistake there. But the market did come down, and so we get punished on the downside here, but thank God we just put the reload on one more time, and we're going to get out of this one as well, as Meta looks like it wants to continue to break down through 212.50. So right now, because this market's breaking, I mean, you're going to have to, we said that we could possibly test this 13,000. It's about time we wait for it at some point now, because like I just said, man, hide your kids, hide your wife, or at least give them a hug, because, you know, if this market doesn't have much going on, you didn't want to be sitting in your longs and hoping that something would happen, because what happened was downside move right now. And if you're in the short, that's great. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm not in any shorts, and we played the long early, made money long early, gave it back, not holding the long, but getting back into more longs. Like Apple was fine. We made some money, and then it took the 50 period, or sorry, the 200 period, and now look, straight to the downside. So getting out has saved us money by not holding, but doesn't mean that what we're doing is, you know, catching these bottoms. That's not been the right form for success here today. With that being said, Meta's at 212 again. This level's been holding. This is like sort of that 13,000. I mean, maybe down here 1211 to 211.50 could be an area of support as well for Meta. But if you sort of zoom back and you look, I mean, this wick is going to be a problem probably, but there's a lot more downside room here for all of these names. So heading into what is a big week of earnings, looks like the market's already talking about some downside movement here. So we got out of Apple. We're still holding a piece, not a big piece. So if you see me in it, and again, it's just trying to see what's happening at 164 right now for Apple, but it's a downside move. We've respected that 164 before. Let's see if it can hold one more time.
So on the way back is that FRC. Now keep in mind, I have scalped some of this out already, but it's now beneath that 16. Even if it doesn't hold, we could see VWAP again. If it gets back into 16 and rejects a lower high, I'll probably just take it all out there. But you know, everything is getting dragged into this move to the downside. I mean, not everything, just about everything is getting dragged into this move. I was talking about energy being strong. XOM is holding the top end of the range, but even it is threatening a bit of a breakdown here. So that was strong. Now it's looking like a bit of a rejection on this. Coke, oddly enough, it's holding the bottom. I don't know how many times. I keep waiting for 64 and saying it's binary, and it keeps bouncing off my original entry price. So I'm just going to go for the long. I'm going to add off 20 because that's the price that it seems like it makes sense to add off of. So a little bit of strength in Coke. If I can get some at the quarters, I'm on 26 right now. If I can get some of the quarters, which I originally entered, I'm going to add to it. Probably still want to hold it to 64, but I'm not going to wait around for a dip buy in that stock that isn't happening. It's holding 64.15. That looks like it's the level on Coke. I've been sitting in it since it dipped in the morning, and I'm just going to hold on to it as long as it's above 64 even. Bed Bath & Beyond finally moving. I'm your Huckleberry, Ian. Ian in the chat just mentioning, okay, well, not really, but it's tried to go multiple times through 24 and hasn't happened. Once it breaks the top, I'm not looking to go anywhere short until it gets a little above 25 and into that 30 level to make that short. So I've been patiently waiting for this one to give me an entry. Hasn't happened just yet. I got my reload in Coke. Hopefully Bed Bath & Beyond takes out the high because that's what I've been waiting for. And then we go to the desk with Sharif and Sector Watch.
A marked difference here between the ES and the NQ. Let's look at the charts. The ES on the left, the NQ on the right. Look how much farther we are from the bottoms on the ES as opposed to the NQ. Look at this. We're almost near bottoms. 13.014 the bottom on the NQ. We're at 13.030 now. So we're right there, whereas we're quite a bit away from that bottom on the ES, but nonetheless, both trending to the downside. Let's look at what's moving. You have FRC here lifting financials and regionals in specific up 10.33% off. Yeah, we're going to get earnings for that bad boy. You have information technology being brought down by FSLR. That was a double downgrade this morning, but energy being lifted here by higher energy prices, and that's single-handedly lifting the S&P above the NQ for the moment, guys. But yeah, mostly red.
Yeah, mostly red, to say the least. Right now, as Meta came out at 212 there, we broke lower. We held a small piece. We got in at 212.20. They're out. Banged that. Wow, Meta, like everything is absolutely getting shit canned right now, and just kicked down the street without, like, you know, any worries to what's going to happen next. And that's 13,000, right? And here comes the NASDAQ
With no
right
regard
now.
for bids.
No regard for bids. Yeah, that's a good one right there, coming through. As you can
Shit canned is better.
Yeah, I like the shit can terminology there as we're kicking the can down the road here at the third. Well, come on, chart. I don't know, man. I can't. It's like my too jittery. Get that corner right there. Okay, so there it is right here. 13, 12, 12, 9, 80. I mean, this is that move that we talked about. We failed at 13.2. I thought there was a chance to get there, which is why we had the longs. The minute we wicked that top, hard to see it as it's happening, but there it is right there. And here's the push back down. So we're going to have to wait to see on 13,000. It looks like we will test that. But last time we broke it, we only went down to 83s. Okay, so, you know, again, want to hold the short maybe through that, but if you are short through that 13 on the NASDAQ, make sure you respect at least 20 handles down, which is where we had stopped in the past right there for that. So we'll have to watch out for that. We did get a super chat. What's up to Lone right now? So it says, can I get a few bangs? So you can do that, as unfortunately we don't have our volume working anymore. For me and the man Chill Vibes right now. So what's up to Chill Vibes and Lone right there, man? I hope you guys are selling. You know, sell in May and stay away. It's not even May yet, so we'll have to wait to see if that can hold true. But for right now, man, Google's downside pressure. We're long Google right now at 30s. Will it hold 105? It may. Apple, we are long right now at 80s. Will it hold 164? We're waiting to get longer right about now for Apple. So everything's pulling back, man. It looks like what was a great day has turned out to be a disastrous one for the longs, man. It started off good. We're not even down that much. I mean, the market could still breathe a little bit here. So let's, as I said, give it a chance to breathe here in this market. Google and Apple, the only two longs right now. Let's watch out for that 13 break. Yeah, exactly. But the market, like you said, down 0.5%. I mean, 0.2 on the ES, 0.5% on the NASDAQ, but there's some hits out there to have. It's NFL draft week, man. Yes. I can start hitting these ones again. We just got a little more aggressive on Coke. I felt like maybe that 64 wasn't going to come in, so we just took that one off the quarters. It just crept back toward that 64.5. I got some out there when it got to the 40s. Now I want to get some out in front of 50 and VWAP. That's basically been the same level all morning long, but I was not reloading it until just now. Quick little win there, but it is lunchtime, or close to lunchtime. It's that time you want to start taking profit, anticipate a little more range bound. If it's held a low, it's good. I wish I could say I was in some Coinbase. That one is at the low. I mean, I'm telling you, it just broke 55 even. And at some point, this is probably going to make a significant retracement back to the upside. And I'll look for a short when it does, patiently, however. 55 reclaimed could be it. As we go to the desk, it is a busy week for earnings. What's on tap after market tonight, Sharif?
Is it ever, Neil? Not so much after the close today, but starting from tomorrow morning, we are going to be super, super busy. This one stood out to me, though. Alexandria, that's the city I'm born. I love this. And they got the Lighthouse of Alexandria, too, as their logo. So that was standing out to me. Beautiful Mediterranean city, but not much today, guys. We have FSR after the bell with First Republic Bank. Not so much in anything we really trade here. Whirlpool, another common name, but look at this tomorrow. Pepsi, McDonald's, Verizon, GM, everything. I'll just let you guys look at that.
Can they not just save, like, put some of those aftermarket, man? What, like, that's a lot to digest early on. Like, we know we're gonna get consumers. You know, McDonald's is an absolute beast, but really, GE and GM. Don't sleep on GE because that's been an absolute beast recently. Spotify is going to come out, Enphase. There's going to be some movers tomorrow morning, to be sure. Just make sure you lower your list. And I'm not sleeping on Cleveland Cliffs. That's probably got some opportunity. Last I checked, it had a decent enough short interest. So, but it's getting, Cleveland Cliffs is getting destroyed. Well, I shouldn't say getting destroyed.
Why not?
No. I mean, okay. Let me pull up. Come on, daily chart. Oh, my daily chart's not working on Cleveland Cliffs. I was going to make an overstatement just to prove a little bit of a point. But Cleveland Cliffs, not a bad one to look at. But my daily doesn't want to load, so I can't really talk about that one. I just had it up, and then all of a sudden I flip back. So there you go. Now it wants to load. It's not really getting destroyed. That's an overstatement. But it just recently had a flat bottom break, and it has been getting shellacked recently. Today, not so much, but overall, it's been a pretty big downward trend on Cleveland Cliffs, and it broke trend, to be sure. Maybe it catches a little bit of a bid here. I think this is one that's going to be on my radar. It's the only thing to watch after market. So quite frankly, this is the one I'll be reading up on the train home because everything else reports in the morning.
Yeah, except for First Republic. I think First Republic is.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you see, you didn't even mention
Oh,
it. That's going to be.
No, we already talked about First Republic. That's my bad.
To me, that's going to be the biggest name, and
that's
we'll
my
check
bad.
out
We already
that.
talked about that.
So we have a major announcement to be made.
Oh, that's right. We didn't say
Oh
anything.
my God.
Oh my God. Yeah, so we're changing the format of stuff around here. So Neil will be joining Sharif right after the show. So Neil's going to be doing about an hour or so with Sharif. So you're not going to lose Neil. He's going to be coming for an hour from, when does the show end again? 11?
11 to
noon. 11 till noon. And then we have the man, the myth, the legend himself, Fahad, will come on from 12 to 12:30 and take that little section over. And it's going to be teach Fahad how to trade.
Yes.
So we're done with this sort of, I'm buying 10,000 shares of Apple.
Or Fahad
hoping that it works out.
teach us.
None of that. Fahad's going to get taught how to trade. We're going to talk, Sharif's going to talk all about gateways and all that kind of stuff. So if you're a little bit of a new beginning trader or something like that, and you want to hear more what we have to say to a new trader, stay tuned for that. That's going from 12 to 12:30. And hey, if it's good, we'll extend it a little bit longer. Today it's going to be a half hour. Maybe even more today. We'll see what happens.
We'll play it by, there's no hard rules there. We can play it by ear with that one.
Yeah, exactly. Fahad going to make bank. That's the whole idea. Is we're gonna show you, man. We had Valeria do that on Tesla. She only looked at Tesla. Yeah. That was a little gimmicky. What we're gonna do straight up with Fahad is get that guy trading and see if he can make a little bit of money and set up his layout properly and so on and so forth. Then I'll be back from 1 to 2 and with Sharif and give Neil a chance to relax. And then unfortunately, I'll be back again in the afternoon show. So the after show will remain the same. But what's going to happen is Sharif's going to start the midday show. Neil's going to join him. So 11 to 12 Neil, 12 till 12:30, hopefully a bit longer with Fahad. And then I'll be back to end that show off a little bit, and we'll talk about some of the positions that we're having on during the midday show, and we're going to get some topics going and so on and so forth. So there it is. I really do like the hour of options. I mean, that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to figure it out. Once we get crypto on the platform and things like that, we will begin to.
This is the thing. We want you guys to understand something. Like the only reason we don't have like an options hour is because there's a standard that we believe in. And Sean and I have been trading equities for a very long time. So that's our expertise. That's what we're going to talk about here. But if we get somebody on that we feel confident can give you like our standard that we'd like to hold ourselves to for options, then 100% we'll do it. And it's the same thing if we get crypto on the platform and start trading. It's just, we don't want to come out there and give you guys a weak product. It's just not what it's about. We want people to actually get something from this, hopefully learn something, get entertained, and enjoy it. So yeah, we'd love to do it for you. Shop, so someone just said look at Shop. So I know Coin is getting its butt kicked. Shopify is not having a good day either. It didn't get to $50, but this is another time that it's kind of getting up there, trying to test 50 on an upward trend, and another little tiny rejection up at that price. Not quite getting to 50, but getting to like 49.5, and then makes a U-turn. Last time we saw 48s. Last time we saw 48, it's actually under 48 on that move. Same thing happening again here today. That means two things. A, if it does actually make that 50 break, I'm going to like it. But B, this is next time it gets above that 49.5, should be thinking about shorts on it. Underneath 47.80, it's a bit of a flat bottom break. Maybe it's more like a 47.5. But thank you for pointing that one out. That's what we're all about. I only have the 3 positions on. We haven't really added. The last one was adding the Coke. On that long, it just got another leg in front of 64.50, so that's been a pretty good level. It's not exactly powering itself back up to 65. Oh yeah, that's right, those have no sound. But
They
it
do,
is.
they do, though.
Oh, they do? Okay, you guys hear
They're
it?
hearing them, yeah.
Congratulations, that's great. I'm glad, because every time we've not been
Yes,
able to hear it,
yes,
means
yes,
you
yes,
guys
yes,
can't
yes.
hear them. That's half the fun, is to hear the old.
We are rearranging, just so people know, we're changing the studio again, adding a few new things, and the speakers are temporarily the,
okay, that's what it is.
the sacrifice for us.
That's okay. As long as you guys hear it, that's fine. Intel, I just got another bid in front of the low of the day, which is 30, just to keep everything in perspective. Essentially shorting Friday's range into 30, hold some if it breaks 30. Right now, the shorts feel pretty decent, but we're bouncing off 13. That's why you get some out there. If it gets back to the top, we're good to go. And then FRC, kind of just letting this one try to churn. If it gets back up and fails 16, I'll just get out. That's a big time failure at that price, but it didn't exactly trail me out. So pretty good chance to get some out at the high of the day if it can return. Running out of steam, to be sure, on FRC. One last test of 16, and I'll take that one out. That was kind of like the home run this morning. However, there was not on C3AI. I was in twice the second time we took the hit and never got back in. I'm still waiting for 20s. I think if we wait for 20s, we'll never get this position because it is now through that low. SSR and down 10% on C3AI. Didn't really get back into the short on this one. Kind of a missed opportunity.
All right. Yeah, thanks for all the comments there in the chat. We're noting everything. I thought,
Tesla.
it was last week that we had the, I didn't have any, of course, of that Jamaican beef patties. And then today it's Caribbean jerk chicken with sweet potato and corn succotash. We've had that before. I thought that's been pretty good. So we'll see what the jerk chicken has for today. It's not super spicy or anything like that. So,
They don't do it very spicy.
I mean, obviously.
Not even close.
No, it's not the jerkiest of chicken. Okay, so Apple off that 164. That was a long that we did have as well. People want to talk about Roblox. Yeah, I don't know what, man. I mean, coin is falling from Olympus. Yeah, that is true right now, as that just keeps on going down. Remember they got that Wells notice and things like that about a couple months ago. Coinbase just continues, man, and I don't. We've broke this down a little bit for you guys, but not that much because there's really not too much news here. I've been definitely a negative fan of Coinbase. Every time it pops up, I just want to short that thing. And we had some good shorts on this. We had a 66 short from right there. That was huge one afternoon, man, and we actually really banked on that. We can't hold anything overnight, but there goes Coinbase right back down to $54. And if you're going to look at it on a daily, there's really no reason for this thing to stop. We have some bottom wicks there at 50, so I feel like if you're going to do anything, you want to wait for that 50 level just to see. And then after that, man, if you break below like some of these levels that go all the way back to July, is $45. So once you break through 50, you look at that, and then maybe you pick something up down here because these moves up pretty impressive for Coinbase. There's absolutely no doubt about that. To say that this stock is completely dead, I think is wrong, but. This move already happened. Like we already went from 75 right down to 30, basically with one little jump off, but then other than that, straight downside there for Coinbase as it continues to bleed lower here today. And yeah, wow, big movement downside there in Coinbase.
It is the dog.
The two positions that we have left as we get ready for the midday show with FYI, Sharif, you might want to sit down there. I don't know where this guy is. But right now, we have a nice little bottom of 105 as we get going up to 105.40 right now. And that's what we're holding off on Google. Bouncing off of that 105 level right now. So a little bit of a concerned look here for Google as it's making its move back down. And we hold the long on that. And then you know what, man? As Google bounces back up, we'll have to check out on Amazon. The one name that really isn't is Apple. And we've been looking at Apple a couple times here at 164. It's held when it's wanted to. Yeah, we have all these bad wicks here. Hold on a second. Let me just call up it on eSignal quickly here. So here's 164, man. It's broken before for sure, right in the pre-market one day. But we had that right there, man, 164. If we can hold it, it goes back a couple days last week into that 164 area. So let's watch out for that one. as we're ready to rock and roll. 164 downside. That's our breaking spot there for Apple. So if and when it does break, we're gone. And it looks like it wants to break right now. So be careful with 164 here on Apple.
There was a question about Roblox is not having a good day either. It's down 4% here. So I'm not really terribly, I'm not at an entry zone for anything right now, at least not that I can see. Double check. Actually, NVIDIA could be interesting. I'll get to that in a second. But Roblox on the daily, this is not necessarily a flat bottom break. However, we talked about this when it got down and had that kind of Hwadunk day. I've been saving my Hwadunks for when I was sitting next to you, Sharif, but if I don't use it today, it's like, when am I going to say it? So it gapped to the downside, made that higher low, and then it was longs off 40. I probably should have been taking that break at 40 to the downside. However, we had the names that were lined up, and we tried to stick to what I'm setting up for and what was out there. Like every now and then a Getty will come into play and you make a trade there, but I was looking for other stocks today, and unfortunately was not looking at this. The bottom was 38, basically 38.90 and 39, which it's at right now and trying to bust through. So I feel like if it makes a bounce here, I would be shorting into the 40 level. But Roblox having a pretty ugly day there, to be sure. I do want to, I might get a little bit more aggressive. If we don't get a bigger move into VWAP on Coke on this bounce, then it might not want VWAP. So I might just take another leg out on the south side of VWAP. I was expecting with the market bouncing like this that I'd be getting closer to VWAP on this KO long. But if it doesn't, then I get a little more aggressive taking it out on the other side. A win's a win, but it's a downward trend, right? You can see downward trending stock bouncing off support where I wanted to. But when the market's making a nice bounce, I'm expecting this to be above VWAP. And when it's not, and the ES is the same thing, I'm going to take more shares out in front of 64.5. I'm probably going to go set up myself right now because it'll take like a couple of seconds or so. But yeah, looking forward to being on with Sharif. It'll be the first time I'm sitting next to him at the actual trading desk here, so it should be a lot of fun.
All right. Yeah, we've already announced that sort of change again, and it should be a fun one here as we go. Of course, Mac's still here. Everything is still all good with that. We're just going to change it up a little bit and see where we go. Make some changes, adjust accordingly when we see fit. So I think that's going to be a good one for sure. All right, so Google has made a huge move up. Huge. I mean, it's back to positive at least for Google. So we stay sort of true to ourselves on that one. Buy these dips in Google. Respect that 105 area. That came really close to punching us out, of course. We were giving a little bit more love, but now that we're long at 17s, let's not slap that one and disrespect it too much because it's made a nice move back up for Google, especially since the market is trying to bounce off 13 flat. We did say that there was going to be a move back down here on 13,000, and that's exactly what did happen. I'm a little bit disappointed with Apple. Apple got going, and we got something out at 20 there off of this bid. We just got an 06 bid, but that didn't hold. Like that, it went up and then stopped. Despite the market trying to get back going, Apple does make that move back down again. So yeah, this one's going to be a little tricky for us on Apple. I don't even want to reload this right now. Let's just hold out hope that Apple can hold this 164, but it's definitely not looking like it wants to. That's Apple. But hey, man, what a great show this has been, of course, here one more time. So I want to thank everybody. Mahad, Fahad, Neil, you're still here, so what's up? Big thanks to Mark. Sharif, thank you for doing everything.
FRC quadunked a little bit, so
it did? Okay.
I might get out of this before I get
out.
Yeah,
we'll quadunk and watch that as you go over there, back over. But thank you again for everybody for watching, man. It's now 11 o'clock. Thanks to Bears versus Bulls. Thanks to everybody else watching. You're going to be in for a treat. We're going to see how it works. Neil's going to slide over there on the midday show, followed by Fahad. Remember, Fahad's coming at 12. These guys will be talking all about that. We'll see how that goes. And then I'll be back on with you guys at 1. Take everybody into the close. But thank you so much for watching.
Thanks, everybody.
Are you guys ready, Mahad, Sharif, and so on and so forth? So let's get ready to rock and roll. It is the midday show with Sharif and soon to be Neil.
I'll be there.
So we'll see you in a sec. Bye.
Up, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. I'm Sharif, and Neil will be here in a minute. And this week is sponsored by Mometic, makers of Momo Pro Stock Scanner. If you haven't heard of Momo Pro, it's got all the tools to uncover breakouts and momentum plays before and in real time. Momo Pro is now being offered for 25% off exclusively to Trader TV audience with the code TTV25. So head over to Mometic.com and sign up and try it out, guys. And we got some screenshots here that I'll get to in a minute of Momentic. And shout out to Momentic for hooking me up with an account. I will be using that and having a look at it and trying to, you know, seeing how it works in real time here on the show. So shout out to you guys. All right, guys, you know I've been at the big desk. I haven't traded. At least I haven't had my opportunity to get the setup there like I needed to be able to trade. So today was a no-trade day, but I've been watching the market, and I've been seeing a lot of down and to the rights. Now, I thought earlier that the NQ had been outselling the ES to the downside, and I still feel that way. The ES definitely being buoyed here by energy. Energy is decidedly green on the day, while tech is decidedly red on the day. And so you have a bit of a divergence there between the two indexes. So if you're looking for a long play, I'm definitely looking ES. Currently at a critical level, we got back down to that 4150 again. It's been a level in the past. You heard Arun this morning talk about that 4160, 4165 area to the upside for a possible breakout trade. You got the 60 break, but obviously you wait to see how it trades at the area before taking that break. And if you watched it, well, it didn't give you long before it showed you that it was more downwardly inclined as it broke below 57, which had been kind of the resistance or the support area there. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the 5-minute chart here on the ES. And there you go. There's the 57 break, kind of a double top, that bruise here. And then you get the Huadum down into the right. We break through 4150. Now, this is not an important level. This is the important level. This is the close, and hence that's why the neck break was there, that 4157. And now we're hanging at 50s. But I don't know, man. I feel like we're more downward inclined. Anyway, looking at a lot of these big tech names, they're also doing that same dance. The stronger of the bunch, you'd have to say chart-wise, probably that Microsoft looks stronger right now. You definitely have Tesla. Wow, look at Tesla down to that 159, but back up into 160. What a day that's been. MM as well. Whew. MM down into the right, guys. This one down 12.33% on MM here. Just seeing this. Now, this one had been a runner last week, hence why I had it on my chart here. Starts off the day 1230, now down into the right into 1070 area. So that'll be interesting to watch. What an aggressive sell on this has been. This is the 5-minute chart, by the way, on MM. The one a little bit more nuanced. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. So less volume definitely there. Just by looking at the one, I can tell you this one's been trading with a lot less shareage, but much more predictable move on MM. If you took anywhere off the 50 period-ish retracement, you were rewarded. I think if you got in at around the 1160 or so on that last low pullback at 1030 on light volume, and that's what you look for on these downward stocks. Like, look how much more volume on the sell downs as compared to the volume on the buy ups. The buy ups are anemic, and that's what one of the key indicators to look is. This an area where I can continue to short this name. All the areas of retracements to the high side, all on super light volume, and then the big red volume comes in. So that's kind of confirmatory if you're looking to use volume from a confirmation. I did. Oh, I don't have my. Wow, how anticlimactic was that? I didn't have my stream deck up because I was rushing, man. I've been doing this, and I don't have my routine.
I'm not even
Yeah.
here, but confirmatory is obviously a word. I'm not even sure it's first of all. I'm not sure it's a word.
I don't know. We're gonna have to Google that.
But if it is a word, then it's the word of the day. But again, I'm really not sure. I'm almost.
We're gonna hold on. We're gonna go in.
Double check it.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do
The other
it.
thing I realized is my mic.
You might be able to use this, guys.
Or maybe I should just.
Yeah, I think.
I didn't even think about that, but
Yes, I'm right, Neil. Good. Come to my screen. Confirmatory. Serving to establish the truth or correctness of something that is suspected or reported. Oh, I did.
it's on.
Everyone's yelling.
It's
Mike,
on
Mike,
and
Mike.
it has one bar. See, I know you guys can see. It's got one bar.
Okay, guys. Amin Mahad, if you're able to fix that, I don't know if what's going on over there. Picky Eater,
Testing,
NVIDIA,
testing,
also
1, 2, 3.
Huadumk. Yeah, I mean, I think all big tech, for the most part, has Huadumk. There we go. We got our stream deck live, Neil. So we're going to smash that. Bang. There we go. Now we're confirming that that works. Okay, guys. As Neil sets up there, we'll continue to look at the the general market. We were just talking a little bit about AM there and some small cap crappers. They've definitely been in play. Acon, not surprised, it's halted the downside. Let's have a look at our friend Acon now. I haven't been able to trade this bad boy, but boy, am I excited to be able to do that here. I'm going to have to switch up my charts as I've gotten black mode, but I will switch that up shortly when I send over to Neil. There we go. Okay, so we're halted at 193. I'm seeing the tap at 185. I mean, it kind of slowed down. You hadn't had a halt since around that 10:30 time slots, about half an hour plus. Now we're getting one to the downside as we try to take that 220 break. Prior to that, the high after the halt level was around 227. I know we're counting pennies here, guys, but that's what counts with these small cap crappers. 227 couldn't make it up through Neil to 220, and now we're halted downside 193. Keep an eye, though, at that 185 level. That's the halt level up. That time we halted, yes, one of the times we halted, Neil, at 10:09.
So I'm like a few seconds away from being mostly set up here. I got to have all my charts. Just because it's
I don't blame you.
What's interesting about it is I basically always sit on the right side. Yeah. So it would be so if I was sitting on your side, like everything would have just plug and play. But I have to.
Said the exact same thing.
Yeah, like I had to really set everything back up here. I think I should be good to go. The only thing I don't have is I don't have the chat just up yet. So apologies for anyone if you're trying to message me in the chat. I don't have that one up just yet. What is going on with this chart? It's FRC. So
I don't even have it.
If we come here, just come to me for a quick second. I put a trail in when it looked like we were huadunking here through that fail at 16, and we're still trying to bust through 16. So I'm kind of have like a 15. It's about a 1560 trail, if not even just exactly at 1516. But it could go a second time. And if it does, I'm still shooting 17s. Position board is... Oh, yeah, I'm on the other side there. I had to take a fill before it'll show, but I'm still in that 1506 into the long side. I still have that Coke position. So KO doing okay, but not really a monster breakout for me just yet on the retake. You're sort of seeing it bounce off 64. I was talking about a trader with this when I got up for a couple of minutes there to take a break. And yeah, it just doesn't seem to want to get to VWAP. It's been a win. It just hasn't been a home run. And man, if you're talking some Tesla here, man. I don't know, like the thing about Tesla is, okay, so there's such thing as having a winning trade that sucks, for lack of a better term. Come to my chart here. This is an example of having a winning trade that sucks. And a lot of times what'll happen is I'll get enamored with the price area and it's in that opening rush and you get into scalp mode off that level because it's 165 and a 166. I get the first entry, scalps them out there. It's bouncing off support. I'm like, okay. Let's short the pops. I know what's going on here. The market is strong. And when the market was strong early, we're going to get a bounce, and then we're going to play back into this range, and we're going to get short. And you get really cute about things. And that's what happens when you get cute. It checks up where I thought it would, but there was never a bounce. And then it huadunks, and we're back at 160. So I don't want to bottom chase this by shorting the lows. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. So there's no entry for me on Tesla at this particular point, but wow, what a ridiculous morning that was. It just didn't necessarily believe in the shorts enough on that one. Yeah, we are at an inflection point, Neil, on these futures. We're back down to 1308. We're just knocking on the door at 1300. You have to assume that that is going to be some sort of support level on the NQ. This is what I'm talking about here, 1308 bottom. But we have a lot of pre-market support points at this level, 13018 in and around this area. But let's go to the half an hour chart and see what we're looking at here. And yeah, it's been, look at this, guys, down, right, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Today we get that pop up into 13134, but it's a reversal candle, and we're also seeing consecutively lower lows. So if that's any indication, if we get a lower low than what we had on Friday, Friday's low 12981. Okay, so we could still make a newer low and close above 13,000, and definitely still have that, you know, technical support level for not having closed below 13,000 despite wicking below it. So, you know, if you're looking for a possible move here and to make a newer low, you're looking at past 12,981. So you're looking at maybe in the 70s or even the 60s. That's a good ways away from where we're currently at. Not saying that that's what the move is going to be,
Again, no economic numbers. I don't think there are any Fed speakers today either, are there?
I thought it was a clean slate today.
I think it's a clean slate.
I didn't see, I don't think there was nothing on the economic front. There weren't any Fed speakers or anything like that. It doesn't mean, look, this isn't earnings week, I think, anyways. So I wasn't sure, even if this was not going to be a week that was going to be anything other than big tech earnings that we have coming through.
Yeah.
It's a monster week. I know you're obviously, you're laser focused on Meta, obviously, in your situation. But, to that point, what do we, all we've seen is, again, a repeat of the same. And I feel when we've had this situation, I'm looking at the ES right now. You can look at when you look at the NQ, it's going to be the same story, right? Like we have this whole market where you're going to get to the most obvious resistance point and wick the top almost every single time, like fail to break through. Usually have some kind of retested lows. You want to be patient with the bottoms. Now we've grown so accustomed to hitting these lows and just bouncing every single time. And when you make a bit of a double bottom, you're really expecting it to happen. But I don't think you want to force it necessarily. Now I've got one name that I'm shorting pops in, and it's even getting a little bit dicey. Not Tesla. Let me go back over. I was just watching Tesla 160, but we're starting to get back into my fill zone for Intel here. So I got the lows on Intel. I bounced off that 30 level. We were talking about the 30 before. And now that it creeps above VWAP, now I entered originally at this price and then was waiting for 30s on the reload there. So I am looking to maybe just get a little, wet my beak is what I like to say. I'm going to wet my beak here in these quarters on Intel. What's crazy is everything is opposite. And I'm like, this stuff's on the other side, and I just went to enter an order, and I wasn't even clicked on my level 2. So
as soon as you say that,
it's going to be like an adjustment for me, even which direction I'm looking at times. Like I'll go like this, and I look to my right, and that's to execute orders, but I'm looking to my left now to do it. It's weird, but it's like anybody can switch hit. Although my coaches actually told me not to switch hit. When I was a kid, I could switch hit. And when
it confuses you?
Well, they just thought I was a really good right-handed hitter.
Oh, okay.
But as a speed guy, you want to be a switch hitter, like that whole
that.
running bunt kind of thing. And they were like, no, man, you have no pop from the left side. Don't do it, which I thought was a mistake because I was always a leadoff hitter. But anyways, that doesn't matter. I'm switch hitting right now, and it should be fine. I want to get that intel here. I still want to add into some of those highs, and we'll see where it goes. But the next thing I got to do is I got to get my chat up so I can see you guys trying to talk to me.
Yeah, what is up, chat? People saying, everyone's giving their opinion. INAB says Stan O. That was one of the small crappers this morning. It's up a measly 137%. Let's have a look at INAB because it is at an interesting
log out
level.
of your account next time, Max.
Oh, what do you? Oh,
that's Max a million.
That's gonna be bad right there.
With you.
A lot of messages gonna go out here right now. INAB looks good.
I logged out. I'm not that guy.
Look at this. This is bull flag continuation, and as I say that, here comes the pop. Here comes 70 on. There it is, man. INAB moving. Shout out Stan O for telling me in the nick of time. There goes 3. Are you kidding me? We're not in this, but this is flying. This is going to halt at this level.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, INAB just absolutely popped. We came in right in the nick of time. Does it? That's a false halt. Comes back down into 3. It's trying to hold 3 around here. You gotta think that 3 is going to be that hold level, but that 270 area is going to be another interesting level of support because you have that failed break initially at a 270, but here comes 310. There goes 310, but the Huadu comes in pretty quick, but being bought up at that $3 level. Obviously, we're not seeing all the size because there wasn't much at 3, but there you go. Breaks below 3 now, being bought up again. I feel like an auctioneer, but it is exciting with these small cap crappers because they are back in fashion, baby.
100%. And look, that one, if memory serves, because we were watching it this in the morning. Oh, give me a break. Now it's not going to load up my daily chart, but this is that monster breakout level. Like it was $3 anyway. It's like $2.90, definitely level. $3 is the big one. If it doesn't Huadunk off this level, I think you got some still have some room to the upside. What always concerns me about these is when you have one runner going and another one's running out of steam. And like the first thing I thought about was, okay, well, some of the excitement that was in FRC might be gone here. And I have my trail on. I would not be reloading any FRC at this level. It just feels like that's going to be a little bit of fool's gold.
Gold.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. It's just like it's making a nice little bottom here, but I feel like it should be a little bit stronger into that 16 level. Coinbase is another one I'm still watching off that 55 area. It feels like it's trying to catch a bit of a bid on coin. Just rushing into longs because you think you found a bottom feels like it's the wrong way to go here. There's a couple of other names I like. Like I said, I still like that KO. That seems like it's going to be a decent one. I know Google's at that 105. Alphabet, I should say, is at that 105 level. There's some levels for big cap that make some sense. You know, like that 105. Typically on Friday it was getting underneath that level, but it held up pretty well. So that feels like a good zone for this afternoon. Like the long at 105 on Alphabet sets up pretty decently.
And
I think
you get
that's going to be
13,000 concurrent bounce. That'd be great.
Exactly.
That would be great.
Right? Like you get the futures at the same time. Like we're saying the NQ futures at the same time with the 105 on Alphabet makes some sense to me. I know Intel I'm going to have to the short side, but the other ones that I liked, and this will kind of suck. Obviously, I got in and out of NVIDIA pretty darn quickly, and then didn't get the re-entry when it kind of wicked that. When it kind of wicked that 272 the second time, that was the one shot for entry. Now NVIDIA's setting up on Friday's bottom right here, but I kind of like Alphabet a little bit better. I like Alphabet for that long a little bit better than NVIDIA, and there it is. I think that's going to be it for FRC. Yeah, it's starting to break down. It is what it is. I had a trail. I'm like, nah, let me just get out of it if I see it look weak enough. So I'm out of FRC now. If that's a wick out, fair enough. I probably could have had something at that 16 even. We got the reload off 15. I can't hit any keys because my Stream Deck doesn't work from over here.
Oh, yeah, I know. You have to load it. Just load Stream Deck
in
the player and then. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll get that one figured out, but you can hit something for me.
Oh, what? You want the Huadunk? I don't have many, man. I want the toilet. I don't have your toilet.
I know.
I don't have the downward arrow.
It's a good trade, but it had to come out at that moment. Like there's just no chance I'm going to hold on to it when it looks like we're Huadunking back into that 15 even.
I can't wait to get the Huadunk animation because that is going to be good. I'm going to be wearing that out.
How we don't have that is beyond me.
That's going to come.
Like that's a no-brainer.
Stay tuned,
Straight
baby.
no-brainer.
Yeah, FRC really Huadunking here. 15, 20 balance, 15, 25-ish area. All right, here now I'm really keeping an eye on the futures. We just broke below 13,000. 12,999.25. That's the low. Gets bought up immediately. We're back up almost into 1310. There we go. We break 1310. So that 1300 gets taken or gets bought up quite quickly. Now, do we believe in this bounce? And if so, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to take the futures long? Are we going to take one of these big cappers long? And if so, which one? I'm looking right now and I'm seeing the one that's benefiting most from this NQ bounce has to be Apple and Google. Followed, I guess, maybe third by Meta. It's a bit up. Now, what I'm definitely not looking at for a long are Microsoft, Amazon, and Tesla. With their current state of affairs, maybe Tesla. Actually, I have to take that one back, but definitely not Microsoft and Amazon. They are making newer lows. Well, Amazon is, and Microsoft's chart looks lower high-ish. So nice bounce off 13,000 here on the NQ, and Google paying dividends as well for that bounce. It just went green above 105.41. That was Friday's close. We're printing 55s. However, the high of day on Google is 45, 106.45. Anyway, here we go with the NQ bounce. Haven't taken anything yet. Still chatting up a storm. Haven't punched into anything, but keeping my eye on possible bounces here, Neil. But some good, maybe long. I don't know. I'm hesitant to say it.
I don't want to go there
just
yet. I want to. Here,
41.52 on the NQ, by the way.
Yeah, I finally have my chat up, by the way.
There we go.
So now I've got the chat up, but you know what's hilarious? I was talking about. Remember how Sean was having that VWAP problem? I sit in this seat, and I was not having this glitch, and all of a sudden my VWAP is all jacked up over there. So I'll probably have to turn that off. You know, let me just do it right here. And whatever, it's one of those things like. You have a general idea where it is, but I'm just going to get rid of it for now because it's quite frankly, like you don't want to have a bad indicator on your chart. I'd rather just not see it at all. And at the end of the day, it's not that, it doesn't matter. I've popped a bid on Google on the off chance that we do get it. And Momo, I know you were asking me about Moderna all morning, and it's, you know, I should have acknowledged it, but like it's just on days where like I couldn't get back into NVIDIA today to the short side, right? I missed Coinbase today. And I still did. Most times I was in 2, 3, 4, but I was managing 2, actively trading like 1 or 2 other stocks. And you're still always going to miss out. So you're right, Momo. I wasn't there for Moderna on that breakdown trade. You can see it break. Let me go to the 15
headline
here. But you can see it like Huadunk the 140 to the downside, even if you took the 139 in. But Sharif, you had the news there. It broke that support just like Roblox did. Gap down, break the support today.
Yeah.
It was there for you.
Look, it popped up, Neil, for substantial insider sales. When you scroll down mRNA, Bancel Steven, the CEO, making, what is that? Stefan, excuse me. $21 million sale there with 80,000 shares.
It's Stefan.
At 142. Stefan?
First of all, we had this conversation. You actually are native French speaker.
Well, my parents.
Your parents are.
My parents are native French speakers. That didn't translate into me though,
but,
because I was
but
like,
that doesn't mean you should be the one.
Yeah, I can pronounce things nicely because I know like phonetically.
I think
but
it's
the grammar is.
Because I actually have a friend that I was just recently talking to, literally yesterday, whose name is Stefan.
Yeah?
And this is the guy, we were talking about that Vanilla Ice show. That's the guy. His name is Stefan.
Okay.
So, you know Sharif is into old school stuff?
Oh, yeah,
and
totally.
Apologies in advance for all of you that are going to hate this.
Oh, God.
But he loves like 80s and 90s. He'll come in, he'll be like singing commercial, like 80s commercials or 90s commercials, and then I have it in my head for the rest of the day. But I have a neighbor who I was chilling with, and he was talking about Vanilla Ice, and there was a movie, like Vanilla Ice did a movie called Cold as Ice or Cool as Ice, which I've never seen. But now I'm just enamored with the idea of watching this piece of nonsense.
I gotta watch
and his name was Stefan, and that's how I know it should be pronounced Stefan. At least I think it should be. But getting back to the markets for a quick second there, because that's almost a little bit ridiculous.
It's
cool as ice.
Cool as ice.
And first of all, I do not endorse watching that film. First of all, it's probably absolute hot garbage.
I don't even know where to watch it.
No, I have
Disney,
no idea
right?
where you watch it. No. Disney was something else. We're talking about a different movie.
Yeah.
So this AMD here, AM Dizzle, I'm short Intel. That one's starting to head back to those lows.
Go to
but
his chart,
AMD, if we can come to my chart, it's crazy because I log in over here and all of a sudden I'm having issues with my daily chart. But AM Dizzle, I take with a grain of salt everything that I see on the 17th because we're having some quote issues for that day. But that flat bottom break at 88, it really just trended to the downside. And I love flat bottom breaks, and you get biased sometimes. Like I'm sitting in Intel looking for that to Huadunk to the downside, break that 30, when really AMD's been the one. You know, like this is the Neo, this is the one trending into the abyss as we speak. I'm just looking for an opportunity to get into it. So if we think that we're bouncing off said 13 level on the NASDAQ, and I'm looking in the wrong direction because I pull my chart from here, I look this way to pull my NASDAQ, my black chart up, but I have to look in the other direction. Look, if we're bouncing off 13,000, that's not where I'm looking to pick up a short position.
No.
You know what I mean? Like again, everything it's on the other side. Like if you guys see me on the other side, it's like, holy crap, what am I doing over here? But yeah, if we're bouncing off 13,000, can you really be looking for short entries to join the trend here? No, I'm looking for that bounce to continue, give entries off maybe 87, or maybe just plows all the way back up to 88. Like that's where I'd like to set up for that short trade. And it's a similar thing with Coinbase. If you're anticipating bounce off 13,000, like I'm not going short off the lows.
No.
I'm not doing it, not any stretch. If we're breaking 13,000, I'll short any of those names. Very different story, yeah.
Yeah, guys, BABA, we talked about the relative weakness of Chinese ADRs this morning. BABA has been continuously selling off. Now, look, it's notionally, it's not that bad, but the chart pattern looks quite bad, especially when you zoom out and look maybe from like a half an hour, 4-hour perspective. 88.48, that was the high. 86.77, that's a low. That's exactly where we're at now. In fact, we're making newer lows as we speak. We're down 2 2/3% on the day. There was an interesting area to get back in here around that 88, maybe 87.75, a bit of a consolidation area. This is the 5-minute chart, by the way, on our friend BABA. Let's zoom out. Yeah, a lot more noise, obviously, and a lot harder to see. I mean, the levels on the 1 minute here, especially the way I have it zoomed out. So maybe we can go like this. There we go. Well, yeah, still much harder to see. So the 5-minute definitely the good one here.
Heck?
Yeah, you got a lot of consolidation around 88.5 in the pre-market, but since then it's given up the ghost. Oh, what happened there?
How is there like come on, mate. Like, what is going on here? Like this keyboard, I don't know what Max did to this keyboard, but
Well,
like
there's a lot of culprits.
this like
Max,
plus
Obi,
minus button just like
Arun.
fell off as I was trying to use it. So thankfully that's not a key I use. I'm just gonna leave it over there for a quick second. That's a little crazy.
We actually don't have to have our headphones on because nobody's at the big desk.
Oh, that's fine. It's
yeah.
not that big. Yeah, it's
I'll
not that
put
big
it
of a
on,
deal.
but yeah.
I have mine on, but it's not that. I keep my earpiece in. It's more habit than anything else. But someone just asked me about Netflix, and yeah, two things first. I should say, I'll shout out Ponzi Fonzie. You're always keeping the chat interesting. That's what it's all about. Yeah, you smash the likes and you break my keyboard. That's exactly what happened. So hit the like if you want to see me trade with. I don't know, like I can still hit this key because it still actually works there. Like it doesn't have a button on it. But anyways, I was going to talk Netflix.
Message someone for a new
No,
keyboard?
it's fine.
Okay.
I'll figure it out myself. I'm only on for an hour, and it's not a key I'm going to use. But Netflix, it didn't really huadunk, but look at this 330 area. So it was a break this morning. Actually cleared through first resistance, got to that 335 level last time it was here. Okay, fine, I did short that level last time it was here, did not do so today. But if it can't break if it's breaking 330 now, if it can't hold 330, you've got a chance. The problem, like I was just saying with that 13,000 looming, if you're bouncing on the futures, then I'd be looking for, if it holds 13, go for a shot on the long off this consolidation. But if we can take out the lows, this becomes an appealing play, which never got to its bottom. I just don't think you want to rush into a trade at this point. This is not the level where you're rushing into it. You want to see some kind of a decision, I think, in the market off that 13,000 level at least. Amazon is nearing 105. Jeff, you're absolutely right. Like, I'm kind of monitoring all the big cap names. 105 on, obviously, Google is going to be a big one. Alphabet, 105 on Amazon. I just feel with Google, like you're at that established sort of bottom that's already bounced off of. I only traded Amazon off the lower high, but we have yet to make the real bounce off 105 yet. Like I want to see the testing here. I rushed to it early, got a couple of scalp trades in there, ended up losing by trading it 3 times instead of twice. But if we get that 105 hold, on Friday we actually got right down in on that dip buy. I'd like to see it bounce first. I don't see a gigantic bid when I look at the level 2. So this is a good level of 13,000 holds. I like that 105 on Amazon. It sets up pretty nicely. I can draw you. Sometimes you like to draw a little line in there on the chart. I don't always do it, but sometimes it looks so much better if you draw like that little bit of a from resistance into support. But has it proven to be support yet? Not really. But if we start bouncing off this level, this is the other place I was looking to go long. So we know we like that Alphabet. I do have to do a little something. And oh my goodness, I have to get used to like switching stocks over there instead of over here. 30 on Intel, like I'm in Intel right now. We just wicked 30 even, which, okay, let me just exit some first and then talk about it. So it just broke 30. I thought we'd hold for the break. I tried the reload, didn't get it. But when it doesn't hold that breakdown price, I always want to get something out. I do not want this wicking the bottom and getting back up to 15s and I take nothing. So I'm still in about a third of my Intel position to the short side. This was more, I usually love just shorting the supply zones on Intel. Like allow it to get to a supply zone, wait for it to get to a supply zone, just short it, and then, hold on for dollars. Like this is not complicated. What did it do on Friday? I mean, this is the supply zone from the day before. You got one chance to short it, then it broke down. So when I see exactly the same thing set up, like, what are you going to do? You're going to do the exact same trade. Gets into the supply zone, short it, and let it take out the bottom. It's not all that crazy when it comes to shorting this stock. But the market is flushing. That means Coke is going to be a bit of a problem for me if it can't hold 64. Why am I thinking 15 in my head? Something was at 15 that I wanted to talk about. That's why I said 15 just now.
Looking, maybe FRC?
It could be, probably FRC. Yeah. So 64 on Coke. I've only gone long here off 64.25. It's been okay, but it's very, very range bound. So at some point it breaks. Shout out to Spencer, who I know was playing that same level. Looking for that one to maybe bounce in there. But if the market can't hold these levels here, this is going to get huadunk just like everything else.
Big boy huadunk. All right. We are back at that inflection point, 13,000 on the NQ. In fact, we made a new low. This time around, we got into 93s. We were at 99s previously, so we're doing that dance around that key support level. Let's see if the Bulls can beat out the Bears. I'm long the NQ, so I think we'll hold here, but we'll see what happens. I also have a dip trade set up on Akon, convict.
Music, I see
And you know we upright. Oh my goodness. Man, why are these things not making noise? It's so much less effective
They hear it.
when they're.
No, you guys hear them,
There
right?
we go.
You
Who's
guys hear
counting that? I
the
think
animation?
Bradley's getting pumped back there. All right, 165 bounce currently
I
on
didn't hear it.
Akon. I had a 155 bounce. I was seeing this area of support. Let's go to the 5-minute. A lot clearer on the 5-minute. There you go. Look at the amount of trading that took place right at that 55 level. And now it's not an exact science. In this case, it got down to 59s. I was sitting at 55s, and I didn't get the print. But maybe we still come down to these levels. I don't know. I'll actually have to rethink the trade. I don't know if I still like that $half level second time around if it came near it and bounced up. We'll have to see how this one develops. It's so instinctual with these small cap crappers, baby.
Instinctual.
Yeah, no, it is. Max and I were talking about this. I mean, like, a lot of them, like, look, if you try to take, like, certain levels and look for certain action on the tape, a lot of the time you're bamboozled. And, you know.
Thesaurus, dude. Holy, like,
These are things that we use constantly on the midday. You know that.
Yeah, but
you hear us.
It's
You're
very
there.
different when I'm actually
I know, yeah,
here
I guess.
engaged
Okay, I don't
in
know.
it. I don't know if I can keep up with the.
Oh, bro, trust me, you
thesaurus,
can't
like,
keep up because you and I have conversations off camera, and you're just funny right now. You actually dropped some
You read.
proper
You
lingo.
read a ton.
I
obviously.
don't.
Liar.
No, dude. The only thing I'm reading these
Nobody-
is CMT materials. I don't have time.
Nobody drops most people that drop words like that. They read a dictionary.
I promise I don't.
So like I know what's going
I'm
on. at
promising
home.
you
Like you
I
just,
don't.
or that's what you did when you were a kid.
Midday
Sharif read
fugazi.
dictionaries when he was a kid. There's nothing wrong with
Oh
that.
my goodness.
You gotta get yourself
Can you
educated,
imagine,
that's
bro,
fine.
if I read dictionaries as a kid? My parents would be
if.
so much more approved of my childhood than they actually were. Neil.
Just admit that you did. 'Cause we know you did. Oh
Dude,
my goodness.
Are you looking at Amazon here? Amazon is keeping
I
things
can't
low.
look at Amazon when, okay, so full disclosure, I am long Intel on my personal account, so, you know. And
Yeah.
there's
Wow.
it's getting a little ugly on
Okay,
Intel.
we're gonna have to spend the money for that.
This has actually gotten pretty bad for Intel. It's just absolutely dying. Maybe it's because you're an Arsenal fan, Benson says. Arsenal fans are articulate. I have no idea if that's true. But the market is flushing.
cheap shot.
That's like that 30 break, and you're at quarters in a heartbeat. If we get to 50s, I
trade,
want to get
Neil.
some out there. You know what's interesting? Remember the other day? I was like, I'll be perfectly not happy if my shares got called. Not all of my
yeah,
shares. I
okay.
actually, about a quarter of my Intel
You
position
sold
got.
cover calls, correct?
No, yeah, they sold
Yeah.
some cover calls,
Okay.
and they got called away.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing at this
No.
particular moment.
Yeah, depends.
And on the upward trend, I was like, we'll see how that one goes because the chips were looking strong. Now what's up? Like I was kind of, I knew like when you do this, you kind of know they could get called away, but that's fine. Like you get make a little premium. and
Alfred will have a story about getting his shares called away. He had Tesla shares called away.
But you do it if you want it to happen.
Yeah, and he's been doing that. He did that all of last year because he was holding all his positions. He held them all throughout 2022. Obviously, took the L's that
Right.
came with that, and then generated cash by selling covered calls all year
No, it's
on
not
his
a bad-
shares.
it's not a bad play. I
We're
don't-
gonna do it. He's on vacation. He's like in Europe, Slovakia, or something. He's living it up with his wife. Yeah,
Like, which I mean, that was very ambiguous. He's in Europe.
yeah, dude. Okay, I can tell you exactly where he is.
No,
'cause
you don't
he's-
have to- look, man, you
Hold
don't
on,
have to-
right now.
you
He
don't have
just
to out
sent me
the guy
pictures.
where he
Yeah,
is. That's not a-
he is in Dubrovnik. He sent me pictures from Dubrovnik.
I've never heard of it, but that looks gorgeous.
It does. It's a Mediterranean city, so it's.
Wow.
Carlos Ayala, Neil,
I'm going to Paris,
$1.99
baby.
super chat. Can you guys check out a firm for me? I like how you
Hell to
wrote
the
that. A firm like a law firm. A firm. Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at our friend AFRM.
Carlos Ayala.
I know, I love that. AFRM. Let's go NQ.
Oh, you know what I just thought of?
What?
Oh, Sean will know
okay.
this. I just thought of Domingo Ayala. So Carlos Ayala just gave us a super chat. If you've never, I don't know, I'm a baseball guy. So Domingo Ayala is a dude on YouTube for baseball. I think he's hilarious. Some people might think he's offensive, but I think the guy's hilarious.
Is he kind of like Pat McAfee kind of?
No,
like
no,
deal?
no.
Okay.
Basically, he does these videos where he's pretending to be a superstar Latin player.
Okay.
Who's not MLB signed.
Uh-huh.
But he knows his stuff. Like he'll do these like instructional videos that are hilarious. But like he played college ball. The guy's
So he's
totally
good.
totally legit.
Yeah,
but
okay.
he hams it up the whole time.
Interesting. Okay.
But I didn't mean to interrupt. A firm is getting its butt kicked and it's heading to $10.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. I just pulled it up, down 6%. $11 was the pre-market level that we were dancing around, but it's been down and to the right. Bouncing though off 10.25. What has been the long-term look on this bad boy? Let's maybe go like this. Where is our fintech play? There we go. And then we have a firm. We're going to pull up a chart for this bad boy. Oh, that's not what we want to do right there. That's some weak hands, brother. There we go. So we go to the daily on this bad boy. And yeah, wow. Down and to the right. Series of lower highs. Looks like that $8 level was the all-time low. Coming in end of January, end of December, early January, we got up to 23. You'll recall this one's been hurting ever since Apple announced the Afterpay and basically became a direct competitor with them. And since that time, we've been dancing between $9.5 and $12. But long term, not great, but intraday, it's been fantastic. Where do we find support? Maybe we look at the 15-minute for that. The 15 doesn't help. Let's look at the hour. Okay, let's go here. Okay, so clear level of support coming in at around $10. And that takes us back to early April. We danced back there. We got below 10 technically, but it was immediately bought back up. Look at these. These are hourly candles. So look for support if we do get down into 10. I like the bounce off this. Now, you may have to give it, like 10 pennies or something here, because last time around, where did we get? No, we actually got right back into 10, Neil. That was 10.01. That was the low. So, yeah, that 10 level, I'll be looking for a bounce definitely on a firm for that 10 level.
So that last little bounce into the upside just got a couple of things. Here's AMD. I can get to NVIDIA in a second, but AMD just got not 287, like 86.90. Kind of missed that zone by a little bit. I'm just going to get an order out because I want to get to 30 on Intel if it gets there. NVIDIA, it also made a kind of muted bounce in here. Man, that one and done on NVIDIA is going to kill me because I always find like if your price zone is right, but then early on it's wrong, the timing of the entry. At 10 o'clock when things calm down, that's when you want to get back into it. But by then, I was focused on Intel. For the short side of the trade in the chip names, but 269 on NVIDIA. So all these came back to an inflection point. Obviously, the one I'm trading is Intel. So when it made the pop, there's a distinct difference. All of those went back into like consolidation areas. This one just went back to 30, which was the breakdown at 30 even. So I just got back into some more short. I was already short. My average price is going to say 12 because I still have some from 25. So if I take some at 25, if I still have some at 25 and then take some under 30, average price now 12. But I want to look for that low of the day. So not the low of the day, but like 29.75 area to get the next out. So you could take, don't get me wrong, like it's probably perfectly valid, like I said, to roll over, AMD 87, NVIDIA, like I was just showing 69, but I'm already trading Intel, so there's really no need having all of them. I just go to the one that makes some sense to me. People talking about BBA. Was that BBAI that I just saw in the chat? R. Perez, BBAI, and I see people talking about Roku. I did not look at this one. Kind of got away from it. Whoops. It's still a New York stock, Neil. See, I make that mistake regardless of where I'm sitting.
Yeah. You know where
never get the market right.
Because I do the upgrades and downgrades every morning, and I have to make the watch list for the tickers on the bottom there, and I have to figure out if it's New York or NASDAQ. So that helps me practice.
But you know what? It's really not that I'm getting it wrong. So for anyone, if you see me make that mistake, it's because on our platform, whatever stock you're switching from, it defaults to like that. So if I was just looking at NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, which is NASDAQ, and then I hit enter too fast, before I can even process which market is this, I've already hit enter BBAI, and it's almost on the NASDAQ, so I pull up NASDAQ. But this is SSR bounce. Well, not really. It's bouncing. It's past SSR, short sell restricted, and making a bit of a bounce, that BBAI. So it got hua-dunked like just about everything else. Here's the caution where I wouldn't necessarily think about picking a bottom here. Like look at the 50 and look at what the previous support was on BBAI. It was right around this 265. That's where the 50 period is. You're multiple days to the downside. If anything, I don't know that you're breaking trend. Now, I've said this, and I don't know what's going on in some of these charts on my platform, but the 17th has a funky nonsense that didn't happen in the pre-market. I'm seeing it everywhere on the 17th, so I throw out that day. I almost think if you get back into that 6.5, 265, 265, 270, that's almost like a short zone where this could still be setting up for another leg to the downside, and the support's at $2. That's my take on that BBAI. Cam's asking me what's going on with Credit Suisse. Have not looked at it.
Yeah, they came up in the news again today.
Well, I mean, they
Jeez,
still
man, my memory sucks, but they were up in the news again.
Well, even with the deal getting done, this was like the last earnings report. Yeah, like they were giving their last earnings report. Obviously, you know, this is going to be, I forget exactly the percentage when it comes to shares, you know, going from Credit Suisse over in the deal.
Yeah.
I'd have to look it up to see what
Likewise.
this is valued to UBS. Like, I don't know exactly what you're getting. So I don't really remember what the deal is off the top of my head because I'm quite frankly not trading it. But don't expect a ton of movement. Like, it's just kind of gapping around there. And yeah, you probably just want to watch UBS shares because it should be just mirroring. Right?
Yeah.
You should just be following UBS shares. And if you're not doing that, then I don't, you know, like this. I'll pull up UBS to demonstrate the point, and hopefully this doesn't like embarrass me. But I would think it just essentially should be almost exactly the same chart. Yeah, it is the same chart. Like, you know, gap to the upside and fell. That's exactly what we just saw in Credit Suisse. So if you are interested in trading Credit Suisse, maybe there's every now and then an efficiency that you can take. But that type of arb trade's been dead for a while because the algos just ate that up. It's very hard for a day trader to take advantage of some kind of an arb like that because the algos, you're not going to beat them. Every now and then there's an inefficiency on a smaller stock and a smaller deal, but not this one.
All right. Guys, BABA, we're knocking on the door at 3% now, man. This one is really headed south. And I'm going to have a look quickly here to see how Chinese ADRs are doing in general. There's only one Chinese ADR that's green on my board, guys. It's BYD. You have it in two forms. You have BYDDY on Jeff Mendel's exchange, and then you have BYDDF. I believe that is on one of the Canadian exchanges here. No, BYDDF is on the pinks. Okay, so
They're both OTC.
They're both OTC. Yeah, you're right, Neil. They're both on the pinks. Yeah, so Y and F both up decidedly 2.4Y, 2.45 for Y, 2.60 for F. But look at this, man. F really making a move here. 4.2% up after the bell on super low volume, though. But everything else, Chinese ADRs related, down, baby. Neil down 1%. XPEP down as well. Where is PDD? It's down 5%. JD down 3.5%. Baidu down 2%. So you guys get the trend. It's been down to the right for these ones. So what are we going to do about it? Well, we're going to trade some of these small caps here because we're long 91s on INAB and we just broke 3s. So it's time to bring the profit bell for a little bit there. We'll take some through the break of 3. Here we go. We continue up through 5 there. We'll bring the profit bell again there. There come 8s. We'll take another piece there as it goes through. We're looking for continuation, obviously, through 3. You want to see it hold 3 here. If we see 12s or 15s, all the better, but you never know. You've seen Max and I trade these. You get the key level break, and then you get the immediate Huadunk right after. Let's see if we get continuation on this, but at the moment, still in the limbo as it's not continuing through that 10 level. I'm sitting at, I believe, here 13s. Lucky number 13. Anytime anybody says to me 13 is an unlucky number, I say my mom's born on the 13th. So for me,
yeah,
I'm putting it out there. 13 is a lucky number. I know, right? Here we go, right back down through 3. We want to see if it gets bought up here. Are buyers going to outbid sellers at this level? And we get an immediate buy up of 3. That's good news, but now we want to create that higher high, right? We don't want to stagnate, right? We're only, what, like 10 pennies, 13 pennies in the money, that's nothing. We need that continuation. Shout out Nicole Harris, good friend of the show.
Really?
$5 super chat. Thank you, Nicole. Can you look at a possible AMC squeeze setup? Absolutely, Nicole, I will, but I have to manage
Is this real? Carlson? Tucker Carlson's out?
Okay, I don't know. Neil, you want to have a look at that?
Well, sorry, I just saw someone post that Tucker Carlson is out. Which
are you kidding? A Fox?
If he's out at Fox, Fox is going to tank.
Because of the lawsuit? Because of the Dominion.
I just read that in the chat, and so they could part ways. I don't know if AMC is going to squeeze. Down 5%. I'm not really seeing, like, this is breaking down off $5, if anything else, and then your support's down at 4 even. But let's just go over to Fox for a quick second here.
Yeah.
Let's go INAB. It's Huadunking. Where support's at 50, 32
oh, baby.
Here. Yeah, this is getting pumped.
Yeah, there we go. INAB, we get that break, Neil. through the 10-cent level, and we're continuing through 13. So our luck is good today with the small cap crappers. Oh, baby. They're back in season. INAB, it's alive, it's awake, it's up 200%. Yep, you heard it. 200 big.
That is absurd.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
That's aight.
We'll start taking out smaller sizage here, Neil, as we continue through the mid-teens.
I like that one, size it.
Yeah. I don't know why I have this extreme compulsion to make up words that don't exist. And like that have nice phonetic sounds, though. I think that
Sizage,
sizage,
sharage,
charage.
You know what? No, actually, what's interesting, I don't know who said it, but there's somebody on the floor who used to say that, and I don't know who it is, but that's not. I've heard I've definitely heard sharage before.
Okay, well, you let
sizage, no.
Okay, hold on.
Absolutely.
The jet engine was created simultaneously by the English and the British at the same time. Two people can come to the same word independently of one another. True? You like how I came to that one?
Wow. What? Wow.
What's going
I
on
was
with the
wondering where you were
board?
going with that. Like,
Neil,
just what are you
what's
talking
going
about?
on?
Jet engines and the.
Yeah, well, it was created independently. Yeah.
This dude is just on fire when it comes to that. Just a couple of things in here. Ooh, I want to get back over to. So I got my reload on Coke. It's 64 holds fine. You can kind of see that one in there. That's the only level we've been trading off of. And if it holds, great. If it does not, it doesn't matter. Amazon just bounced higher low instead of going to that. Like the market just went to break down. And Amazon in here is trying to bounce off a higher low. So it's not actually at 105. It's trying to bounce off 105.20. So I might get a little teensy bit more aggressive trying to load into that one to the upside. Sorry, to get that little bit of a bounce off. Yeah, and okay, so that Fox A move, it did just get into support. So $32, not a random place that it just bounced, popped the daily up, and you'll see, like, this is exactly where support was before. Look at, this is a short, any kind of relief pop, just given the breakdown that it has. Like, if it doesn't take out 32 and give you the short off the bottom, then this could just be a situation where I'm shorting everything anywhere close back into that 33 area. But yeah, if Tucker's out, then you know, that definitely does lead you to believe there's some more downside to be had there. Man, that INAB is a fantastic one, man, because I was just...
Yeah, oh, there it is. So I'm out the last little bit, break even there. Is it Huadunks, though, Neil? Breaks that key 290 level. I got out of that. Thank you.
Oh my God, I should have paid for locates.
When I say instinctual, I really mean instinctual. There was really nothing to tell. Actually, no, that's not fair. The size, the speed of the tape, Luca would have called that tape teleportation. You just saw. On my tape, you see blue and red. Blue means under the bid, and red means at the bid, okay? And so when you start seeing that blue and red, okay, on these small cap crappers, you know, here it comes. And then the price action starts breaking through levels that were holding prior to that. You just know. Anyway, but some people would be like, this is fantastic, buy the dip. Why? Because look at the last little trough that we came to, that 267. It goes right back to that level. And you could have been,
though.
Yeah, well, it could have been. I mean, what I would pay for some of these, some of these,
the halt
levels. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Anyway, getting bought up, at least for the moment, Neil, a bidding war here between buyers and sellers happening at that $0.75. Simultaneously, the futures, and by futures, I'm talking about the NQ, looking super weak here. 12,980 we just got down to. Again, you know, I'm throwing it out there as a possibility. I think we dance around or below 13,000, and then we retrace maybe into the close above it, hold it as a key level of support, just so you can say the closing print was just above that 13,000 level. So we'll see if that ends up panning out.
Well, if you just look at the NQ chart, come to my chart for a second. If you just sort of look at what's been going on, the last few sessions we have been making lower lows on the way to like that 12.9. So I could see us getting there, and then maybe that's where the bounce is. It's a higher low, you know, basically you've been getting lower highs, but then the level of resistance has been coming down with it. If you look at the ES, it's a bit of a difference. So we're not even at the bottom with the ES here. So, you know, we're talking about big tech, and we care a little bit more about that. But at the end of the day, I would not be surprised if we had another like 60 points of downside. So I got my reload on Intel. You guys know that's one I'm trading. So I got my reload. I tried to catch more. These are bad wicks, and I can't really do anything about these. It did not get to 30.20. That's fugazi. But if we get back down to that low, I'm looking to bid out some in front of 29.80. I already have a 50 bid just in case we get there. I do like it. And softy, like Microsoft, you talk about Huadungs. I don't have any keys to hit.
I was just about to get to that,
but
yeah.
damn.
There it is.
Damn.
And it needs it again.
Damn.
And
Gina.
one more time.
I mean, like, Microsoft is getting its butt kicked.
Yeah.
And now that you're through the 280 level, this was kind of like that last line of defense. It did run away from this price. These wicks are crazy, but you can see here like 280. It's been holding up. It's like the only line in the sand left for Microsoft. The daily chart's got your wicks. The 50 period is probably where we're headed if we do continue. So 270 is in play. Not necessarily today. I'm kind of talking about where it could go. I don't think we see 270 today. But if we don't ever reclaim 280, I think you're only shorting this into the afternoon. I'd be very careful if this thing were to reclaim that 280 level. I still have bounce zones for myself on Amazon at 105 and Google at 105. But just, if you're in something that's working the shorts, just ride them. Like I was just looking at Intel saying get some out in front of 80. I get the fill right there. And I'm shorting the next available pop that we get in Intel. So let's see what happens. That's the one I like to the downside. Moderna is confusing now, Momo. Moderna tends to be confusing at this time of day. I 100% agree with you. Moderna, is it confusing? Sure. Like, look at the churn. The stock had bad news. It was Huadunking. It's trending to the downside. You think once it breaks 140, why aren't we just already levitating to 133? That should be relatively simple. What does it do? Again, the 17th, I have some weird, funky stuff going on 17th pre-market in my chart. But if we get back up to 140, I don't think it's crazy to look for a re-entry to the short side. When a stock gaps down like that, finds support level, breaks it down, I'd be looking to at least play that short. Sure was better at the open if you got 140, but I don't mind that on the way back. Just give it $1 or $2. And if I was still in this, like let's say I was short 140 and I was holding on to the last 10%, which is a position I've been in before, I don't know that I'd be giving up on it. Maybe you don't have to reload if you're already in it, but yeah, like if it gets all the way back, sure, it doesn't make any sense, but that's a good zone. You can still short 140 into 141. I'll probably have other fish to fry if we get to that price. Speaking of other fish to fry, hey, look, I got a long. Well, I already
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
Oh, that got loud.
I think they turned up the
Turn
volume.
the speaker back up. Hopefully, yeah, there we
Fahad
go.
turned it up. It sounded the same for you guys, but he turned the speaker up so we could hear it better.
Neil, I was looking, I'm like, what could be the culprit for this big boy Huadunk we're experiencing here on the NQ? We're getting a move down on the ES, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely not as violent as the one being experienced on the NQ, and the percentage reflects that. We are down 0.9% on the NQ, while we're only down 0.34%. So look at this. I mean, what really stands out to you here? I see Microsoft on Amazon, the big culprits on the day, really pulling down the NQ. I see flatness on Meta. I see flatness on Apple. Even Stressla. Stressla's decided that it wants to hang out at that 160 level. Likewise with Google, you had a couple of bounces up and down. In fact, Google's the strongest of the bunch. Let's call a spade a spade. It's flat on the day, while everything else is decidedly red. So Google, the strongest of the bunch, but it's Microsoft, it's Amazon really pushing the NQ, and the NQ is not done making lows. It is
oogly.
really pumping down here, Neil.
It is oogly because I know because I just got. What, you've never heard that?
There we go. Yeah, but it's funny because I haven't
it's
heard
not
it in a
that
while.
funny. But you're right. It's ugly over there.
It's like
in
ugly
software
and
world.
oogling together, and
Yeah, something
oogling
like
is
that.
usually not a good thing. So
No, you never want to be oogling,
No,
especially
I wanna
at
be
the
known
gym.
as an oogler. Not a thing I'd like. Not
You
a
know
good
what's,
look.
and we'll get to this in a second, but I just got Amazon. If Amazon can't hold 105, I'm just going to be out. Like that's that price zone. I drew the line and now it's gone, but you guys know what 105 looks like. It's just, look how like when you get into a short in something in this market, it just instantly flushes and starts working out for you. Like that's ugly. You were saying Tesla's not going, but here's another one. Remember we were just talking about Netflix 330? And then I tried to get just a little bit late to that one, like as I was getting that Intel reload. But Netflix breaks at 3:30, it bounces. It's still green on the day, but that's where it's deceiving. I never want to only be looking at just that. Like you want to, okay, fine. Like it's okay to look at to look at what the percentage is on the day. But the percentage since the open sometimes can tell you a bit of a story, or where it's been, like what is it trending? Like I care as a day trader. What do you care about? Do you care about the fact that Netflix is flat, so therefore green on the day, or do you care that it rejected a breakout of 330, has reclaimed it to the downside, and since 10 o'clock has been trending down?
The latter.
Right, like I care that it's been trending down. Now, when you pop the daily up, okay, it's still above the 50 period. So it's got 327 in there for you potentially, and if we were to break down again, you still have a bounce zone off of Friday's 27 close and the 50 period. So it's trending down into 27. But that's why 330 to me was a short, because you have room to 327. It rejected the 330 breakout. I didn't get it, but that's a $3 move in to 27. I think the 27 long is not bad. We'll probably have to judge that because I don't know where the futures will be when this gets to 27. Well, it could be like just pure downside and flushing on those futures.
Jay Lee saying, Sharif, the NQ is down, is just simply down on the realization that core CPI is higher. Gas prices were artificially making it seem lower, so inflation is not done. Therefore, rate hikes incoming. So I mean, I don't know. Did we get any newer inflation data point since the CPI and the PPI last time? I'm not sure we did. I think, in fact, we have PCE coming up this Friday, preceded by GDP. Those, I think, will be market moving. GDP, definitely, we're going to be looking for that soft landing number. You don't want it too much above to force the Fed's rate.
You down with GDP?
You know me, right? You don't want that GDP number coming too high, because you know that the Fed may be like, okay, no, we need to pump rates higher, and you don't want it coming too low, because then you all of a sudden have a market sell-off. Oh no, here comes inflation, consumer spending, this and that. You guys know the drill. So it's always a fine line walking those two, and I like how they're back-to-back, GDP preceding PCE. We know that that is the Fed's favorite measure.
It is, and it's a thin line between love and hate with some of those metrics.
Yeah, man. Holy.
So let's see how many song lyrics we can work in there.
We did pretty good there.
That's,
I say we had some good chemistry
that's
there.
Motown,
there you go.
You know any Motown?
Motown, Philly.
No, not Motown, Philly. Like Thin Line Between Love and Hate. That's like a
I don't know that
ballad.
one. No, I don't know.
Bed Bath and Beyond.
Proudly's yelling.
So Proudly just yelled out Bed Bath and Beyond deletion. I mean, yeah, it's going under. First things first. So this is the range on Amazon. Let's get back to trading for a second. I did buy the 105 dip. I ended up getting 20s, but it just got up to like that 105.50 level, which it's been rejecting. So I took some out in front. I'll take another leg out in front and try and rinse and repeat. But
Ready?
Bed Bath and Beyond deleting. I mean, yeah, if you're going under, last I checked, the stock's probably not going to still trade. Now, what can happen is before the equity is completely gone, it could move to the OTC markets before it gets absolutely deleted. But this ain't going. This is. I wanted only short the stock, but I was waiting for it to squeeze to short it. It just never happened, right? So that kind of sucks. I should have just shorted off the pre-market highs instead of waiting for the perfect level. That's on me. I paid for the locates. You don't have to use them when you pay for the locates, but I wish I had used because 23.24 was probably a good enough short. I got suckered into waiting for a breakout because sometimes when they announce the bankruptcy, there's one last squeeze. I was waiting for that one last squeeze to get the perfect short instead of just taking the one that was out there for me. So
the chat is calling me out here like Sharif didn't watch BET late night. Well, I don't know about late night. I don't remember exactly what was on late night. I remember Miss Cleo. It was on a lot.
Call me now.
Yeah, call me now. Yeah. I always watch 106 in Park, Rap City. Those are dating me right there.
Yo, you know what was legit on
what?
When they had Poster Boy in the basement. So they used to do freestyle Friday battles.
I remember
on 106 in Park.
And the set was in a basement.
And the two most legit were Jin and Poster Boy. And then Poster Boy went into the basement and he ripped a freestyle that was, I think it was him and Fabulous were on there. And that guy was fire. He has a track, it's called Jurassic Harlem. Now, I could never do that one because you can't clean it up. If you clean it up, it's not even worth doing.
Okay.
But that was legit, dude. I mean, I'm talking, Poster Boy, shout out. That guy was, he probably has mixtapes out there somewhere you can find, but my name is Poster, and I'm a rider similar to Destiny's Child. I'm a survivor. That's the only clean lyric you could do.
You can't. No, there's no more than that.
Yes, dude. Anyways, you guys know I like me some hip hop, so that's that.
All right, guys, we're finding a bit of a bottom, a bit of a bounce here on the NQ. 12.967.25, the low, bouncing into the 80s now. 9.83, excuse me, on that. I'm also keeping my eye on this Acon trade because it's flirting with that $0.75. It just made a higher high and a higher low. Shout out to Scott H pointing that out with INAB earlier, and that one is still not. That one is absolutely still in play, by the way, INAB. But we're talking about Acon right now. So I'm looking for that two take. That 190 break will be a higher high here on the 1 minute, which is what you're looking for, continuation, but 2 on the ultimate level. Last time we broke through 2, though, we were doing that little bit of a dance. We got to it, and it looked like it was going to continue, got up to 218, and then you get that big boy Huadunk, and we've been retracing since that time, holding up here at $1.62.
Oh, I don't have Twitter up. That's my problem.
What's up?
MGRX is moving,
Ooh, this one's back.
This one, MGRX
is back.
Back again. Tell a friend. But that being said, I mean, look, it's kind of back. Look, on Friday, bro, like this was at $2.50, $3 with the levels on MGRX. So there's still some room for it to run. But I just realized I don't have like my tweet deck up. So I can't really check news, and that's one thing I forgot to do with my layouts. I'm kind of blind when it comes to looking up if there's a catalyst on this, and then I didn't set up my browser to be able to check out like float checker to remind myself what the float is on MGRX. But you know, if it breaks $2, it's got an obvious. You saw on Friday like, when this thing got to $2.50 in the afternoon, like the late surge on the bounce, it tried to get $2.50 and failed it. So you know, this could do something very similar. It's got plenty of room to run on the daily chart, no question about that. I'd like to see it get up to that 250 level before I think about it. But a little bit of a bounce there on Amazon.
And a double bottom on Apple
so
at 164.
It's trying to get back up to 106. I think it's great. We were just talking about 106 in Park, but that 105 bounce on Amazon, heading toward that 106 area, that looks pretty solid. I always want to check out when a long is starting to work in a big tech name, well, how's the short going? Is why I like you, Intel, because the market tries to bounce, and Intel doesn't try to bounce. Like this is what I'm saying. Like we're the buyer. People want to buy Amazon when it's bouncing. They want to dip buy that stock. The reason why the short works on Intel because there's not a lot of dip buyers. And like, how many of you guys are actually looking to dip buy this stock when it comes down?
I don't know, man. I just feel like at some point they're gonna get out of their own way and they're actually gonna be profitable. I mean, there's so much fun. They remind me of Bombardier.
At $25 though.
At 25.
That's where this is where people are buying the stock. People are buying the stock at 25.
How long has it had that base?
This is
a while, eh?
well, you can go back. We can go back really far in Intel to be able to show you this level mattering, but there's no point us going back like 5 years. It's bounced 3 times off 25 in the last year. Like this is the same ish as Ford, right? Like, so ish. I don't have to say ish, but it's the same thing as Ford's daily if it ever wants to load up here at $11, right? Like. If you want to go long Ford on a swing or in the long term, why are you buying anything but $11?
Yeah.
If you want to go buy long Intel, you go long, wait for it to get $25, man. Like it just always heads down to 25. So Ford always gets to 11, Intel always gets to 25 recently, and that's what it's about. Comp SRX, I won't comment. I'll just smile on Intel. I don't know. I don't know what that. Spotify's moving up.
Yeah, it's moving up. Apparently, it's only down 2% now. It's got a 130 bottom. Yeah, it just moved up $1. Not really anything that great, Neil, but keeping an eye on it. FRC found itself a bit of an interesting bottom. We were looking at that one earlier. Didn't make its way quite down into that $15 level. There's FRC bouncing off the 50 period on the 5. Came close, came down to 1507 there. So if you were front running that $15 level, now you had some consolidation action right after the bell around 15. So 15, an obvious level just on the intraday chart. Haven't even looked at it on a wider time frame than that. But there we go, back up into 1550. This one's got some good strength, it looks like, coming in here. The volume supporting this move. Move here off that 15 level. We'll keep an eye on that, but it's coming into VWAP. VWAP on my chart, right at that $0.50 level. So you have that $0.50 and VWAP conflating. You know, you got to assume that it may act as a resistance area, so keep that in mind. But obviously, if there's continuation, maybe that's a bullish signal. But the market finding a bit of a bottom, looking to retrace into 13,000. The NQ, the ES, Neil, they both curled up a little bit there. What's Fox up to?
So Fox made that bounce off 32. I thought maybe it would carry a little closer to 33, and I would just start shorting it, like 70s, 80s, something like that. But it doesn't even want that bounce. So whatever this consolidation is, that looks like it's 32, 40. Like you're in a zone here where, yeah, you could bounce. Quite frankly, you look at the daily chart, it's like, why not go long off 32? But I just feel like that Tucker news, the lawsuit, I don't know. It just feels like this is, I want to be in the short until that's proven wrong. So it might just have to be like above 32 and a 32 and a half more than anything else. There might not be another trade out there for me. We don't have to stick to the whole. I was thinking about this because we're not like broadcast television.
What do you mean?
So when we say, no, I'm talking about how we do the midday, because we're technically speaking, I think I'm supposed to be off right now.
Yeah, you are.
I am, because it's past noon. So we'll wait for like a natural break. We don't have to do things like right at 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock. We do whatever the hell we want when it comes to that.
Exactly.
The 2 o'clock, yeah, we always come back on right at 2, but we'll sort of play it by ear. It was fun the first time.
Yeah,
through.
man. I already knew that we would be good together because we talk off camera all the time, and we're
well, it's
always
like the same
driving.
thing. Like you and Sean, all of us do already talk. We already know each other's ins and outs, and we talk shop all the time. But I'll apologize in advance because I didn't have everything set up right away. I had my layout set up. There's a few things I didn't get the chat up. I didn't have that ready to go. I don't have my tweet deck. I really wasn't seeing the news. That being said, but I did just get into Fox A. You'll see that. So. I am now shorting into this pop into 32 and a half. So that's the new position. If not, I had the intel. I reloaded Coke in front of 64, which might be breaking, as a matter of fact. Ooh, I'm on the bid right here. So I'm actually on the bid of Coke as well. But I'm going to be heading out of here. We'll give some time. I'll wait for Fahad to be ready.
Where's Fei?
I'll wait for Fei to be ready to come back on.
Fei's in the kitchen.
But it is going to be Sharif, the professor, with the honor of educating Fahad.
Yeah, and so Neil, just a quick update with that. Fahad and I are going to plan out these sessions, but today being the first day, him and I were talking off camera, so we're going to plan out them a week in advance, and we're going to obviously make them so related.
Nice.
They're not just jumping up topics. And so, guys, get your learning hat on. 12 to 12:30 every day, guys, Monday to Friday. Fahad, the killer student, God level student. You got to assume it's Fahad.
I mean, who else is going to be? If it's not going to be him,
who's
it going to be? Thank you guys. It's a heck of a lot of fun, man. It's definitely going to be different. But Kari's asking where my stop is. It's 32 and a half. I don't like even. We talked about this before. I don't like even dollar stops. So if I say my stop is at 32 and a half, you can rest assured it's probably a couple of cents above that, if not like the 55 or the 60, something like that. But I just started in here. I didn't even get anything above 30. So. To me, we talk about the money fills, the 32 to 32 and a half. The money fills would be on the upper end of what I have right now is 32.25 exactly. That's where I started, but I wanted more shares in 32.30, 32.40, something like that. I don't know if I get it. And Adam DeLowe's, wow. No. So first of all, Faitana gets plenty of respect from us. I hope you guys, I don't know you did it with the wink. We love Fahad. I hope you guys all realize that. It is all love with Fahad. It's so much fun going back and forth and busting balls that if you don't do that, if you take yourself too serious, you're not going to have a heck of a lot of fun.
No, and he's a good sport about it too.
He's the best sport. He's the best sport when it comes to that because he has all kinds of confidence. And trust me, the confidence is legit. I have one position that's probably going to stop me out. It's going to be Coke. It's at 64. The others are working for now. But I'm going to get ready to make my move because I think if I get I just got the thumbs up from Fahad. So I'm going to get my stops in, make sure everything is set up, get back to my desk, eat some lunch.
Which
I eat a salad.
Get that in there. Yeah. All right, guys.
I'm hungry.
Let's look at what the Dow Jones is reporting here with respect to Tucker Carlson and the Fox News tidbit. Tucker Carlson, one of the most popular Fox News primetime hosts, is leaving the network. And news spokesperson said on Monday, Mr. Carlson's last show was on Friday. The network will rely on a rotation of hosts until it names a permanent anchor for the 8 p.m. program. Fox News parent Fox Corp shares common ownership with the parent of Wall Street Journal's publisher down on the day, as Neil just showed there. This is an interesting development. Now we've talked about. Now we're not going to talk about the politics of this. We're going to talk about the market possibility effect. We've heard that there may be other lawsuits in play as a result of the settlement with Dominion, meaning other smaller voting systems that claim to have been defamed by Fox News after the January 6th incident want to get in on a piece of that action. And you got to assume that part of the assessment of the damages in those suits will be what actions Fox took subsequent to fix the issues. Now, I'm not saying there are issues, but what the court finding is that there are as a result of the settlement. That's the implication. So that's why I feel this is kind of being done here a little bit to kind of, mitigate some possible future damages by future claimants, future plaintiffs. I think that that's probably the move. We'll see if that shifts how they report. Anyway, very interesting news. We'll see if he probably goes online. I know there's like a whole bunch of conservative outlets online that don't necessarily have, that cable pull, but, make a bunch of their money online. All right, Acon, let's go back. Small cap crapper du jour, holding that 160 level on that retracement. Doesn't look that bad. I mean, I'm still sitting here. My dip trade is still hanging out at that 55 level. Didn't get filled, obviously. We're now knocking on the door at $2. Fahad, as he sets up here, he's not done yet. He's still doing his thing, but he'll be on momentarily. With respect to the futures, we're still below 13,000 on the NQ. We're 11 points below, but looks like we formed maybe a bit of a base. What we don't want to see is a new low below 12,967. That will be a bad look for any longs looking to take 13,000 as a bounce level. And Acon just huadunked here off the 195 test, back now into 180. Keeping my eye on this one as it is the only dip trade that I have set up in the moment. Small cap crapper season is back, baby. Guess what else is back though, man? Chinese ADRs sell-off. Yes, these are back because what a move today on Baba down and to the right. Finding a bit of a base, you could say maybe at 86, bouncing now into the $0.50, 86.47 or so. But yeah, down 3%, was down a lot more. Most ADRs though are down on the day. Fahad, this guy's already got AMC up. He's up and running. He looked at me earlier. What intro? Here is Fahad, baby. That's getting like 3 of these, more. That is fantastic. There we go. Okay, so I gotta be notified of this stuff, man. I gotta set it up so nice for you.
I literally just set it up right now, so I just put it on.
I would have been, I would have done my part there.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Fahad segment, where people are actually going to teach me how to trade. Now, you guys might be saying, well, I thought you knew how to trade because of all the winnings that I've previously had.
God mode.
But I actually have not sat down and actually learned how to trade. We probably had 1 or 2 streams of half an hour where people, try to be technical with me and teach me everything. But I'm here now. I'm here to actually learn how to trade, and I believe we're going to be doing this on a daily basis.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Half an hour to whatever, 40 minutes a day.
We're going to plan our, like you and I talked about off on camera this morning, we're going to plan our lessons a week in advance. And obviously, we always have new traders coming in, right? And so it's going to be a good moment for you guys to put your learning hats on. And I'm going to try to make it as intraday trading related as possible.
Right.
A lot of the stuff that I learned, it's not always intraday, it's swing related, long-term related, right? But a lot of this stuff is fractal, guys. So a lot of it applies intraday as well. We'll keep an eye out for that. Yes, and the chat likes it, man. They're like, let's do this. Fantastic. Fahad Shadi, Shade Gillum, shout out to you. Anyway, okay, Acon. You see this stock today?
I love Acon.
Convict.
Is that what you think of when you say Acon?
When I think of every introduction is convict.
No, I think Acon and Young G's.
Okay.
They're the best duo, one of the best duos.
Well, they were very good. Yes. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that.
One of the best.
No, there's no question about that. But every song he's ever written or
Convict, of course. Convict music, yeah, we're out there. Acon the legend. Okay, so what's the first lesson of the day?
Okay, so Convict, here's
Convict, nice. I'm just Faitano, but I appreciation that.
All right.
Thanks for calling me a criminal. No, that's okay. A lot of people call me criminal for some reason.
Come on, that's hilarious. ACON. Let's just go with that. Now, this one bamboozled me a little bit.
Okay.
Now, here's why it bamboozled me. Let me show you. I was looking for a dip trade here. Now, a lot of these ones I don't like buying at the highs.
Okay.
Okay? And because they're small cap crappers. Anything's possible with these. The bottom can drop off at any second. Okay? They don't have the stability of the bigger names. Now, as a result of that, I like to look for safer bets on these plays. I don't like buying tops. In this case, the safer bet would be to buy a dip trade. So I was looking for what on this chart. Forget about the blue line that you see here. That's my dip trade. When you see this chart, you say, all right, if I want to get on a dip trade, where would you get in and why?
Where you would do the lower of the last highs,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. Bang on.
The lowest of the last high. Okay.
The lowest. Okay, no. Here, you would get the highest of the last breakout. So
Just
the
last
breakout area.
Okay, just the last.
So in this
breakout.
case, like, look at this. I mean, you don't really need to be a great Mahad, come to my chart. You don't need to be a great technician to read this. Look at this. We had multiple wicks
Right,
up
yeah.
into this 160 level.
Yes.
Mostly into 150. Okay, and then finally you had the breakout where it continued above that 150, 160 level.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then you had a move back down. You had two reject. The move back down. Don't you see a bit of a coincidence here that the move back down is near the
Lines
initial
up,
highs?
yep.
Right? So, in me here, being too cheap, being the cheapie that I am, right? I tried to get it at 55s. If I was more aggressive,
You
I
would've
should have
had
had it up here, and I would have got filled.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
And so that's the dip trade. That's what I was trying to do with these small cap crappers. I don't like getting them at highs.
And so with a stock like this, you said it's a small cap, right?
Small cap, yeah.
How much? What would your size be on something like this?
So on look, I mean, it depends on what your account is and what your risk management. But usually, if you're looking for a decent 30-point move, you got to be in the thousands of the shares.
Gotcha.
Right? Like it's a $2 stock, you got to be somewhere in the thousands, right? And then you get a several $100 winner.
Gotcha.
Off a few penny move.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, it doesn't have to be that way. Now, the issue is, though, Fahad,
Yes.
with these small cap crappers, if you're trading them at home on your own brokerage platform, a lot of the time, if you have direct market access and not Robinhood, if you actually have where you can choose your gateways, it's going to cost you $1. It cost me on my IBKR $1 to get in, $1 get out. That's $2. So if you're going to learn, it's going to be tough to learn with 10 shares. 15 shares, 20 shares, because you're paying $2 in commission just right there.
Right.
Right? So that's the issue with trading these small cap crappers at home. You have multiple entries in and out. Every dime is $1 or whatever you're paying. Again, I'm talking about people with direct market access. Direct market access, by the way, Fahad.
That's a good definition. I think for tomorrow I'm going to bring my notebook and start writing stuff down. I'm not going to lie. So.
Direct
go ahead.
market access is what we have here. Look at all these gateways. Come to my screen, Mahan. So you see how each one of these letters, these are all different gateways.
Okay.
With Robinhood, you only channel your orders through one of these gateways, irrespective of the other gateways that may be around.
And what gateways? Do they have a
there's so
specific?
many.
Oh, okay,
There's
okay.
so
okay,
many
okay.
gateways.
You're saying you can only choose one.
When you're with, they don't even get to
Robin,
choose.
gotcha.
They choose for you because they're selling your order flow
Gotcha.
to that market maker, right?
Okay.
And so that's the issue.
And I know I use Arca here. That is my.
That's your
So
go-to.
what's Arca? Is that one of the
Arca's
top
like
ones?
the Wild West. Yeah, you're gonna get excellent fills on
Okay.
Arca, but you're gonna pay probably the most.
Oh, that's the okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So that's the move.
I don't know why I feel like this hat is really nice.
It is actually
Is this show
good quality
sponsored by
material.
Momo or something?
It is.
Oh, that's interesting. Wow.
Guy trying to act like a front.
All right.
Doesn't know, he doesn't message me to tell me to read the right script and everything.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I wanted to talk about my trading experience last week.
I want to hear it.
You showed me the MES, was it? I'm not getting the
MES,
ticker
yeah.
right. So what was the ticker
So
for that?
it's MES
Yeah.
/
Yeah.
M23.
M23.
Yeah, and then you're gonna go to the
CM?
CM. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was trading this
you go.
because I actually, believe it or not, guys, I had some extra time at the end of the day. And I said, let me stop, bullshit, stop doing that, and stop putting 10,000 shares on everything.
Yeah.
Let me give
Get real.
myself a $50 shutout.
Okay.
So I was watching my balance the whole time to make sure it never drops under $50. And surely enough, it didn't.
Good.
Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to even go back to that day.
And they took
Probably
them
not.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
they
not.
took them off.
But I did make, I got up, the first day I did it, I went up to $128, which is a good thing. It's a very good thing. 'Cause
Absolutely, with a $50
I was playing with like 50,
shutdown?
yeah.
That's fantastic.
So I was
You
playing
tripled your shutdown?
Exactly, math.
very
So
good.
I was doing, 50 to 100 shares. I was playing
Right.
50 to 100 shares, and I was holding, kind of listening to what Arun's game style is. I kind of read my levels beforehand.
Arun's levels in the morning. I would suggest writing his levels.
I'm gonna
in the
start
morning.
doing that. Yeah. If I'm gonna try to take this somewhat serious, I'm gonna try to do that.
Yep.
But yeah, I was just getting my levels. I knew where I wanted to punch in before I punched in, so I put it in, and then I learned how to do the stop loss or limit
Yep.
offer.
So you're using script orders.
Exactly, script orders. And I did that, and it actually saved me on one of the times.
Yeah.
So everything was working exactly how it should be. I was kind of learning how to play with my account,
like it.
properly. And
You have a genuine interest. Let's call it.
Yeah,
spade a
yeah.
spade.
No,
Like,
100%.
You're here to mess around.
No,
Like,
no,
you have
no.
a genuine interest to learn.
Because I'm saying, why not?
Yeah.
If I always like to learn extra things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like to know a
Ones
bunch
that
of
can
stuff in
make
the world.
some money on
And
it,
then
so
if
we
you're
can
making
say
$50
no,
every now and then, why not? You know what I mean? So
For sure.
I'm doing that. So I'm actually this might not be pleasing to a lot of people. I'm more interested in trading the MES rather
There's nothing wrong with
than
that. Why-
equities.
You have a lot of futures traders.
Do
in the
we?
chat,
Okay,
bro.
cool. I thought everyone was
Dan
an equity
Emmons
trader.
among them. There's other ones as well. Lots of futures traders, man. Yeah, they love futures.
You know what I mean? So
It's
that's
obviously a lot more risky to trade futures at home because of it's heavily levered.
Okay.
I don't know if you know about this, about like leverage. We can talk about that later, but basically they're fronting you a lot of the money. So you can't go out of the money that quickly. You're going to
Oh,
have
I
to
see.
cut your position
I see,
immediately,
okay,
right?
okay.
So because it is so heavily levered, it is tougher to trade at home. Obviously, we're on a prop floor. This is prop money, guys. Big difference. We also have much different prices for entries and exits like we just discussed right now. So our trading strategy, when we talk about getting in and out of these small caps, you really need to make that cognizant adjustment. And you have to ask yourself, is this style tradable for me based on my my costs, my input costs? Call them that, okay? So that's always something to be looking at there. All right. Now let's talk about what's moving, guys, because we're hanging out below 13,000. We're going to get back to Fahad in a second, but we're just going to do a quick market update. 13,000 still-ish area. We're at 12,993. Likewise with the ES, we're hanging out in the low 40s, 41.44 currently. But we're still near key levels, 41.50 for the ES and 13,000 for the NQ. With respect to any big movers at the moment, not really much in the way of movers for small cap, for the big cap tech here. They're all kind of consolidating sideways as the market does its thing and tries to break through 13,000. With respect to small cap crappers, we have Acon still hanging out at $2. Nothing's changed on my order there. FRC also rejecting VWAP here, hanging out at 15.50. That looks like a top breakout waiting to happen there, but you should probably be quick on the keys because you could get a pop and a big huadunk. I don't trust this one. It's a dangerous one. So those are my takes at the moment. Nothing really moving here, guys, except maybe MGRX made a move into 2. Below 2 at the moment is MGRX hanging out, though. Maybe a bull-like continuation if it can get through that 207 top. What are you looking at, Fahad?
I'm looking at the MES again. So we're at a cool range. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, a bit of
so
a
we're
top
doing,
break there.
Yeah, top break, and we have this support. I want to get the terms right. This support or resistance.
Okay, so that was a former area of support because it kept bouncing off those areas.
Former area of support.
And a former area of support becomes a new area of resistance once that level is broken. Look,
And
so
it's
look at what it
above-
did.
okay.
It came back to it and rejected again.
That's right.
So that support becomes resistance. One of the key technical things
So
that
if
you
it
learn.
breaks this resistance now.
Now, again, you want confirmation. You want to see it go. Like, I mean, you don't want a quick superficial break,
of course,
right?
of
But
course.
it's heading in the right direction.
And
no
if I get into stock, will it show on the position board, or is that only equities that show?
No, only the equities show on the position.
And the triple
board.
Qs and stuff like that.
No, the
TQQs.
triple Qs are equities.
Those
so
are equities?
They'll
Okay,
show.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Any
Okay.
ETF that you get,
Okay.
anything on the Amex network, when you check AM,
It'll show.
that'll show.
Perfect.
Anything CM won't show.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this levels. Obviously, we're at an interesting break right here. If it does probably break, so I'm gonna zoom in
Bump
here.
it.
We're gonna see where it breaks. I'd probably do this. I mean, the safe bet for it to break would probably be somewhere here in the middle, which is 47,101. So if it breaks this, I'm gonna try to punch in long. we're going to wait on it. This is a 1 minute chart so far. I have the 30-minute up here, which is not really useful. I might go to 10 actually.
All right, so what's the plan? Okay, so first, before you get into a futures trade,
Yeah.
you got to identify key levels. And then once you have the key levels identified, you got to say to yourself, well, what's the plan? Where am I getting in? Where am I wrong? And where am I getting out? And if you're going to take more than one contract, what are the areas where you're getting out? So what's the plan here?
The plan is I'm going to go long, and it broke the level that I wanted it to break.
Okay, again, so where are you
where
taking
am I taking it out, you're saying?
And where are you going to get out?
Okay, so if we look at today's in overall,
Where do you see the next possible level of resistance it could be?
the next, it's approaching it here, but it'll probably, these are cents though,
That's
okay.
the same kind of level.
Yeah.
Say you break out through that level. Where do you see maybe
next
finding
one?
a top?
Probably this right here, which
Okay.
is 52.25s.
50 is definitely a level.
Okay.
Right? I
Okay.
like that. And how about above that? Because you may have like a couple of contracts, right?
Oh, so if it breaks out.
Yeah. Because you take one profit. Like Arun, usually he has like multiple exits. It's not
Okay.
usually one exit.
Not just one exit. Okay,
Usually he'll take like a little profit off.
Well,
the
after that, it's kind of, it can go as high as
Well,
possible.
then keep going. What's that next level? Look
This
at
one
that
right here?
trough right there. Go up.
Oh.
Come to this chart mod.
Right
Yeah,
here?
That 4160. See that bottom?
Oh,
See that?
4160.
There's action right there.
Oh, okay, I see.
Right here.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, then zoom out more. We're looking at the 1 minute. We want a
Okay.
bigger time frame. No. So
Go to another chart. you're
Yeah,
saying.
exactly.
So which
Go
one
to
we do?
5.
5?
There we go. So now
Okay.
we got some leverage here we
This is
can
the
work
whole
with.
day. Okay, so if it breaks this,
That 4150 is definitely a level. And then you
Right.
literally have resistance every 10 points.
That's
here,
right, yeah,
Right,
yeah,
and that's
yeah.
just the nature of this inside trading that we've been dealing with.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that makes the trade harder, no question about that, right?
Okay.
Especially when you don't have gaps, because usually you can rely on a gap being filled. In this case, you're encountering resistance every little bit. Dan Emmons saying NQ 13090 next it appears. Yeah, Dan has been talking about 13090 going back and maybe to Thursday. I know definitely he was talking about it Friday because it kept bouncing off there. Shout out to Dan, clutch level. We'll see where that one goes. Dan, we're 90 points away from that. So for my NQ trade, I would be very happy if it went at 13090. I was telling Neil before you came on, Fod, I'm like, maybe we do a little dance with no pants below 13,000, and then we kind of reclaim it because you want that technical close above that level to hold the support. All right, what do we got here? We got FRC breaking that 50 top now. Here we go, baby. FRC doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care where you're longs. It's just going to the high side. There's that 1550 break. This is the 5-minute chart on that 50. So now we're getting continuation, a little spready. Look for resistance at 80. You had a lot of consolidation in and around there. Then you got to say the ultimate top, obviously, 1636 was probably resistance again at the whole dollar level. But here we go. FRC curling up quite nicely, bouncing off the 50 on the 5. God, I love that technical indicator. 50 on the 5, baby. It always seems to play nicely. We shall see what kind of continuation we get there. Dan Emmons, yeah, he already repeated that. I saw that. Where are we here, Fahad? You punch?
Yeah, I'm gonna short Meta here
Why are you shorting Meta?
because I
Breaking
like.
my heart,
I don't
bro.
like. Why are you long Meta?
Yeah, man, I'm long. Not long today, but I'm long in general.
Okay, that's tough.
That's tough.
I'm being honest.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? I fail your feelings. There we go. See that? That's how we keep it clean on here. Fail your feelings. Let's go, baby.
I might have to play around my my settings because it's not
What's
really.
wrong with your settings?
The arrow things didn't show
so
up.
you're gonna
the
right
circle and
click.
Stuff, but
You're gonna right click.
I
and then
had all
you're
this set up. I don't know why it disappeared off.
No. You want go
it's
back.
this way.
There you go.
Yeah, it's all fills. Everything's
All right,
checked
everything's there.
off. So I think maybe
Okay.
my limit has gone down actually now, which is something I don't know how to check. So I'm gonna try a much lower share size now. Maybe that was the problem. So I'm gonna go 10 shares, and we'll do 45.
Meta.
No, it's not working. Okay.
Okay,
So I'm
well,
gonna go
what's
talk
it
to
say on
Greg.
Your blotter. Your blotter is not active, so you're not punching into the position because your
Right.
blotter is black.
Right.
Well, we'll have a look at that.
Okay.
D-Loaf, what's your plan for Meta earnings? Trimming a bit before this week or full size going in? D-Loaf, I got to tell you, I think I'm going to take out half. I'm just waiting for a good out. If it could retrace maybe into the mid-teens, we'll see. It's one of those ones where I just, it's tough. It's tough. I really haven't made up my mind, but this morning I came in and said, look, it's probably good to take a little profit here, and then we can hold the other half. I mean, if it goes longer, if it goes higher, I mean, than it is currently. But that's a big if. We'll see what earnings do. I mean, my only concern is that there's been widespread speculation about the downturn in digital advertising, and that obviously stands to hurt Google, Meta, to TikTok, obviously, but that's a private company. Now, having said that, earnings have been really revised downwards to reflect those, muted expectations. And so you could kind of say you under-promise and overperform kind of situation here, and that's the only saving grace, where that analysts are not expecting that much from these players because of what they've forecasted as a downward in consumer spending. So we shall see, guys. What happened?
My account wouldn't let me punch any shares under 100 because it knows I'm a big money trader. You know what I mean?
So when you come in with God mode, not only do the people around you have to reflect that, the software now knows.
The software realizes what's
And
the
there was
deal,
no AI involved here.
So
It was just like the software doing its thing.
Yeah,
so
so-
how much is God mode put a change to here?
I could only do 100 shares, unfortunately. I didn't want to go that high, but we're going to play with it. So I did short Meta.
Can we talk a little bit here?
Yes.
Now, Meta is a big player in
100%.
the tech game.
Yes,
And you know how these indexes work,
correct.
right? Like
They take a percentage of the total market.
yeah,
like Apple's
of-
11%.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
So
100%.
when you're doing these when you're playing,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, yeah.
when you're here's my suggestion: when you're going long or short tech, keep your eye on the indexes. If the index is at a key support level, you got to question whether a short on a
Is
key tech name
necessary.
is the right move. I'm not
Okay.
saying you're wrong.
No.
I'm just
That makes
saying,
sense, yeah.
like that's kind of how I look. So we're bouncing above 13,000, but this could be an anemic bounce. So Fahad short could absolutely be money. We don't know. Printing nicely on this NQ long though. Let's see if we get continuation. Looking for that.
the God mode set up on.
He did. He had God mode.
Yeah, so.
Do any of us get possibility of God mode on?
No, just me.
Just 5.
Just me.
Count it out. Discounted. Fahad God. I said God.
Just guys make it.
Yo, that is
let's move
a
on.
sick name. No, I know you don't like
No,
that.
yeah. I don't like being called
Yeah,
that.
no.
So yeah, you're right. I didn't look at the NASDAQ, so that was definitely a mistake.
Yeah.
So as a grown man, I'm gonna go ahead and take my losses right off rip. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I'm gonna reevaluate this position
Right.
and see what I could really do, because there's no level here that I should say it's gonna short off. If we look at the NASDAQ, guys, this is my NASDAQ 10-minute. It's floating in the middle of 2 different levels. So I don't know, shorting it didn't make sense. Obviously when I shorted it was down here, but it's gone past that. I'm gonna take my L, wait for it to, it's either gonna touch this level or stay around this area, and then I'll make a new decision on what I wanna do with Meta. But I got out, I'm gonna take my L so far. I'm still under my shutout. If I'm doing a $50 shutout, I'm still under it. I'm trying not to hit a $50, you know?
Good.
So
And look, you took 100 shares. Okay,
It
now
made
look.
me take 100.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm saying, with a $50 shutdown, 100 shares, unless you're getting at a
it's way
really
too much.
good
Yeah.
level,
No, 100%.
you know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah, it's always.
I wanted to do 25. That was my initial.
Yeah, fair. I
So
see that.
I'm down 16 bones right now. That's okay. I'm gonna keep watching the NASDAQ, see what the tech space is saying. If it wants to reject the next level, but right now it's floating
Yeah.
in the middle. So
Now this could be an anemic pullback. Like
anemic.
show that.
Try
show
not
that
to use
chart.
words that you're making up. let's use regular words there, like regular English. and
Bring
stuff.
in that chart. So look at this. I mean, we're coming to a good level. You want to say the 13,000 is an important level, but look at that big move
big
down.
move
Now
down,
you're
right, right.
usually in a big move like that, you're gonna have a breather.
Like a playing
This
area.
is the breather.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
And the retracement. So this pop up could be absolute fugaze.
Again,
Okay.
another word.
You know what fugaze is, man.
Guys.
These guys are talking about it all the time.
Can we say that word on live? Is that allowed?
Is it allowed? A fake.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So that's the thing. When you have such a big move down, you don't know if it's a reversal or retracement. And
Okay.
that's the only, the saving grace for your meta short here. But this
Perfect.
could be a fugaze bounce, but an expected retracement, right? We'll see. Daryl Finch, Sharif, same boat with Meta. I did sell at 220. I still got a good amount long term. 117 average. Jeez! Jeez, you're better than me, bro. I have 133 average. So no need to panic. I just want to say I want to stay above 200. Well, that was my thinking. I said to myself, I'm like, look, man, 200, that's a pretty big level. What are the chances it doesn't retrace into 200 before, you know, an eventual bounce up? Like Sean looked at me last time. He's like, why are you getting out here? I mean, tech is just starting to bounce. Now, this was when we had that big tech move, right? Now we got like a little bit of a lull, we could say, the last 2 weeks, right? And that's why the NQ and the ES have been, you know, stuck within a really tight range. So I don't know. I'm at a crossroads here between, you know, buying the dip and taking some out. It's been tough for me because really there's no technical indicator to show you to get out here. I mean, not that one that I could discern anyway. Again, I mean, I haven't looked at the money flow index. I know the money flow index is a good one. I haven't looked at RSI. All that kind of stuff is set up at home. I don't really use that intraday. That's more from like my long-term analysis, and I haven't been doing my homework lately, not gonna lie. But I probably should be better at that. Donnie, Zimbabwe? I think that's Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, yeah. Donnie Zimbabwe. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Donnie, but no message attached. Tag me, Donnie. Let me know if you want to know something specific. Oh, there it is. Another $5 super chat. Thank you, Donnie. What do you guys think of PAC-W and Wall? I have 800 shares in Wall at an average cost of $28.35 and 2,500 shares at 776 average, I'm assuming, on PAC-W. Let's have a look at both. Let's bring in, okay, so we're printing here on the NQ, baby. We're 10 points in the money, so we're going to take one contractee out there. We'll let that one. By the way, Acon, halt to the downside. Just want to put that out there before we look at PAC-W. Let's look at PAC-W. That's one of the only stocks for these mid-cappers that's on the NQ. Most of these bad boys is on the NY. PAC-W. All right. You've got 2,500 shares at 776. What's the daily look like? So you got that dip. You got a fantastic dip. I'm assuming you're holding from mid-March because that's the last time it was at those levels. Look at those bottom wicks there. That's a fantastic average price. Look, Donnie, man, this is a big gap here, okay? Between the breakdown area at 22, before that big boy Huadunk down into 10. You got to assume we're going to retrace some of that gap, okay? Now, I don't know what PAC-W's balance sheet looks like with respect to outflows. I'm not giving you a fundamental perspective here. I don't know what their exposure is to commercial real estate because we know that's going to be a reckoning for small and mid-sized banks in the coming year and a half. So I don't know those two factors. But what I do know is from a technical level, the chances are we may retrace. We don't have to retrace the entire thing, but somewhere there. So you're looking at possibly 16, 17, 18 retracements with a dollar cost average of 7. That's big boy money. So if you're asking, I'm not giving you an opinion, but I'd hold. Let's go Wall. That's on New York. And what was your dollar cost average on Wall? It was 28.35. So you're well in the money on this one as well. Let's look at the daily. Again, same thing really here with that. Get that big boy flush down, and then you're having a bit of a retracement with the bottom being really that $55 level. This one with less room, but I'd say maybe hold for 48, so maybe a test of 50 with the obvious resistance level coming in at that breakdown level of 55. That's the low there that we had in early December. I hope that helps, and I hope you print on all your positions because it feels good to print on positions. You're more likely to come back and watch us if you're printing.
100%. When you make money, people want to watch you make money because they think they can make money.
Yeah.
But that's just not how it works.
Well, you gotta put in the time. You gotta put in the hours. You gotta put in the sweat and the losses and the throwing shibs at the wall.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
My arms are kind of used. Let me just wear one to create more space.
Yeah. Because you don't have hair to worry about.
Oh, it's like the 2007.
But then we don't have the thing.
You ever seen TI? You know what TI is?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, this is great. Okay. So look, I was looking at Meta, right? And it's at levels right now. Again, I was waiting for either rejection or this breakout to happen. Right now it's rejecting, but if I'm looking at the NASDAQ chart, it's still green. I mean, it's still going up, and this is the moment of truth right here.
Bet.
It either goes through this or it doesn't. And if it goes through this, I'm going long on either Meta or Apple. I like Apple a lot because it's,
trade is
like
monster.
you said, it's 11% of the market. So why not trade Apple alongside with the market? But Meta rejecting right now, market. We'll see what it does. It's still moving. It's a red candle right now. This is a 10-minute chart. So we'll see. Oh, it's going down. Wait, is this a heavy rejection?
It doesn't go straight in a straight line.
No, but I want it to go.
I know. So do we all.
You know,
Trust
I want
me,
it
bro.
to go
Wouldn't
straight.
that be the life? Just punch in.
Just like, yeah, like
you're in
simple,
a position, 15, 20 minutes tops. You're done the day, and then you go to Eaton Center and shop. Spend all your profits. Printing nicely on this NQ trade, long 95s. And then we just got a print there through 13, so nice position, letting this one run, hoping for a 13. Yeah, I hate to say that, hoping for a 13.
Hey, don't use hoping in trading.
I know, man.
What are you doing, man?
It's just, everyday parlance that I probably shouldn't use on the trading floor. I got roasted by the chat. Guys, Acon has come down into an interesting level here. We had a dip trade set up at 55s. It's down into 69. So, not quite at our dip trade level yet. We're still sitting at 55s. I think this is still a valid trade at 55s, just simply on the previous price action. Second time around, it's never usually as good, especially since you got a $2 rejection here. It goes up to 210, and then you huadunk. So we'll see. Chris, I don't want to butcher your last name. Lagern.
You're walking on thin ice right now.
That would look good. Okay, so I have to put on the hat. Renata and Chris want me to put on the hat, except I don't want to ruin my hair, so I'm going to make this a little wider, bro. I got the nappy hair there as a result of, being Egyptian and all, so there it is. Look good?
Look good, man.
Not bad.
You look like twins.
I used to wear a lot more hats. I stopped wearing hats, man. You have to pay us a little bit more to put this on.
It makes.
Ask more money from the
No,
sponsor.
we're good. I like Momo, man. I talked to the guy. He's a good guy.
You talked to the guy?
Yeah.
So he's your friend now? We can't take any more money off him?
I make friends out.
It's a business, man.
I know, but I'm a friendly guy, man. I like to make friends. I like to talk to people. You know what I mean? Yeah. The market's not. It's just like it's not making me money. You know what I mean? And that I don't really like it. So we're still waiting on this NASDAQ. Look at my chart here. If this is the 10-minute NASDAQ chart, it's up and down on this candlestick. I'm waiting for consistency. I'm not seeing consistency. Therefore, I can't really take any trades right now. My meta short, I didn't want 100 shares, guys. I'm trying to be realistic because I can really go 1 million shares right now if I wanted to, Sharif. I truly can. I can do whatever I want.
I'm just talking
anything I want.
Fat figure.
No, you're good. I'm just giving them a death stare so they know that I can really do whatever I want if I wanted to. But I don't. I want to keep it realistic. So I'm out here. I'm reading levels. My levels I'm not really comfortable with right now to take a trade. Although I am in the MES. I took one contract in the MES, and I took a long on it.
You're break even.
It's flat right now, but I took one share only, and I just want to see if I can ride this long out because I think this is gonna break out. It is rejecting, but not too much. So once it goes long, we're going high, baby, and I'm making a lot of money on one contract. So.
All right. Well, I mean, I feel like we could easily get to 13.075. That's the kind of the breakdown area from the morning. So that's it's a big move up. Now, I'm not saying we're going to close the gap. But that kind of feels like the gap is between the 25s and the 75 area, but a 50-point gap from this morning. I'm talking about the NQ. Anyway, so we'll see what happens there. INAB, we were in that. That's done nothing. Ever since it broke out through 3, we took a piece of that. Ever since then, it's been kind of hanging out between the 280s and 290s. Nothing for me to report. Acon is the one that I've got my eye on, though. That's the one that's hanging out in the high 160s. I got my dip trade 55s.
My bad. Every time I see myself, I
just
love the way I look, man. It's crazy.
All right, guys. So, yeah.
Yeah, market's boring right now. Is this what Imagine a new trader saying the market is boring.
No, it's not
Isn't that
boring.
meant- oh,
It's
it's
just,
boring.
you know, it's range bound.
I need action, brother.
But you know, a lot of people appreciate this range boundness because it makes the trades for them more predictable. They're like, okay, you know, I've got to bounce in and around this area.
Okay.
Let me get in and around this area, and I'll just ride it back up or back down, whatever.
See,
It's,
but okay, should I be scalping then if it's in a range?
That's a good question. I would say no.
Why?
Hold a little bit.
Why not? Because if you're saying it's predictable, if it's in a range going up and down in the same range,
Well, you got to get to the top end.
I
of
would
the
just
range,
go.
right?
Bah.
I'd say the top end of the range here is what I was just talking about, maybe 13.1, 13.075.
Right.
You got Dan Emmons talking about 13.090 as the key resistance level. Going back to Friday, I couldn't agree with him more. I'm talking about the NQ. Sorry, I know you're trading
yeah,
ES,
no
but
worries, no worries.
13.090, that was we bounced off that level a bunch of times. I mean, we broke it. We broke 100, but that level.
You said 13.090.
Yeah,
That's all the way up
13,000.
here.
Yeah. Oh, bro. I mean, that candle to your right. That's like this morning.
Ah.
This is this morning.
Right. So
So-
you're waiting for that level?
Yeah, absolutely. You could get back to that level, no problem.
So you're not gonna trade this range at all?
I'm long 12.995.
Oh, you are long. Okay,
Yeah.
you're saying that's where you're looking to take it out.
9. That's I'm saying it could
Oh,
be.
shoot.
I mean, you could get there. What's Dan saying? Bulls will not give up until they have exhausted all attempts to reclaim the ES at 42.05. That includes using retail, Target, BBY, McDonald's, and banks KRE to get there. So there you go. So those are the outlets for that possible move into there. Shout out Dan. Not really seeing much, but are you on for an hour or half an hour?
I have no idea. It's whenever Sean wants to get on.
Oh yeah, okay. So Sean will be here soon. We'll see where he is.
Whatever he wants.
But yeah, we'll see about that. All right, what else is moving here, Feifei? We got we got green all across energy, and Boyle and UNG are staring at me in the face here, guys. They want me to talk about them because nice little bounce today for our friend UNG. Let me go into that real quick here. UNG, and that is on the Amex. There we go. So where are we on here today? 2.43%. Oh, that'll make up for the all-time lows. Let's go to the daily on this one, see how this one's faring on the daily. Where are the lows? Yeah, 620 we were at. Now we're hanging out in the 7, just above 7. Yeah, range bound, still holding that low. I mean, I have no interest in taking anything long-term on this. Wow, look at that. This was the bamboozlement. We were talking about this one ad nauseum in February. Look at that big move up, and then you get the eventual Huadunk. This was a shorter's dream. I'm pretty sure the 50 period appears differently on my daily chart, but yeah, I think we did make a retracement to the 50 period on the daily on that last big boy move up closer into 9, closer into 10. We almost got a 10 touch there. Yeah, Fahad, not much else going on at the moment here. It's been a bit of a slower day.
Yeah.
Are you getting out of the position on Meta there? Or what's the
No.
situation?
I think this was an order that I had in the past, so I'm gonna try to fix this real quick and do it properly. But if you're gonna say this is a range, I'm gonna try to play in that range. You know what I mean? That's what I'm hoping for. So that short just came in by accident because I had the bid out before. Remember when I was trying to fix on why it's not going through or whatever?
Yeah.
So that's what happened. So I'm gonna flatten right here. I have
You're
an
gonna
emergency key, which is a
Love
good
it.
thing. Yeah. So the range I'm looking at right now is probably long because I'm looking at NASDAQ. Right? So the NASDAQ,
Pulling back a little bit into 13.
yeah, pulling back. So it touched these levels now, and we're gonna see if it wants to do this up and down stuff, and I'm gonna make a lot of money off that. My MES is down in the money. I was about to get stopped out. I'm looking to get stopped out 41.46, but it didn't touch the level. There's no wick there, so we're good. I'm just gonna wait on it again. I mean, honestly, it's back and forth at this point. Like you said, it's a range, so I can't really hold.
Forth and forth.
I want to trade a lot for you guys, but it doesn't make sense. So if you guys want me to like look at a chart and like kind of, even like oil. Someone said oil.
Oh well, energy.
I've never looked at oil. So
Okay.
what should I type in for this?
So I can show you. I don't know how the key. What's the CL contract right now, Neil? We'll get that for you in a second.
Thank you.
Well, it's CL something, and then it's going to be like H20 or M23. M23. Thanks.
M23.
Steph. Yeah. So CL, and then the same way that you typed it in.
Yeah, M23.
And then backslash.
Yeah.
M23, and go on the CM now. It's NYMEX? NYMEX. What
Which
is
is what?
that? NM. Yeah, see,
NM?
that's how much I know,
So this is oil, right?
bro. NYMEX, baby.
Oh, wow.
So oil decent on the day.
Very good.
I don't know why your chart says flat. I'll have a look
It's
here.
because I'm in simulation mode. That's
Okay,
the only
but hold
reason.
on.
Yeah, yeah.
What's I'll tell you in a second. What's the futures contract on the CL? I don't know why it expired. I'll tell you real quick where we are. Light crude futures, IGO continuous contract with the June one. We're up 1.37% with a 79.05 high. So yeah, crude is up. I'm not sure exactly why. I didn't have an opportunity to look this morning. I will look to see why crude is up. But yeah, nonetheless, a lot of the crude names running, guys. We're talking about Oxy up 1.15%. You
Wow.
have ZOM, obviously ExxonMobil up 2%. You have FANG 1.68, CVX 1.5, and then TEL. Ooh, TEL, small cap crapper up 6.62%, Fahad. But yeah, a lot of the energy names green, baby. And guess what else is green?
What?
My futures trade on the NQ. 13,000 paying the bills, baby. We're letting this one pump to the high side. Next out, 25.
All right, so now I'm going to read where my next out is because I'm in the money right now. All right, so my next out is going to be, well, I only have one contract.
No,
That's the
no, man.
problem.
Hold on to
Yeah,
that,
I only
bro.
punched
You
in one
had
contract.
you
remember that trade?
Remember you kept holding and holding.
I
I want
held
to
it.
get out for
But that's
you.
because I had 5 contracts. Guys, the other day I held a contract so far into the money that I didn't even want to sell it at that point.
Yeah,
I said I was
well,
going to hold this for 17 days.
yeah.
But obviously you can't do that because we're day traders, right?
You have till 4:15. You can hold it till 4:15.
4:15?
Then you got to shut her down.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hold this one contract that I have on the MES. It's in the money right now. Again, because of my meta mistake in the beginning, I'm
Well,
down
I
on
told
the day.
you, bro.
No,
you
it's
look at
okay.
yeah.
I'm good. I
I'm
understood
happy
what
that
I
you're
did,
learning, though, bro.
and that's never gonna happen again. So I'm gonna hold this
Well,
contract.
don't say that.
No, trust me, I'm never gonna do it again. And then it's gonna go up to 41.57, which is 7 points in the money, and I'm gonna make all my money back, and it will be green from there.
And
But
I'll spend the money for you when you do.
you'll get me Tim Hortons. It will be all right.
I love it.
Yes.
There we go. Dan Emmons saying NQ rocket, baby. Yes, we got that NQ long. We want that continuation. We're obviously looking for a retracement into VWAP. That'll be my first look. I said 25s a minute ago, but that was before I looked at the chart. And VWAP's at 48, so you think 48, 50-ish. You'd like to see it come into that level. The last time we kind of got down to, we're at 13, 15 or so. Yeah, 31s also. There's a whole bunch of levels around there, man. It's just impossible to choose. So let's go with VWAP for the moment. Yeah, but yeah, we were talking about energy. All my energy board is green, dude. There's very few that are red on the day. A lot of positivity on energy. I'm not even sure why the hell we're moving. Let's have a look here. See if we can click one of these ones that tells us what is going on with energy earnings. No, that's Chevron prepares. No, that's not it either. Chevron corporate. 3 stocks are moving up today. Nah, none of this is explaining why we're moving up in oil, but not a big surprise. I mean, we talked about oil moving up, energy costing more as China reopens. It looks like, they're getting a lot better now. So, I don't know. I think we may see oil pump up in the future. Nicole Harris with another super chat. Shout out to Nicole. Shout out to ATL. DWAC calls with Lemon and Tucker being fired. Ooh.
No.
Don Lemon
Tucker
got fired too?
Oh my God.
Hold
Who are
on.
these
I didn't
people?
even know. Hold on. Don Lemon got fired? Oh, Sean is working on a new contract for Don Lemon. Watch out for that. Maybe he might be joining us at the Big Boy Dash. Kidding. Yeah, okay. I didn't even know Don Lemon got fired. But yeah, DWAC calls. All right. Let's have a look at DWAC, Nicole, because I looked at that one lately. Let's leave Acon where it is there and get rid of Baba. DWAC is on New York, right? No, it's not. It's on the NQ. Come on, Sharif. There we go. DWAC. How are we doing on a friend DWAC? We've got a 3-penny spread. 4%. Okay. DWAC's awake. Decent looking chart on the 5-minute here. We haven't looked at the 1-minute yet to see what kind of liquidity we've got. But at the moment, I'll tell you real quick how much shareage we've done on the day. And we have done Bubkiss, 300,000 shares. The 5-year average is 510,000, so we haven't even done 1 times our vol today. Nonetheless, we are moving up, and we have a high of 1367 on light volume. That must be stressed. Looking at the 1 minute chart here, you know, once you become a seasoned chart reader, you can just look at the chart and know that it's sparsely traded without actually looking at the time of sales or at the volume. And this is the definition of that: very sparsely traded, and big gaps in between prices midday. That usually tells you that bid got eaten up or the ask got eaten up. So, yeah, DWAC up decent. Looks like Nicole's playing it through the options game. So shout out to Nicole. Hope you print on it, man, because, or obviously not, man. Shout out to Nicole. But I hope you print because Nicole's a good friend in the shows and hell of a trader, too. Some of the calls she's been making lately, man.
Really? Yeah, I've been showing her some levels, but I don't know if she was actually using my advice and
Kill
stuff.
it. You've been showing her levels.
Yeah, of course. I'm showing everyone levels.
Fahad's been showing Nicole levels.
Yeah.
Half
of, believe it or not, half of Neil's trades are my trades.
Your trades. You just messaged him in the group chat?
Yes.
You're like, I'm punching.
Everything. I'm not doing it myself. I'm just telling him what he should do.
You're giving him free advice without even getting in on it yourself.
Neil, you can vouch, right? Thanks, brother. What do you mean check chat?
Check the chat.
What's the show?
Oh, so you have to load up
Is Neil talking? Oh, 90%.
I'll read it for you on the midday
Well, I didn't want to say 90%. That just makes everyone look bad. We might go to jail for that, you know what I mean? But we'll just 50% is good enough.
My view, okay.
Oh, someone says, what is barcoding? I can answer that.
Go.
Barcoding is when a stock or an equity or a chart, let's just go to the candlesticks right here, right? The chart is when it keeps just doing the same range over and over again, or just
it looks like a barcode.
Yeah, so it literally looks like a barcode. Thank you very much, whoever did that. I appreciate it.
There you go, man. Look at this guy dropping in hot lines. I love it.
That was pretty good. So there you go. That was your Fahad's lesson of the day, and I hope you learned something very valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping my eye on a DWAC, but yeah, the volume, we'll talk about it more when the volume really steps in there. At the moment, you know, not much, guys. So yeah, Acon continuing to hang out at $1.70. It's still a higher low, so looks good. I don't know if it comes into my 55s, though. If it does, that's a lower low, so I don't know if I like it at that point. So many decisions to make here. Jeez Louise. But INAB coming right back into that $3 level. Now, we took the big boy break, INAB on the NQ. We took that big boy break through 3, hence all the red. But that was a fake breakout, a false breakout, because you had that beautiful Huadunk right back into 80s or 75s. You had a period of consolidation, then does the little dance with VWAP, and now we are above. We're at that $3 area, 327 the high, but it's been consecutively higher lows on INAB. Looking real good, to be honest with you, here from a small cap crapper perspective. This is it. This is what you want to see. Higher lows, excuse me, and a flat top. If you're looking to take that explosion through the $3, you're getting multiple rejections off $3 here on my 5-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, and here comes number 4. We're at it now. Do we get that big boy break, or do we retrace back into the $0.75 area? Because that's been support for the last little while on INAB. So I like this one. Not in it long at the moment. Still looking at my futures trade here as we hang out at 10s. We're definitely above 13,000. I just wonder if we stay at these levels. You know, it's 1 o'clock, so volume could start coming back in. We're seeing a lot of these big cap. I was about to call them big cap crappers, but they're definitely not crap.
No crap.
No, they're not crap. These are the blue chips, guys. They're all curling. They're all curling. They've all made bottoms. They all look to be curling up and to the right. Not much difference between much of their chart patterns at the moment. Like, have a look at this. Meta curling to the right. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, they're all doing that little curl dance. Unless your name is Stressla and you've rejected off VWAP, which was at 161.50, off making that 158.61 bottom. That's a nice little short if you're looking for the rejection off VWAP. Materializing for the moment, but you never know with these futures pumping whether Stressla gets that push it needs to take through VWAP there, Fahad.
I'm not going to lie, man. As a new trader, these charts are very hard to read right now. I honestly don't know which way the market is going to go. I have zero idea. I'm waiting for it to break this. I mean, this is a crazy level on the NASDAQ right now.
Bro,
from what I'm seeing.
Curling.
Where I'm seeing.
The 13,000 is a hold. We're making. Looks like we're gonna make a higher high right now.
That's what I'm hoping, because I'm long Apple and I'm long the MES. I'm long on 2 things that are very powerful.
Yes.
Especially because I'm in it, right? So we're gonna wait for this. That's what I'm saying is gonna go long, because I feel like It's rejected twice so far, and again in the NASDAQ here. Do you see this Apple? Do you see what's happening here?
What?
Look at this double top. Look,
Yeah,
look.
Well, that's accumulation. I like that, especially if you have a good. All right, so
how
I
do you
think
read that?
you're
done?
pretty.
Sean's
Yeah,
going on?
you're done. All right.
Sick.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
great day for you so far, huh?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. I'm gonna hold these longs. I'm gonna go do my production
Okay.
work and stuff.
Okay.
I'm gonna check back at the end of the day and see where it went. So now it's going short, so I'm losing money now. So I want to get off the computer as fast as possible because I don't like tearing up when I lose money.
Okay.
But I do end up tearing up every time I lose money. But yo, I hope you guys, I don't know how long these segments are going to be. It's really just
Half an hour.
Yeah,
we're
half
supposed
an
to,
hour or
yeah.
something like that. But it's a new segment.
We're gonna structure it.
We're gonna actually structure it today.
Yep.
We're just on the go because we
Yep.
just got thought of this recently. So me and Sharif will sit down and see some topics that we can hit. Obviously, if you guys have suggestions, do they have your email or anything? How do they contact you?
Yeah, a lot of people you just contact me through Instagram.
Instagram.
Because it shows my Instagram there on the thing.
Perfect. So DM Sharif with topics you guys would like us to
Absolutely.
cover. And again, I'm starting from scratch. I'll probably say I'm like 2% in.
Yeah,
2%?
no, you're
Yeah,
more
yeah,
than that,
2%,
man. You
so-
already know what barcoding is.
And that's very important. So if you guys want to, see if particular discussion,
Yeah.
let Sharif know, write it down, and we'll do it. So I'll be on approximately at 12 p.m. every single day afternoon, before or after I eat. Maybe 12:05 because I like to eat. So
Yeah.
we'll be back on
Okay.
that. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my segment. I'll see you guys in the next one.
On tomorrow.
Be easy, everybody.
Take care, guys. All right, let's see what the market is doing until Mr. Katina can set up here next to me. All right, so we've been talking about this INAB, and oh, baby, it's back. Yes, it's back again, right at $3, 305, rejecting again, but holding this time, and not really huadunking off that $3 level, kind of accumulating a bit. Recall, 327 top. We have outs there through 320. No, we didn't get quite 320. We got 18s there. That's not bad. That's not such a bad out. But yeah, here we go, accumulating at that level. 75 was a bit of a bottom. You could have probably got multiple dips off there. Scott H, shout out Scott H, pump it, baby, as INAB now up a cool 188%, guys. What a move for this stock today. Cute Puppy says today, Fahad is not Fahad. He seems like a different guy. He's printing, that's why I know. I mean, look, he's going to try to take this seriously. We are really going to do this every day and really get him to kind of, become a seasoned trader. Too bad he has me as a teacher because I'm not that good. But I'll give him my best shot, and whatever I can kind of pass on to him, I hope that he retains and does well. All right, guys, EUDA, when did this start moving? Guys, how come no one was tagging me? Small cap crapper. I was going to say de jour, but more like de hour. Let's look at this one. 1 minute chart here. There it goes. It starts really going there at, how do I turn on the crosshairs here? There it is, crosshairs. Really breaks that $1.50 top. It had been doing bupkis all morning. And there you go. Some news catalyst comes in. Let's find out what the news catalyst is on EUDA. EUDA shares halted. I'm not seeing anything though, guys. EUDA looks like a technical breakout. I don't see anything yet. I'll keep my eye on it, but on my blotter, nope. All the news items are alerting me to a technical breakout. There we go, but it moved up to 289, and then it's right back down into that halt level. Look at how it holds the halt level to a T. That 205, that was a halt level, and then we opened up right at that, where did we open up? 250 level there, but right back down it goes. Holds 250, holds 205, gives you a 20-cent opportunity as it goes back up to 226. But here comes that 205 level again. This is going to have to get defended. Otherwise, we got that too, and then it's Huadunk City, possibly into that 150 area. So here we go. EUDA, not seeing anything on my blotter to justify this move. Enter at your own risk. Volume, decent, 3.14 million shares. You've had 962,000 shares done in the last 5 minutes, so there's a lot of liquidity, and you got a 289 high. So just putting that up there, not going to trade it though. Meta continuing to curl, decent. I'm liking these curls because we're long these futures. We got 12 prints here. All right, we'll get that figured out. We got 12 prints here on, last time here we got 13 prints actually. I'm going to wait for 25 prints. Let's go ahead and put a contract here at 20s. There we go. I'll put it at 1975 because what's life without whimsy? So Sean's getting set up. We'll continue to see what INAB does as we wait for these futures print here, but we're seeing a nice curl on Microsoft, a nice curl on Meta. Some rejection, though, coming up here for Tesla and for Google. They're into VWAP and retracing off those levels. Tesla rejecting at 161.50 level, going back down into 160 as VWAP was reached there. Likewise with Google, getting into that 105.75 area, now retracing back down, but not much of not as an aggressive of a retracement. We're not getting breakout movement here on these NQs. But I do like the fact that it's trading around 3,000, so I think that this is kind of like an all-day hold type thing. So I will leave that and let it materialize. Microsoft, though, see that? I think Neil just put something in the chat about Microsoft. Let me go back and read that. Microsoft agrees to stop bundling Teams with Office. Okay, very interesting because pardon me, that's about 8 to 10 minutes old, that news item. Nonetheless, good to know because we've seen some pressures coming from the Federal Trade Commission possibly looking to reinstate some antitrust stuff with Microsoft. A lot has been made of the new FTC commissioner and kind of the activist approach she's taken to some of these companies. So we'll continue to monitor that. Obviously, that has a big effect on the markets, guys. All right, another one we were talking about this morning, you heard Neil and Sean talk about this bad boy, is Coin. Oh, baby. This one is down a cool 8%. Yep, 54, 16, or 18. That's the bottom. You have a 59.09 high, but in all reality, you had a lot of trading at that 59.25 in the pre-market. And in fact, Friday's close 59.04. So big boy move for Coinbase. I was really looking for a reason, and here's one finally coming in here. Coinbase shares are trading lower in possible reaction to Bitcoin falling 7% over the past week. I mean, yeah, usually that's a reaction that you have immediately on market open at 4 a.m., maybe 9:30. Usually you have a big gap down if Bitcoin had a bad week. But you know what? Coinbase is down 8%. Mara and Riot, they're not even close. They're down 1.25%. So these mining stocks not really taking it on the chin like Coin today, the exchange stock. I would like to talk about more exchange stocks, but there aren't any. It's just Coinbase for our intents and purposes here. SI, but we know what SI has been up to lately. Let's have a look at SI. Funny enough, I don't have it up here. I should have it. I have it on my other one. SI, guys, down 6 points on the day. So they're very much closer. Yeah, shout out to Sean for that comparison. They're very much closer to Coin than some of these mining stocks are, because the mining stocks don't really haven't really taken on the chin. Quick analysis, says Ray. Thanks for the $2 super chat on CMAX. Let's have a look at our friend CMAX. Where are we going to load that up? We're going to load it up here. CMAX. That is CareMax? What is CareMax? CareMax? Is a technology-enabled care platform company. The company provides value-based care and chronic disease management through physicians and healthcare professionals. Okay, so this big boy is up 17 points on the day. A nice little move. That's the 5-minute chart, but that should give you this chart right here should give you an indication that it's very sparsely traded. Even more visible is that on the 1-minute chart. Have a look at that. I mean, you trade a lot, and you look at this chart, you know that it's trading on very light volume, and that is supported by the fact that it's only done 3.3 million shares for a $2.50 stock. That's Bupkis. But the levels on it are 218, and that is Friday's close. Technically on the day, though, 219 is the low, with 269 being the top after about a Christmas tree retracement here through that 269, and now it's been hovering at 255, trading like a buyout for the better part of the afternoon. I mean, it's been in this range since what, like 11:30, now where it's like 110. So this one, yeah, not so good at the moment, but fantastic, up 16, 17%. What's the daily look like on this one? Yeah, it's been down and to the right. Not a great looking daily chart. In fact, we just made like obviously 52-week lows before this big bounce here, 269. Not seeing a reason for the movement. Well, okay, so I'm not getting anything here. I'm just getting that indication that on the 21st it was at 52-week lows. That's usually sometimes a reason to buy up as investors. There's all sorts of people that filter for stocks at 52-week lows or at 52-week highs for possible rejection trades or dip bounce trades for some of these longs at low levels. I mean, I used to have one at 52-week high and low scanner, but I since got rid of that. But maybe we should reinstitute it again. All right, back to INAB. You guys good? You gonna be good over there, or am I gonna do the show? Yeah, I'm running out of saliva here. INAB. Sean's like, what? INAB back into that $3 level. It's holding. Like, look, now we popped up into 320. We reject at 320 again, but this time we don't huadunk back into the $2.75 level. We go back to 3 and 3 holds. That's what you want to see if you're looking for a small cap crapper continuation. This is doing the right thing here. It's just, I hope it doesn't make me eat my words as it huadunks maybe back into that 275 area. Pardon me. Okay, so this one, we'll see. It's a good continuation if it holds this 3, but we're gonna have to give this one time. Back to EUDA though. This one waking up, holding that $2.10 level, looking to take VWAP here up to 230. Very spready though, man. For the actually it's 1 penny. Now it's 4 pennies. Yeah, I could tell it was trading spready, man. EUDA spready, and I don't know about this one. Let's go to the 1 minute chart here. Yeah, we get right back down into that halt level. That 205 holds like a glove. Fantastic dip into 205 there. If you had that, you were rewarded handsomely. Back into 32. 32 pennies on, 30 pennies on a $2 stock is absolute money. I mean, it's good. You can get better, obviously, but it's absolute money at that level, and especially a predictable level, like a halt level. It holds it to the T. Ooh. Look at that move. Oh my goodness, that's ugly. You get a 230 break and then you get a huaduk right into 210. To say this stock is illiquid is an absolute understatement. Let's pull up the time and sales here, man. We got to pull up the time and sales. What an ugly move that was on EUDA. Very spready for that stock. Sean, he's ready. He's about to start talking, baby.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but thank you to everybody for staying with our patience here today. I don't know if you have you even have my positions on the board. We're still hell along everything right now. Sharif, thank you so much for doing such a great job, of course, with Fahad and Neil. I know Neil's really tough to work with, so I do want to thank you for that. Of course, just joking, but how's everyone's midday going? Let's do something a little bit different. We don't have to just keep trading.
Sean, can you look at this on the screen? Show my screen. Look at that, Sean. That's a small crapper, baby. That is a bottom wick if I've ever seen one. Love that trade. Okay, just wanted to get. I got a little excited. I'm sorry.
No, that is the epitome of a small cap crapper right there. So yeah, thank you again for everybody for enjoying the stream. Make sure you do hit that like button. Let me talk about some of my positions. Give Sharif just a little bit of a blow here, so we can take it easy. Wait a second. No. So we can blow off some steam is what I meant. Blow. Yeah. I'm on the air, so hopefully if anybody sees anything, they won't have to relax over there, Fahad. Okay.
Faye is having a time of his life.
Welcome, I'm back. Man. All right, let's go over to my screen so Sharif can blow off some steam himself. Is that better? I'll take a Spro if you come back with one, my guy. Yeah. Don't rush. Don't rush. I've done this before. All right, yo, come to my screen, Fahad. Stop rolling around on the screen over there. These guys. Look, man, I'm not here because of my pretty face. There has to be other reasons. Okay, so, all All right, we wrote down Amazon as the #1 stock on our sticky note here today, and I mean, we just kind of just stuck with it. We did get stopped out a couple times just as we left to go, have the lunch, enjoy a little bit time off there. Then it came back in, so we got out there, which is no problem. We bought it back; it was all good. Neil and I both bought that dip back there once we broke 107 the first time. But then understanding that the market was weak, there's no point in getting back in. Not true for me. Came right back in. We respected it one more time, got at 106.50. So by this time, we had really sort of given back a lot of our moves initially here on Amazon. Now, just so everybody knows, I know we don't disclose share size or anything like that too often here. I use different shares, obviously, off the open than I would at any other time. So, it's a little bit different when I'm losing here at 10:30 as opposed to whatever would happen early. But when it came back down to 105, we took advantage of that, and I sure hope we did, because we got a 105.30 came in. It bounced off 105. We missed it the first time. We got it there. Then it came right back and gave us really the gift that hopefully keeps on giving here, and that's this Amazon long. So we put on a good position down here at 105, which is the position that we have on right now. Amazon, the #1 stock net-wise, both for Sharif, myself, Neil, everything. If you add up the damage that was done on Amazon today, it's the #1 stock. And there it is. It buys 105, take that bottom, then we're just getting some more out right now. And we still have a piece on board for Amazon, and a decent piece, like 30-40%. Now, I made a mistake, and we could talk about this over and over again. So right here, I thought I had a 280 out here on Microsoft. So when Microsoft fell all the way down, I actually didn't have a stop. My stop was the wrong price. It was 289, not 279. So I let this go all the way down, and I didn't realize I wasn't here at 11:45. And then by the time I came back, I was doing a lot of running around, realized that this fell down. So unfortunately, we did get out. We took a huge hit. We were long at 280.50. We took about $1.50 on that, which sucks because we did have shares, right? We're defending that 280 level. We talked about that over and over again. Well, that didn't work out, and that was, quite frankly, a pretty nasty move all the way to the downside. Quite honestly, thank God we were able to buy some of this back. So we did go a little short. We started to get some out, realized it wasn't happening. Then we hit the long back 279. So that's why I'm long 279.37. We're $1 in the money, but I'm not proud of my Microsoft trading today. So I'll tell everybody that 10 times out of 10, not very happy with that. And then Apple, again, pretty lucky one more time, man. It really defended this 164 area. So when Apple came down to 164, we bought some more, and now look where Apple is. It's a nice move to the upside, and I actually have still a decent amount of shares on, so I'm going to start getting some out right there. We'll take some 68, 69s out there on Apple as it's just bumping back up. So it's been a pretty good day overall for the longs if you had them in the last hour or so, but I have 2 1-minute charts. Oh, that's really nice. Okay, so close that. We were having some layout issues back and forth. Rob is actually still working on it over there, so we'll get that all figured out. But those are the longs that I have right here, and then we also have Google long, which has been okay. Again, always wish we had held a little bit more. Google, we average into this long at the bottom right there, 105. Comes all the way up to 105.80, 105.90. We still have a piece on for this as well, as the market has definitely bounced a little bit off 13, but we're still at 13,001. All right, yeah. What else is up here with anybody in the chat, man? Yeah, Freudian slip for sure. What else you guys want to go through? If there's any other names you want, we can start looking at some new ones. Let's look at Tesla quickly. I know that's a name that a lot of traders like to cover here as we go. I've done this whole show for 3.5 hours before, so this can work, and I apologize. We are going through a bunch of different changes here at the show. We've had to make a few different changes to some people that maybe you've seen before, and those of you that were wondering, I've already addressed this a couple times. I'll do it again right now. Unfortunately, Luca made a decision not to be here anymore, and that's his decision. So we would love to have him back, and but that's not something we can control. Mad Max is still in the building. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with Mad Max, and we look forward to having him back on again as well. Salute, my friend. We will be cheersing up as Sharif is back here right now with another Spro. Miss V, we all love Miss V, and honestly, the story about Valeria is quite simple. Is we were willing to extend the work visa, but unfortunately, life happened for her, and she fell somewhere else. So, Miss V right now is just chilling out and having a great time, and we love Miss V, and I'm still, talk to her all the time on socials and everything like that. What a wonderful girl that we definitely, had a great time with her here, and she helped us grow to where we are today. And of course, everybody knows about Brad. He's in the back there crushing and hopefully making some money on these markets. But they've been a little difficult since he's been back, but just a little bit there. Sharif is still here, of course. And other than that, man, yeah, it seems like we have a lot of changes here, but it's just, trading is one of those. Oh, and Obi still here as well. I forgot about Obi. But we wanted to keep the midday show more consistent for everybody. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people like, is that the back and forth with this host, that host, this host, that host. We hadn't been able to find something that worked the way that I think everybody really wants it to. So, we will come up with that, and we are going to be looking for more. I think Fahad, put the hands up, what's up in the chat. I think everybody absolutely loves it. Thank you so much, Sharif, for that one. Everyone loves Fahad. And quite frankly, Sharif, this is how we found you, right? You were a viewer of the show. You came on board here. We hired you for... Yeah, you always telling me, hey man, spin that money, money, money thing. And then we befriended each other, and the rest is sort of history with how Sharif came on board. And so basically we've been doing that with Max as well as Obi and Luca and Ian and Spencer and everybody I'm naming, it pretty much is still behind us. So, my mic is fine. Maybe Sharif's mic when you get a second there as we go. And we're just having a lot of fun here. We hope to continue to bring you high quality as we quite frankly look for a permanent situation with you over there, Sharif. And unfortunately, Neil and I will have to be, unfortunate for all the viewers, but we will. All right.
Yeah.
Salud. You
Salud,
got the
my
espresso.
friend.
What do you have in there?
I got a coffee. But
a coffee.
Peter
okay,
told me never to salute, or who was it, Luca?
It was Luca, yeah. It was
told
bad
me
luck.
never to salute your Spro. Apparently it's bad luck.
That's still good either way.
Whatever.
Yeah, we want a lady. Yeah, look, that's... Amruta, what's up? Yeah, that is the magic potion, is to try to find just that diversity, right? It doesn't really matter. We go black, white, red, brown, all over the place. And then the next step would be, to possibly have a female co-host. So yeah, we are looking for that. And that's sort of an ongoing.
Big changes coming in the future. Big changes, I feel like, no?
I feel like we just had big changes.
I think there's more. No?
Is there something that I don't, Sharif?
Oh, I don't know. Uh-oh, did I get myself in trouble? I should probably stop talking right about now. No, There's nothing that I know that this guy doesn't know. Let's get it straight. Guys, INAB up and to the right. Look at this, 327 high. We're moving right back up, but this time a lot more sustainable of a move. Where is INAB? Geez. I hate when I'm all excited, INAB, and I can't load up the chart. There we go. It's on the NQ. Last time we were up here, let's look at the 5-minute chart real quick. Look at that, Huadunk right back down. Neil was sitting next to me, and that's all our outs right back there. But this time we step up more sustainably. So if there's going to be a Huadunk, it's going to, I don't want to say it's less likely in this situation because I really don't want to eat my words. But yeah, it seems more sustainable, this move up. It's stepping up rather than rocketing up. Escalator rather than elevator sort of move. There we go, right back up into that 320 area. It's been holding, I want to say, the 50 period here on the 1-minute chart. Let's look at the 5 again. Look at this one real quick. Yeah, look at that. Fantastic looking chart on the 5 after that initial rejection. Dip off the 20 period, and there it goes, skyrocketing through 30s and 40s. There, a new high of day, INAB, all the hype. We were in this, we're out of it now, but what a move up over 200 points, Sean. What do you got there?
I'm just fixing my, this is a little picture of my daughter.
I thought it was like a trading card. Oh, I see, that's
Unfortunately,
nice.
I've shown this a couple times. I have more. We bought her like a little Polaroid thing, and then she just started taking pictures, so this is us sort of in the backyard there. What's up? I give her wishful thinking because today's the last tryout for the rep hockey. So she only put on hockey equipment 7 months ago, and she was already recommended for that. So, yeah, the Truman Show effect. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening around here. All right, so, yeah, look. Again, just thanks everybody for all this, and thanks for putting up with all these changes, and we're going to get bigger and better as we go, as per usual around here. We don't stop for anybody, and we want to thank for sure a big shout out to Bears vs Bulls. The one thing that remains consistent is how good of a moderator this dude is, and I just want to say thank you one more time. Apparently, like when I look this way, he doesn't look like I'm looking at you.
No, I know.
So I gotta look at Neil to talk to. What's going on?
When you look at me, you should look at Neil. Oh,
is that possible to do that? Flip the
see
image?
when I'm looking at you, now I'm looking the wrong way. Yeah, exactly.
Where's the Palestinian powerhouse when I need him over here to get this all figured out with all of this? But yeah, it's reversed. So Sharif's actually to my left and I'm to his right.
It's okay.
But we look like, because of the way the cameras are.
We got Rob here on my left. He's fixing it up. So Sean,
he almost has my layout over there. Almost.
Yeah, there you go. It's getting there.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep it like this for now. You know what, Rob? Yeah, thanks for all that. I'll try to screw around with it after here. I just gotta file my taxes. Have you done your taxes yet?
I did. Yeah, I did. Finally, my dad's always on me about that, and I'm like, okay, so Dad, who do you use? And he's like, okay, go. You know how it is with these family accounting, but you want to keep it in the family, so to speak.
I want to keep it in the family. No, I know nothing. I know nothing about that.
No innuendos there whatsoever, guys.
Yeah. No, nothing. We ain't keeping shit in the family in my house. No, my kids always say, "Oh, Dad, and they know. It's like they talk about eventually. And I'm like, guys, like it's very far away. Like they want to know who's going to get the house and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, do you understand that like my parents are still alive and you guys are like still so small?
Hold on, why can't they share the division of the property? Why
exactly. See, that's a very, very good solution right there. But my one kid goes, well, why does she get a Roblox premium account and I don't, and all this stuff? And I'm like, bro, this guy's like, you can't share everything. But long story short on all that. Okay, so there's a new Minecraft thing that's out that he really likes. It's some sort of a new Minecraft game that's out. All right, INAB. Let me have a look at that. There's a lot of people talking about it. I know you're talking about going on on this. Let me just give my 2 cents here on this quickly as INAB. Okay, so we like the 50 period. It's really nice that the 50 period's at a nice even level of $3. I think a 50 period, if we come to the, I know. I want to say shout out to Mahad right now because this is something that he's brand new. He just sort of started with us about a month ago, I feel like. And now he's using all these different camera angles and whatnot. And Fahad has really left him to dry over there, I noticed. He's all by himself. So I don't know. I think Fahad goes on air for an hour and he thinks he gets like 2 hours off. So I don't know what exactly that's all about. But he'll be back.
Fahad makes the rules.
I'm just throwing some shade. We're having a great time here. That 280 looks like a fantastic level, man. So on the daily, what I was going to say is if you want to start buying this thing on any dips back into the 50 period, $3 wouldn't hurt. Let's just look at what it looks like on a daily. That was a 1 minute chart. On the daily here, let me just put this upside a little bit. So you're taking out levels, but that $3 is held before. So there's 280 again. Like no surprise why 280 to 270 here is a decent little level of support there. So I feel like there is some love back here around this 270, 280 level for INAB. And INAB, so I don't just call it by the name. It is in 8 bio. Pretty cool. In 8 bio. The 8 looks like a B when you look at the name there. So it's a nice move to the upside. I think it's worth buying back down to $3. Are you in this name, Sharif?
What?
No,
INAB? No, I'm in ACON.
You're long ACON right now.
Yeah.
Amazon, $1 in the money, trying to take out some big levels as well right now. And that big level, of course, is 106. Let's see if it can hold that. We've been getting out of more here. My last out there is 106.11. We'll see if that one wants to work as well. Microsoft, I'm $1 in the money on all these longs. And Amazon's the one I have the most shares on. We will check out our Apple trade, of course, again, as that is right now back to 165. And looking, it's almost made it all. Okay, so for Apple, guys, I'm going to sit there at 186. Let's take a piece out on that one if we're lucky enough to do it as my phone is buzzing. Right now, I'm going to have to figure that out. 164.85. We're going to see if we can get a piece out right now for Apple on the upside. And just move on from there. It's a nice double top. We're coming right back into some previous support. So Apple off that bottom. Let's get another piece out as I offer and lose a couple pennies by offering. Let me just get this 182. There we go. 182 out for now on Apple. And I got to go find my phone.
All right, guys, we're long these NQs 12,987. We just got up to 13,025. Still holding, looking for that VWAP retracement. 13,050. That's where I'll look to take the majority of the profit. And then obviously that level that Dan was talking about earlier, 13,090. That's what I'll be looking for ultimately. But yeah, nice trade so far on these NQs. Yeah, it doesn't show up on the position board, the futures positions, but what does show up is this Acon trade. Got bottom wick there at 10.55, took out some in the 70s, didn't get some out in the high 70s there, but now here we go. We're retracing back in. So my eye on this one. I probably will not allow any part of this trade to go against me. So if it comes into my entry, I'm going to be completely out my entry at 55. So here we go. Do we hold this level? We don't want to make a newer low. And since I'm at the very bottom, that means I can give it all the way into my entry because my entry is the ultimate low there, the recent low, I should say, not the ultimate low. So keeping my eye on that. Also keeping my eye on FRC. Oh, baby. This one just made a new high, breaking through the $0.75. That's a new high above. Where did we get up above? I'll tell you real quick here. We were at the high 60s, low 70s. Now breaking through into the 80s is FRC, looking maybe to touch that 1636. Remember, guys, this one's reporting after market today, right? So this one, I mean, it's up 11 points. It was up more on anticipation of earnings. I mean, oh baby, does someone know something we don't know? Yeah, it's been decent, good mover FRC today, letting that one run. INAB just went all the way up to 395 and then a Huadunk right back down.
Awesome.
Look at that, below the $0.50. Goodness gracious, talk about small cap crapper. I was just singing this one's praise. I'm like, oh, look, it's so much more stable and more of a calm move to the high side. Just keep your mouth shut next time, because there you go. You get a big move up right there on that 1 minute candle from 320 all the way into 345, and then you get a dip back down into 35, and then a boom all the way up into 395. And obviously the Huadunk now below the $0.50. Does it hold this level? It's still holding the 7 period on the 1 minute chart. Can it hold this level and continue to print higher? Maybe retrace a little bit more steadily rather than rocketing, elevating up to those levels. Maybe we can stair step up and take the escalator. Scott H says INAB busted through 52-week highs of 356 and rocketed. Yes, it did, my friend. We just covered that, and it looks not to be done. That 340 dip, it's getting bought up, and now we're hanging below the $0.50 for now. Only up, Sean, 230 points. Not that much.
No, it's okay. It's just a small bit there. As we get ready to rock and roll here
Mike?
right now. My mic is off. Okay. There it is. All right, we're back. And I want to thank everybody again for your patience with all of us as there we go. Now we are off of Sharif, so thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to everybody in the chat there. This is a good time here now, I feel like, to have a quick look and see if there's any other names you guys want us to look at. And I'll look at them on the chat right here. As we just got another piece out of Amazon. I'm just going to hold all of this, man. I mean, Apple, we got that fill up here. We're getting lighter. Most of these positions that you see for me are out. They're small pieces that we have left on board. You know what? Bed Bath & Beyond has been a nightmare, obviously, for the last couple of weeks for anybody that's been on this name. And yeah, it's kind of like, I say this tongue in cheek, but you know, Bed Bath & Beyond has talked about it for a while here, that they were virtually bankrupt and just waiting to get their sort of act together and then eventually file for bankruptcy. We are going to have Jeff Mendel on, I believe, tomorrow to be talking about you know, everything that has to do with pink sheets and what that might mean for Bed Bath & Beyond, and if he's quite frankly heard of a date or if they are going to come over, what delisting looks like, and so on and so forth. So we'll be talking all about that hopefully in the next couple of days and get a good look on that. So that's BBY. Google is strong. Yeah, man, I really like Google for a couple reasons, and we've talked about why we like Google. I think all that chat stuff, we had a lot of talk about how important ChatGPT is for everybody, and Google, you know, comes in there. They missed it with OpenAI, and now they're testing their Bard system. So I really thought that, you know, Google has had a good little movement over the last couple of days to the upside here. There it is. And you know, it still has a struggle around that 110. It's like that same area right here. This is why I'm trying to go long every time we break out, because I fear like I'm going to miss that huge break, and maybe it's going to happen soon, 109. But if you look at Amazon, which is why I like this name right now, we've sort of, and this is going to have the same problems, I have to zoom back out. You see, once we broke above this 104, I feel like it's been a pretty good long. Now, Amazon has come back in today. Obviously, we have a 105 long as we're pumping it. What is that, INAB right now? Oh, no, ACON. What are you in?
Oh, no, I'm in the futures trade.
Oh, you're in
I'm
the futures
looking
trade,
for,
okay.
yeah, we're moving
all,
up,
We're all
baby.
about pumping that up right now. But I just felt like once you break key levels, Sharif, you got to sort of figure out which way you think the stock is going. It's like when AI broke below that 20. The move is done right now. You wait for it to come back to 20. If it holds, great. If not, you use 20 as resistance.
Absolutely.
So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing right now. Amazon appears to have broken out, which is why it was the #1 name here on the sticky note and continues to be net-wise the #1 stock. So, yeah, really happy with that. But your INAB is starting to break above 350 again. And then your ACON, I don't know, but I'm glad that your futures is working out.
Yeah, the futures trade is the best trade of all right now. ACON coming back nearer to my close, or to my entry, Sean, 155. It's dancing at that 160 level now. You don't want to see it come back down because that's a newer low. We've already had multiple lower highs. So now we are downtrending, despite the fact that this was a key level and I got the fill and it popped back up 20 cents. I think the better move here may be south if this level can't hold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a stop, and my stop is going to go right at my break-even point. So let's go ahead and put that in now, 155, and we're going to get out. We'll have to account for slippage here, so we'll give it like 3 pennies. We'll go into 2, and there we go. So we'll get that done. So that's out of the way, and now we can focus more on this futures trade. We've been seeing 25 come up a lot here on the NQ. I'm talking about 13.025. Hasn't really broken through that 13.025. We're waiting for that continuation. I just dropped the sponsor's hat. That's no good. There we go. 13.025, waiting for that break, not getting it at the moment, but seeing a lot of these big tech names curl up. Google among them. Amazon, you're getting a decent move here on Apple. Microsoft, it's below that 280.50. Hasn't even gone back to view up. It's down at 1.87%. Definitely one of the weaker names on the day, including Stressla. Stressla obviously down 3 points. It was even down further at that 159 level since retraced, but did reject off view up. So some of these big tech names pulling up the NASDAQ. We've seen the relative outperformance of the ES over the NQ as a result of energy being stronger on the day than some tech, and therefore buoying the ES a bit. But the NQ waking up a little bit here as some of these big tech names start to curl up just a tad. Brendan, MCC, Sharif, GM, thoughts the day before earnings. Oh, my days. GM, shout out Mary Barra. I don't know, to be honest with you, how much I like these plays in the short term. I think that you're going to have a lot of CapEx on these names in the face of really no margins and a big transition that they're forcing themselves into and are being forced into by government regulations through EPA. Like, there's no question about that now. Now we know it's a business and government decision. I don't know, man. I think that they're going to have to spend big money retooling their plants. They're going to have to spend big money with these other companies trying to make these batteries. The mining process is already a disaster to begin with. If anybody's watched that Netflix documentary, they know exactly what I'm talking about. And they're not making money. They're going to have to keep spending all this money. So I don't know. I don't like this play in the short term. And not to mention the union issue that they've got. A lot of the legacy auto have that same issue. So that's just my 2 cents. I could be absolutely wrong. I haven't even looked at the chart. Let's maybe look at the chart. That might help. I'm just going to mention real quick here, ACON coming back down very close to my entry, so my stop will get triggered if we do break that 155. But let's have a look at our friend GM, which trades on the NYSE. Let's go to the daily on this bad boy. Where we go here? There we go. Let's load up that and have a look here. If it does, it looks like it's going to freeze on me. No worries. We'll maneuver around that. We'll go. Where's my chart? Do I have a chart? Yes, I do. Good. Backup plan here. All right, let's go to the daily. Wow, talk about range bound. Oh, goodness gracious. It looks very much similar to the ES and the NQ lately. Look at that, 43 top. You want to say 31 bottom, but you could give it a bit more room. That goes all the way, yes, to last May. So we've been range bound for over a year, while the market has obviously not been range bound during that time. 43 seems to be a bit of a top, with maybe this 33 being a bit of a bottom, or 30, in and around this area. Yeah, maybe they do better on earnings and you're buying in the bottom end of the range. So you could see it realistically if they have good earnings, retrace into 40, 41, 42, whatever, in and around that range. But yeah, not my cup of tea with respect to a long-term play. So I will steer clear away from there, and I will have to load a chart as that one has crashed. Sean.
Yeah, no, I was going to, yeah, I mean, great talk on all that. And I think the battery is going to continue to be an issue. We saw Ford try to figure out their battery situation, go over there in Indonesia. I just took another piece out of Apple right there at 165 as we climb back. Let me just show you something about earnings, right? And the thing about it is like, unless you sort of know something, it's kind of fool's gold to sit there and pretend like there's a lot of people that talked about the Tesla earnings coming through, right? And you know, where they could go. There's just as many, I felt like anyways. We had Daniel Shea on the show that day. We talked about the implied move was what, 19% or 18% on that options AI. We didn't get anything really close to that, but it's fallen down the last couple of days after the report. So what I wanted to say was, Tesla on the day of the report, and even Netflix, if we remember Netflix, first of all, GM's near the bottom here. I just think it's foolish to say it's going to hold this 31. I mean, if the number comes bad enough and they start to guide lower, maybe they are having production issues that we don't know about, this could get absolutely trounced tomorrow. Oh, yeah. So I don't, you know, to sit here and wait to try to predict what's going to happen off earnings is a little bit, you know, a misfortune for day traders. If you're talking about longer term, then I don't think you really care tomorrow whether or not it's a 5% move up or down. But if you're going to play options and try to hold something for a bigger move, you got to be very, very careful. You might see this wick here. That's real. That's Netflix earnings. Netflix was cruising up here, 330, 340. All of a sudden on earnings day, and I'll show it to you right here. This is the flush down on earnings day. This actually happened. We actually have it live here. We have clips live of this move happening down to 295. There. Then what happened was almost immediately bought all the way back up. And then if you're looking at that day of Netflix earnings, so we had a high move, right? It was this day, it was the 19th. So, well, 18th evening comes out. Then you have this move down off the open, right? That's 9:30. So once the stock opened up at 9:30, we actually had this bottom respected all day of 318. How do I know that I was long? 318.05 or something like that, and that was the bottom of the day. And we were pretty lucky because we let this wick happen, and then it kind of barcoded all day. It made that bottom of 318, and look at the high after that, 323. So you had a $5 range on a $330 name that moved down this aggressively, right? And so what I'm getting at is that there could be some nice movement tomorrow in a name like GM, but if I had to bet, I would say let the action happen and worry about it after that. Like trade the intraday ranges when they're there. I don't like putting risk into names come earnings. Sans, that means like maybe other than, or you know, maybe this as well. Pratt asked about this, FRC. Now the thing is that when you're going to trade a First Republic or something like that off earnings, and I shouldn't do this because I know it's going to be at the bottom again, is look at the base that FRC has, right? $11 up to basically, it's breaking out a little bit today, up 10% off that Western, we had Western Alliance news last week. But that's, you know, starting to break up. And I just think that if they come out and say something to the upside, you do have the potential to get a WAL kind of move involved. And that situation would be, you know, when you're going down from 28 to 30, make these bottoms, boom, a huge move up. You get that 25, 30%. Why? Because it's depressed so much. When you're looking at a GM or something that's like a blue chip stock, you're not, you know, whatever they say, there's so many analysts covering a name like GM or Ford or Tesla that you really need to let it shake out. But a WAL or an FRC, I think, though, tomorrow should be really, really exciting heading into their earnings call tonight. So I think it's a little different when you're playing GM versus an FRC versus an ACON versus all of this stuff. I think end of... what's up, Stella, right there, and talking about some people in the chat. I want to thank you. I see a new member here. What's up to, oh, Chill Vibes. You've been here before, but
Chill Vibes.
What is that picture? You got something on your head there? I don't know what that, or I don't know what that is. That looks like a cool picture. Oh, he's on a beach here for sure. So no, maybe that's a starfish or something. But shout out to Chill Vibes. Wish we were with you on that beach, or maybe you wish you were there if that's an older picture. But I think, yeah, 30% short. You guys are honestly, man.
Pump it.
I mean, how good is our chat right now talking about all these different things? I mean, you
long
want to
our
look at
chat.
short float. You want to look at the reasons why the stock is down here to begin with. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there.
Yeah, guys, I see Boyle, James Choi talking about Boyle. We looked at UNG earlier today, and the move that Nat Gas has made, still very much near lows, but you know, when you're at lows, you may get a bounce. We saw that the end of February, I think. We got a nice move up into $10 on our friend UNG, but to be honest with you, that was just an area to go short because it did Huadunk right back down. But we're looking at the NQ, not relevant for our purposes, but the trade that I'm starting to eye now is this consecutively higher high and higher low on FRC. It looks fantastic. It looks poised at least to touch 16, if not higher. We had a high of day earlier on, made on more aggressive volume around 10 o'clock. We got up to 1636. It's up 10.6%, and you heard Sean talk about this one being a possible earnings winner as it does report after the bell today. Oh, baby, I can't wait to see what we do get with these regional banks because, you know, we've talked about the plight, I want to call it, the plight of regional banks may be coming in the recent future because they have a lot of commercial real estate exposure that, I mean, have you been on the subway lately?
Actually, I took it today.
Okay.
My car's
so, I mean,
worse.
I don't know. A lot of these underground areas, and I know I'm looking the wrong way.
I'll look
I'm
this
sorry.
way. Yeah.
A lot of these underground areas, no, I'm not doing that. That's just too much for me.
Why don't we just look at our cameras?
A lot of these underground retail areas are completely vacant, Sean. And,
oh, you mean like the path and all that stuff?
Exactly. I feel.
I mean, I know people in Manhattan. I think Boston, any major city right now is and Metropolis is going through that as more work from home happening. But what was that in relation to? What were you bringing that up?
I foresee a lot of these mid and small regional banks are holding the debt on these commercial real estate properties, and they're apparently up for refinancing at double the interest rate, Sean, within a year and a half. So these guys are paying way low on their mortgages. Their mortgages are going to be way more, and they're not making money. So it just seems like a disaster waiting to happen unless something's done about it.
I really liked Simon Property Group, SPG. I feel like they have a really solid dividend as well as some decent levels. If you come over here, if you want to get something like one of the best, real estate properties. And I forget, I think it was Daryl, I think in the chat there, he and I were buying this one up sort of hand over fist during COVID because of that exact reason. A lot of people, flight to safety of staying home, really not safety in the value of stocks, but people staying home. And of course, Simon Property Group does own a lot of the strip malls and things like that. So they were hit pretty good. And it looks like, wow, it just looks like recently, just now we bounced off 80. Like I'm long this name. I think it's like between 60, I think. Yeah, 60 was the bottom. So
nice.
This is what we're talking about. So I made, and again, someone said like, where's all these geniuses and everything like that? I don't know if you're talking about us, when the stocks were up so high and they fall all the way down. All we can really do is analyze current stuff right now. But I was telling you, during COVID, we were on the air, man, and this was one name that I really liked, and I was buying it off this 60 bottom, never broke. We were able to take this all the way back up to the top. It's Simon Property Group. I feel like they have, and you guys tell me, I mean, you know more about Simon. I don't think they actually have any properties here in Canada, but, again, another really solid company. And just for anybody looking at what they're doing, the dividend, part of why I bought this name was we had a 6.5% dividend, and it's been like that pretty much the whole way. They did cut. It was a lot higher. I remember they cut at some point. I'm going to have to go find the exact dates, but I really like SPG down here. So if you're going to buy higher quality, it's not a REIT or anything like that, but very, very similar to that. As actually, this is a REIT for real estate. So my bad on that. But Simon Property Group right now, down 0.48. And if you're going to buy higher quality names, I feel like do your research. But Simon Property owns some pretty good pieces there. And again, it's the strip malls. It's more about the outside where you sort of walk into the mall rather than being confined in a mall. But to that point as well, we're pretty... as you can see here in Canada, we don't have some of the political divisions that we do down in the States, although we do have them here.
Yeah.
Masking obviously was a situation. We had people in Ottawa, those trucks and all that kind of stuff, protesting some of the rules about masking across the border and things like that. But even here now, where, you know, we tend to be, I don't know, Canada gets a reputation of being a little more friendly and all that. I don't know if that's true or not. I think there's some pretty, you know, but what I'm getting to is that even our games, like I know Neil goes to Jays games. I've been to Raptors games as of late, Maple Leaf games, things like that. No one's wearing masks anymore. I did notice a little bit on the subway there was some masking, but generally speaking, in these open areas, there's not as much masking as there was in the past, obviously in the years past, let alone any at all. So I don't know if we should be sounding the alarm on all this fear anymore about the malls and some of these real estate REITs. Maybe a little bit overdone. FRC and Signature Bank and some of these other names, they've had many more problems. It was deposits and things like that. I do like your real estate take on some of that. So we'll look to see tonight as FRC reports how much of their book, Sharif, is real estate.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, Sean. And we'll see how investors react to that. You know, we've seen a bunch of issues come out there, man. The outflows, everything. All right, Jay Lee wants me to have a look at PanDub. PanDub is Palo Alto Networks, and it is down 0.65% on the day, $192 stock. Not much of an intraday trade, and hence why I've got the daily chart up. It's a little bamboozling because the chart is distorted as a result of the split over here that they had back on, what was that, September 13th, 2022. But recently, it's been a range-bound trade. Maybe we can go to the weekly and, oh, yeah, there we go. It undistorts when I go to the weekly. I don't know why it does that. But anyway, range-bound, you can say it's range-bound since going back to September 2021. We obviously had a new low that printed there earlier this year. We got down to 135. Now we're back up into that $200 area with an ultimate top, a recent top of that 213, consolidating below 200. So 200 acting as a resistance level, breaking through it a few days ago, but the close below 200 on PanDub. Don't know what the story is behind this, Jay Lee. Maybe you can tag me, let me know what's up. I'm not seeing anything really. What is this? Investors heavily search Palo Alto Networks. Here's what you need to know. I'm not going to read this whole thing live, but yeah, maybe I'll digest some of that after. But here we go, baby. We are moving up on these futures. There's no do to boot it. And there we go. 11:30. There we go. We're sitting here at 36s on the NQ to get filled. Guys, we are long. Where are we long, man? We're long 84s on the NQ. And baby, this is printing. We just broke 30s. 32.5 coming in soon. There it is. But not quite yet. Up to that 36 level. What's life without Whimsy? I don't know why I even came up with this 36. To be honest with you, VWAP's at 45, but I put in my order for 36. Nice double bottom in that 12,960-ish area on my 5-minute chart, and it's been up and to the right since then for this NQ. I like the 13,000 hold. It holds, and we print off it today. Some of these big cappers all curling up. You're getting Apple. You're getting Meta, Google. Microsoft is asleep. You know my boy's in Google. He's in Apple. He's in Amazon. He's in Google. He's in all.
I mean, I might as well just buy the futures.
Exactly, right?
I mean,
he's in all the big tech names, guys.
I'm actually not playing around with that. I've been thinking about it, and you know what? I mean, pretty much making a call by going long on Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta. Like these are, you should just be going long the futures. And it's the same kind of thing. Like I really like the TQQ, and we get a lot of questions about why trade TQQ versus SQQ. We don't have any borrow issues for this, so that's why. And I just prefer to be long on a stock that's going up, you know, rather than being short on the SQQ when the market's going up. So it's just, you could just sort of, like when I look at my blotter right now, I highlight all my positions green. So to sort of signify that I'm long those names and that, you know, I don't need to like worry about looking at for the L or anything like that. I might have showed up the wrong way on camera, but let's just go here. So this is the TQQ right now. I feel like you get a lot of, darn it, let me go back to this here. Oh man, I keep doing that and expanding it and we get blocked by the position board. You think that I would have known about that by now. Basically, a lot of, you know, buy the dip action happening in the NASDAQ over the last couple of days. We have these downside moves that just seem to get bought up, like, you know, back in, bought up. Move early, bought into the close. Move down early, bought up into the close, right? It seems to be happening, you know, does not happen on the 19th, but the last little bit, dips early, that's 11, buy into the close. Here's the dip early again, here's 11, bought up, but kind of held its own. Then this is the 19th, which was Netflix day, where we took off, then we managed to come back in, but still held, right? We still didn't retrace back to where we were. Then the last couple days, boom, down, bought up at 2 o'clock. Yesterday, bought up at 11 o'clock. Today, bought up at 11 o'clock again. So yeah, trading the market, Amazon right now nicely in the money as we continue to make moves upside, man. I hear you're going crazy over there, Sharif, which is really nice to hear. I still got all of my positions, and let's just call it what it is. Amazon right now, we have a 105 bottom. You tell me if that's bang worthy or not. We have Apple long at 164 flat. You tell me about that one right now. We have Google long at 105. Right? We got Microsoft long. I hate you, Microsoft, with a passion. Right now, $1.50 in the money. This Microsoft, though, I'm going to be down on it for the day. I cannot recover because I thought I had a stop here at 180. I didn't. So when it flushed all the way down, I do wind up taking a $1.50 hit on my full position, which absolutely is a nightmare for me. So when I bought it back up, I put on a decent amount of shares, but we got out. So now that we're holding a $1.50, it's still this 80 out down here at 79 on that break was absolutely brutal. But it's nice to see that we're making it all the way back here to Microsoft, back to the 50 period, 281, which is where we started. If I just went golfing in the middle of the day here and came back now, man, we'd be up a hell of a lot of money. But, you know, that's what it is. Sometimes the market goes the other way and flattens you out right now. But you know what's back at resistance here? Tesla making a huge move, not a huge move, but we've made that bottom at 158.50 back to 161, so $2 back. You know, looking to take out VWAP right here at this 161.30 level. That's something that could be pretty key as we look to move forward here in the afternoon. Watch out for, well, I'll be here, but watch out for this 161.50 in the afternoon on Tesla, looking to get back to the green side. This is one of the only big cap tech names that continues to be down this much, as far as I can see. AMD was in trouble early, but I think that they've made it back pretty good now. Yeah, so still down on AMD, but battling back nicely off some of those bottoms. And again, we left AMD alone, but that bottom of 86, let's not forget about some of those. So, all right, Sharif, you only have a couple more minutes, man.
Yeah, man. Let's get to Donnie's super chat. Sorry, Donnie, I did see this, but we kind of got sidetracked. $5 super chat. Thanks very much, Donnie, for that. I have a feeling I have too much AMD in my portfolio. What's your outlook on it? Well, you know, the chips have just been uber strong lately, taking a little bit of a hiatus at the moment, but so are a lot of these big cap names. Let's get to the AMD daily chart. This is the weekly, by the way, on it. Let me go to the daily here. There we go. All right, let's zoom out. Yeah, so obviously we had the January or December, whatever you want to call them, January 2022, December 2021 highs. It went up to 165. It's been stair-stepping back down, but look at this. Ever since October, the October lows, this one very much trading with the overall market, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, and now we're back. I talked about this morning with Brendo when we were at the big desk. I told you we were at an inflection point on the daily on AMD. Why? Because this was the peak of that last little pop-up before we eventually started breaking that peak. So former area of support becomes resistance. So this should be an interesting buy area, especially if we get, you know, positive GDP PCE prints Thursday and Friday respectively. Keep an eye out for that. That should be market moving. But AMD intraday down 1.15%. But like the overall market, it is retracing back up. And guess what? Yes, you didn't have to guess. I'll just tell you. We are at 13,050 on the NQ. Baby, what a trade on the futures. This one has been running all day. We get that I was going to call it $0.50. It's not a $0.50. It's 13,050, that 50-point level. Finding a bit of resistance right now there, Sean, but 13,090 is the Dan Emmons resistance level of the day. Shout out, Dan. Shake your hand right back. He puts the Dan emoticon, the shake hand. I said the Dan emoticon. The shake hand emoticon in there, 13,050. We're curling on these futures, guys. We got 1 minute left on the midday show, and then you're going to get the big kahunas, excluding me, on the closing show, guys, as they will be trading. What we have seemingly here is a curl up on the future, Sean. Nice move up into 41.56 on the ES. I have on my chart 41.56 as being Friday's close, so it should be an interesting resistance level if we make it up there. I also have 13,091 as the close on the NQ. We're not quite there yet as we rejected off the 50s. I'm going to let this one run, guys. And yeah, any closing thoughts there, Sean?
I was going to say, yeah, props to you, Sharif. There it is. Let's do that even though we're not near each other. Okay, let's try it again. Right, air props.
I like it.
Air props right there. Thank you for everything that you've been doing today. And I disagree. Sorry, I agree with Dan Emmons. Maybe this is a little bit of a turning spot. We just got some more out of Apple right there, and I just have a new position aboard. Oh, it's not on right there, but I just put on Meta short against 213. I know that's going to piss you off a little bit, Sharif, but
okay.
all good love. So, all right, man, you did a great job. It's 2 o'clock.
Yep.
So go lift about 1,000 pounds or something, and come back. Are you here for the close?
I'm on the big desk now at 2 o'clock, 2 to 2:30. I go back up with Brendo.
Okay, so great. Even better for us. So, all right, it's good. Thank you again for joining. You are going to have to flip over to another stream. Should flip over automatically,
yeah.
But it's going to come over to Neil, myself, and Brendo. But thank you so much, Sharif. Why don't you wrap it up because this is your show.
The big kahunas, they're coming up next, but we have Brendo. He's at the big desk. Let's take us into the close.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in as we head towards the end of a Monday afternoon. Going to be a pretty exciting afternoon here, even though the market is dead flat. Danielle Shea coming up. She's going to join us, talk a little bit about